Chapter 45, Chapter 45 The Treasure Map. Mogul slid slowly to the ground, his back against the scorched, ice-cold stone wall. He could feel it clearly, the quarrel smeared with Kraken venom was sending a freezing yet searing pain spreading from the wound in his chest and gut. The toxin moved like countless tiny ice needles, riding his blood into every limb. Wherever it passed came numbness first, then agony like 1,000 stabs. His sight began to blur, in his ears he heard his own ragged breathing, loud as a broken bellows. He was going to die. The thought was terrifyingly clear. He had seen what Kraken venom could do. Flesh blackened, rotted, finally melted into stinking pus under unbearable pain. Now that same poison was flowing in his veins. No. He could not die here. The dream of restoring his house, the treasure of the stepstones, the ambition to cast off the mercenary life and rebuild the glory of the crab feeder, all of it unfulfilled. In the darkness of despair a faint spark suddenly flared. An antidote. Years spent among poisons had taught him the habit. He always carried a few vials of broad-spectrum antidote. It could not cure every toxin, but it could slow them, buy time. Survival instinct overrode the agony. With his left hand, the only limb still obeying, he fumbled at the blood and dust-stained leather pouch at his waist. His fingertips brushed several small, cold glass vials. Found them. But just as he tried to pull out the little bottle of murky green fluid. Swish! A flash of cold light. He never even saw the movement, only felt the chill on the back of his hand, followed by piercing pain. The life-saving pouch, glass vials clinking within, was flicked away by a blood-slick longsword. It arced through the air and smacked among broken stones a few paces off. A splash of liquid hissed on the scorched earth, rising in thin white wisps of smoke. Mogul froze, lifting his head slowly. Aegon Targaryen stood over him, having approached without a sound. Dark red highlights flowed across the Valyrian steel armor in the dim light, the blood-streaked yet calm face looked down like a cold statue of a god. Save me. Mogul's voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable, every word bubbling with blood. Please. I don't want to die. Aegon did not answer at once. In his violet eyes there was no anger, no pleasure, only a calm, appraising look. He knelt slowly until their gazes met levelly, studying Mogul's face twisted by pain and terror. Why? Aegon asked, voice low yet cutting through the ringing in Mogul's ears. Give me one reason I shouldn't slit your throat right now. Feud, blood feud. Mogul swallowed with effort, tasting blood. Targaryen, all because of you. Aegon's brows drew together almost imperceptibly. Enemies of House Targaryen scattered everywhere, even now when the line was all but broken, still avengers crawled from the dust of history. So you tried to kill me? Aegon's tone carried neither joy nor wrath. Kraken venom on a crossbow bolt, professional. The cold toxin was clouding Mogul's mind, Aegon's figure began to double in his eyes. He forced his thoughts to focus. Save me. I know, treasure, weapons, plenty. Save me. I'll take you, only I know. Aegon's brows lifted a fraction. Treasure. Weapons, he echoed, leaning slightly forward, gaze boring into Mogul's fading pupils. Why believe a man who just tried to kill me? And why trust the ravings of a dying wretch? Not ravings. Mogul coughed violently, dark red froth flecked with eerie green spilling from his lips. Stepstones war. Triarchy, fought you, supplies, never delivered, war lost. Daemon blockaded the narrow sea. His words tumbled, broken and disjointed, yet key details floated up like driftwood grasped by a drowning man. Aegon's pupils narrowed slightly. Stepstones. Triarchy. Daemon Targaryen. The pieces clicked, matching fragments of history in his memories of a past life. During the Dance of the Dragons, Prince Daemon the Rogue Prince had indeed crowned himself king of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones, waging fierce naval war against the Triarchy of Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr. That conflict lasted years, the narrow sea routes were cut for a long time. Mughals claim that the relief supplies were delayed and hidden made perfect sense. How many? Aegon's voice remained steady, yet his pace quickened a fraction. Plate armor, 500, more than that, also weapons, spears, swords, many. Mughals' eyes grew increasingly vacant, his breathing turned ragged, and the skin around his wound took on a sickly ashen black hue and began to swell. It's all in my head, the map was burned, only save me. I'll lead the way. 500 sets of plate armor. Aegon's heart gave a violent lurch. In Westeros, a single suit of well-crafted full plate could bankrupt an average knight. 500? Enough to outfit a core elite force capable of shifting a local war. Not to mention the accompanying weapons. The temptation was enormous. So enormous it let him, for the moment, smother his urge to kill the assassin at his feet. Yet Aegon's expression did not change at all. He remained crouched, gaze cold and terrifyingly calm, as though appraising merchandise. A vague location and a few words that might be nonsense that's meant to buy your life. Aegon shook his head slowly, injecting just the right amount of doubt and scorn. The stepstones are a maze of islands and hidden reefs, saying it's hidden there is no different from saying it's on the moon. If I waste time searching and find a trap or nothing left, what would your life be worth then? And not a trap. Mughal panicked, poison and ebbing life rapidly eroded the last walls of his mind. East of Sawtooth Reef, the third cove, an underground river, entrances underwater, invisible at high tide. I checked, it's still there. He rambled, but names, bearings, and landmarks spilled out one after another. Aegon's mind raced, piecing those fragments together with the geography he'd studied in this life and the last. Sawtooth Reef, a notorious, treacherous cluster northeast of the Stepstones, its passages convoluted and seldom traveled. A submerged river mouth fit the hidden caverns formed by shifting geology. The chain of logic tightened. Aegon fell silent, weighing options. The pleading light in Mughal's eyes dimmed, death's grey flooding his pupils. He stretched a trembling hand, already blotched with black, trying to clutch Aegon's hem but clawing only empty air. Please, believe me. His voice was a thread. Aegon moved at last. He rose, looking down at the dying assassin, then, under that faint flare of hope, calmly levelled his sword. Its point hovered over Mughal's heart. And no. You said. Terror eclipsed the last spark in Mughal's eyes. I said I'd consider it, Aegon replied, voice cold as Valyrian steel. I never said I'd spare someone who shot me with a poisoned arrow. Besides, he added, glancing at the ashen black stain on Mughal's chest, Kraken venom blended from sea serpent and abyssal toxins rots the blood and liquefies the organs. Your antidote won't stop death, it will only prolong agony. Mughal's lips quivered, struggling for words. Aegon gave him no chance. A flick of the wrist. A flash of steel. Thug. The sharp point slid unerringly into the heart. Mughal convulsed, his pupils blew wide. The last thing etched on his face was a rictus of despair, defiance, and excruciating pain. Aegon withdrew the blade, blood ran down its fuller. Without another look at the corpse, he turned east toward the narrow sea, toward the stepstones. 500 sets of plate, and all their weapons. No longer rumor, but a concrete, credible, and very attainable treasure. A starting point solid enough to gain a foothold on the far shore of the narrow sea and raise a real army. He bent, lifted the leather pouch, and poured out the remaining vials and a few silver coins. No map, as Mughal had said, memorized, then burned. But in Aegon's mind the location was now etched in perfect clarity. Stepstones, east of Sawtooth Reef, third cove, submerged river entrance. 500 sets of plate armor, an unexpected windfall. Aegon gazed beyond the ruins at the gloomy sky. The road ahead looked a little clearer. Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898. Chapter 46, Chapter 46 Setting Sail I. Aegon collected his thoughts, wrapped the heavy, eerie dragon horn in strips of cloth torn from a corpse, stuffed it into a leather satchel, and slung it across his back. He cast one last glance at this hall of ruins, baptized time and again in blood and fire, then turned and walked out. The outside air hit him reeking of smoke and the briny stench of the sea. The sky was far brighter than the depths below, yet still shrouded in perpetual dust, a hazy yellow twilight. His violet eyes swept the edge of the rubble and quickly found Xiao Laki near the dried-up blood lake, now only a glassy, sunken hollow of strange, fused sand. The pale gold bench crouched where the dead dragon had been utterly obliterated. 3 small heads drooped, 6 golden eyes fixed on the ground, sniffing or sensing something. Now and then the middle head lifted, gazed in some direction, and let out a low, thoughtful rumble. Through their mind link Aegon could faintly feel curiosity, probing, and an inexplicable, languid satisfaction, as after a meal. Was it absorbing something the dragon had left behind, energy, or whatever else? Aegon didn't press, didn't disturb. Ghidorah's very existence defied reason, a few quirks were only to be expected. With their minds linked, the creature couldn't get lost. He looked down at the long sword he had picked up beside yet another ironborn corpse. The blade was common, its edge already curling, the grip slimy with soaked blood. He had lost count of how many weapons he'd gone through since entering the ruin. Hopefully this hellhole still holds some decent steel besides that armor, he muttered, eyes on the mercenary figures cautiously searching and hauling loot among the rubble. Valyrian steel, preferably. Your Grace. Speak of the devil. Several mercenaries, arms full, hurried toward him from different directions. Their faces showed fatigue, but their eyes were bright. The first to arrive was a lanky fighter missing a front tooth. He gingerly set a bulging sack crudely sewn from canvas at Aegon's feet and loosened its drawstring. Clatter! A blaze of color spilled out. Rubies, sapphires, cat's eyes, emeralds, plus heaps of rough-cut yet vividly colored crystal and agate. Tumbled together, they flashed blinding hues under the yellow sky. Among them, several large gems were clearly those the Ironborn had hacked from the murals. Stripped from the dead Ironborn, Your Grace, the gap-toothed mercenary grinned, empty socket showing. Those pirates stuffed their pouches, Boots thought they'd get rich. Well done. Aegon nodded. Hard coin, valuable in both Essos and Westeros. A quick estimate, this sack alone might equal the cargo of a small caravan. But another mercenary, Burnsguard, scratched his head, dispirited. Plenty of places got torched by that monster's breath or buried when walls came down. What was on the surface melted or charred, what's underground we can't reach. We only stripped the Ironborn and a few other bodies the dragon flame missed. He gestured to a nearby pile, 30-odd suits of plate, more coats of leather bloody but intact, swords, axes, spears, shields, some of fine make, plus several pouches clinking with gold, silver, and copper coins. Not a fortune, but more than enough to arm a company of 100. Those plates were worth their weight. As Aegon ordered the gear sorted, Carl loped over from a nearby fissure, lean face alight with restrained excitement. Boss, Your Grace, you need to see this, he hissed, eyes gleaming. We found something different. Aegon's interest pricked, he waved the others to continue and followed Carl to the crack. The fissure yawned beside the base of a half-collapsed tower apparently melted by dragon heat, then split open, a hand's width wide and bottomless. There's a space below, like a storeroom, but the entrance had been blocked till the collapse opened it. Carl slipped inside first, raising a freshly lit, oil-soaked torch. Aegon followed. At first the gap was tight, then, after a few meters slanting down, it widened sharply. Flickering light revealed the scene. A small stone chamber, walls smooth, unadorned, no living quarters. In its center sat rows of oval objects, each the size of a man's head, sheathed in dull, grey, stone-rough shells, lifeless. Eggs. Dragon eggs. And Aegon's gaze raced over them, his pulse quickened. Well over 100, packed tight, filling the room. Though they looked like river stones, their shape, size, and the faint whiff of brimstone and ash betrayed their birthright. 7 Save us! Henry, squeezing in behind, gasped, round face stunned. So many, stone eggs. Dragon eggs, Henry. Petrified ones. Carl's voice shook not with fear, but raw thrill. I saw a single one in a Pentashi merchant's treasure vault, worshipped like a holy relic. Even petrified, collectors in Volantis and Bravus would pay kingdoms for them. Priceless? Aegon stepped closer, fingers brushing one cold, rough shell. He seemed to feel a faint, sleeping tremor. Not physical, more a hazy resonance in the blood. He knew their worth went far beyond curios. Daenerys Targaryen, his aunt only in tale, had hatched 3 such eggs in fire and blood and launched her conquest of the slave cities. Magic could wake them. Fire and blood could wake them. And he, Aegon Targaryen, carried the purest Valyrian dragon blood, with Ghidorah, a king of monsters from another universe, at his side. In other hands these eggs were dead stones, costly ornaments. In his, they could be war beasts that once more soared and spat flame. The very cornerstone of a future dragon rider legion. Aegon's breath quickened, visions of dragon wings blotting the sun, of castles burning beneath dragon fire, flashed unbidden across his mind. He mastered the surge, withdrew his hand, turned to Carl, voice calm yet iron, "Carl, pick your men. Handle these eggs yourself. Wrap them in the softest cloth you can find, move them gently, lose none. They are our future. Understand?" Carl straightened, meeting Aegon's eyes, and nodded hard. "Understood, Your Grace. My life on it. Henry, help him. Choose only men you trust." "Yes, sir." With his most priceless prize secured, Aegon stepped back into the light. Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, Setting Sail 2. Outside, the search of other areas was also nearing its end. The compiled list of supplies was much the same as before: armor, weapons, and some coins. There wasn't a single intact antique or magical item truly from the depths of the Valyrian Ruins. They were either buried deep or destroyed. But, with a whole ship of petrified dragon eggs, everything was already worth it. After taking inventory, Aegon's gaze slowly swept over the crowd gathered in the clearing of the ruins. Having endured a series of fierce battles, falls from cliffs, escapes, miracles, and betrayals, those still standing here were all survivors with hardened wills. He made a point of carefully counting the people and observing their composition. 108 people. A somewhat coincidental number. About 100 were the original mercenaries, but surprisingly, a few guys wearing Corleone's guard uniforms were mixed in, now keeping their heads down and trying to remain unnoticed. Aegon did not lash out immediately. He had Henry and Carl identify them secretly before calling those few out individually. Facing Aegon's calm yet piercing gaze and the faint hostility of the 100 or so companions around them, the men barely struggled before kneeling to beg for mercy, swearing they had long seen through Corleone's madness and were truly willing to pledge loyalty to Prince Targaryen, who possesses the true dragon. Aegon did not kill them. Building a new team required manpower, as well as benevolence after establishing authority. He made them swear a solemn oath in the name of the gods in public and had Carl keep a secret eye on them, marking their preliminary acceptance. Once everything was settled, Aegon sent out a thought, calling for Xiao Laki. Soon, the pale gold figure came trotting back from the edge of the ruins, its 3 heads seemingly lazy after a satisfied meal. It rubbed against Aegon's calf and automatically climbed into his open arms, seemingly finding this position to have the best view and be the safest. The group set out, carrying their packed loot, retracing their steps back toward the coastal camp. Perhaps the monsters lurking here were also cowering in fear after the pressure exerted by Ghidorah's descent. Or perhaps they instinctively feared the higher-level aura invisibly emanating from the pale gold beast in Aegon's arms. The return journey was unexpectedly peaceful. They only encountered a few stray, lizard-like creatures scurrying in panic, which the vanguard easily dealt with. When the crude but intact coastal camp reappeared in their sight, many mercenaries felt as if a lifetime had passed. On the shallows by the camp, the Quiet and over a dozen other ships of various sizes were still quietly anchored. Only now, those arrogant, silent, and sinister Ironborn figures were no longer visible on the ships. The number of Ironborn left on the ships was small, and they were leaderless. When they saw the group of over 100 people, radiating murderous intent, their armor stained with blood, pushing makeshift trailers laden with supplies, their remaining will to resist instantly collapsed. Some tried to escape in small boats but were shot into the water with captured crossbows by a few former fishermen among the mercenaries. Some attempted a last-ditch struggle but were instantly swallowed by the surging crowd. The battle was brief and without suspense. Aegon stepped onto the deck of the Quiet. This flagship of Crow's Eye was even more unsettling than it looked. The cabins were filled with the smell of blood, mildew, and some sort of decadent incense. The decor was full of the Iron Island's coarseness and Crow's Eye's own twisted, sinister taste. But it was undeniably a sturdy, fast, and good ship. More importantly, Crow's Eye's fleet was of a significant size. There were over a dozen ships, although some were damaged during the previous voyage through the Smoke Sea and by sea monster attacks. The main structures were intact, enough to carry them and their loot. The only problem was there weren't enough people who knew how to sail. Your Highness, among us, those who can handle a ship number less than 10 at most, and they've only ever handled small river boats or fishing vessels. Carl reported with a frown. Just then, Henry ran up excitedly, Your Highness. The hold. There are many people in the hold. They're all locked up. They seem to be mutes. Aegon's heart stirred, and he immediately went down to the hold. In the dim, foul-smelling hold, the sight was heart-wrenching. Dozens of ragged, skeletal people were huddled in the corners, their feet in shackles. When they saw someone coming down, they first huddled in terror, but once they realized they weren't Ironborn, a vacant hope appeared in their eyes. Most chillingly, they opened their mouths and made hee-hee sounds, but their mouths were empty, their tongues had been cut out from the root. Crow's Eye's mutes. Aegon was silent for a moment. These people were pitiable, but right now, they were also the ones to solve the problem. He had Henry find an axe and personally cut the shackles from their feet, then had Carl bring food and fresh water. Facing freedom and food, these mutes were first incredulous, then broke into silent weeping and excitement. They gestured and knelt to kowtow. Through gestures and simple writing, Aegon barely understood. Many of them were captured sailors or slaves forced to serve Crow's Eye, having their tongues cut for various reasons. They were familiar with these ships and could sail them. That was enough. With the guidance of the mutes and the assistance of those among the surviving mercenaries who knew the trade, the dozen or so ships successfully, though with difficulty, adjusted their rigging and slowly sailed away from this cursed coast. Aegon stood on the high poop deck of the Quiet, holding Xiao Lockie, who seemed quite interested in the voyage, its three heads constantly turning to look around as he gazed back. The outline of the Valyrian ruins grew increasingly blurred in the mists of the Smoke Sea, eventually turning into a faint crimson streak on the horizon, like a slowly healing scar. The salty sea breeze blew past, lifting his silver-white hair and brushing against his sharp-featured profile. He turned around, facing west. His gaze seemed to pierce through the endless sea mist and waves, landing on the distant outline of a continent. Westeros. King's Landing. Lannister. Baratheon. Name after name, face after face flashed through his heart, eventually condensing into a cold flame. He raised his head slightly and looked at the flag that had just been raised at the top of the mast, snapping in the sea breeze. It was hastily sewn from blood-stained canvas, the pattern simple and fierce, an abstract outline of a three-headed dragon sketched in white paint against a pitch-black background. Crude, yet it was a beginning. The corner of his mouth curled up into a nearly imperceptible, cold arc. The wind is rising. The wind of the narrow sea, carrying the scent of salt and the faint sound of thunder, was coming from the east. Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Volantis Harbour. The fleet slowly sailed into the port of Volantis. Aegon stood at the bow, his silver hair fluttering in the salty sea breeze. As the oldest colony of the Valyrian freehold, this city, known as the Daughter of Valyria, possessed a uniquely gifted deep-water port. The harbour was bustling and prosperous, with masts like a forest and goods piled high as mountains. The air was a mixture of sea salt, spices, and the stench of sweat. Among the crowds on the docks, some old sailors and traders exchanged meaningful glances. A fleet of dozens of ships and no fewer than 1,000 men had set out, but now only these 100-odd survivors returned, a scene sufficient to cause whispers. Aegon stepped onto the familiar stone pier, which reeked of fish and urine. He had already changed out of his conspicuous Valyrian steel armor, wearing instead a relatively clean set of black leather armor stripped from an iron-born corpse, his silver hair loosely tied back with a leather cord. "Henry," Aegon called out in a low voice. "Here, Your Highness." Henry stepped forward quickly, his fat face still bearing the exhaustion of the voyage, but his eyes were bright. He had also changed into relatively clean clothes, and that war hammer of his had been recovered and was once again slung over his shoulder. Aegon's gaze swept over the anchored ships, lingering for a moment on the Quiet and the two other vessels carrying their most important supplies. "Take half of the brothers and stay here to guard our ships and everything on them. No strangers are to approach. Stand guard in shifts and do not be negligent." "Understood." Henry nodded heavily. "With me here, not even a rat will manage to sneak onto the ship." Aegon turned to the other mercenaries who were disembarking one after another. These men had survived against all odds. Setting foot on solid ground now, their eyes held both the relief of having survived and a longing for the long-lost life on land. "The rest of you may go ashore," Aegon raised his voice. "Go to a dockside inn, take a hot bath, taste fresh food for the first time in ages, and drink some ale that doesn't taste of mold. You've earned it." A wave of suppressed cheering rose from the crowd. However, Aegon's tone suddenly turned cold, his purple eyes sharply scanning every face. "Remember our identity. Until we reach our destination, we are merely an ordinary mercenary group returning from the disputed lands, having suffered heavy losses. Guard your tongues, do not speak of any experiences that should not be discussed." Aegon paused, letting the warning sink into everyone's hearts. "Go ashore in shifts, no more than 20 people at a time. Stay alert, don't go looking for trouble, but don't be afraid of it either. You must return before sunset to relieve the brothers staying behind. Is that clear?" "Crystal clear, Your Highness," the mercenaries responded in unison. Throughout the journey to Valyria, Aegon's prestige had been established imperceptibly. "Carl." Aegon looked toward the lean mercenary. Carl immediately took a step forward. "Your Highness. Take a few of the sharper brothers and come with me to exchange those stones for usable coin." Carl understood immediately and quickly picked out 3 mercenaries who looked the most composed. After giving a few more instructions to Henry, Aegon led Carl and the others into the surging crowds of the docks. The port district of Volantis was vast and chaotic. Merchants dressed in luxurious silk robes hurried past in litters carried by slaves. Half-naked dock workers toiled under the scorching sun, their bodies drenched in sweat, while prostitutes solicited business from the shadows. Beggars stretched out mangled hands. The cries of vendors in various accents, the sounds of haggling, and the shouts of reprimand mixed into a never-ending din. Aegon ignored all of this, leading Carl and the others straight toward the deeper parts of the port district. The buildings here were low and dilapidated, the streets narrow and muddy, and the air even more foul, filled with the smell of cheap alcohol and violence. Their destination was a seemingly ordinary low stone house with a single iron-bound wooden door tightly shut. But those familiar with the area knew that behind this door lay an important hub of the port district's underworld, the lair of Scorpion Tail Kirk. Carl knocked on the wooden door with a specific rhythm. After a brief silence, the door opened. Aegon took only Carl and one other mercenary inside, leaving the remaining two to stand guard outside. Behind the door was a descending staircase leading to a dim basement. Torches flickered and the scent of incense was heavy. Deep in the room, behind a large wooden table, sat a short, stout bald man. His most striking feature was a black scorpion with its tail hook raised high tattooed on the top of his bald head. Scorpion Tail Kirk looked up to size up Aegon, a new face. Making a trade, Aegon replied calmly. Gems for hard currency. The transaction process was simple and direct. Aegon displayed an unquestionable strength. Kirk tried to drive the price down and test the origin of the gems, but ultimately chose to close the deal. A bag of high-quality gems was exchanged for a large bag of gold coins. Pleasure doing business, silver-haired kid, Kirk twitched his lips. Hope there's more stone business next time. Aegon nodded slightly, hung the coin purse from his waist, and turned to leave. Right then. Bang! The door was kicked open violently. A mercenary stumbled in, his face deathly pale. Boss. It's bad. One of our men has been taken. Aegon paused and turned to the newcomer, his brow furrowed. What happened? Speak slowly. Carl grabbed the mercenary to steady him and asked in a low voice. It's the Iron Jaw Gang. The mercenary panted, speaking very fast. The few of us split up outside the Sea Snake Tavern. I went to buy tobacco, and when I looked back, I saw Luke being cornered at the entrance of Mud Eel Alley by some thugs from the Iron Jaw Gang. I heard them shouting that Luke owed their boss, Barry, a massive debt and couldn't pay, so they were going to take his sister to settle it. Luke went crazy and rushed up to reason with them, but he was outnumbered and beaten until he was covered in blood. They're dragging him toward their lair right now. I saw things weren't right and ran here to deliver the news. The Iron Jaw Gang. Carl's face darkened as he looked at Aegon. They're the local snakes of the port district. Their leader is Bonebreaker Barry, and he has 70 or 80 desperados under him who specialize in swindling foreign sailors and mercenaries. I've heard his sister is the mistress of a certain magistrate of the Elephant Party, so he usually acts with great impunity. A cold light flashed in Aegon's eyes. Trouble always arrived faster than planned. He did not have a moment's hesitation. Let's go. He barked the order and was the first to walk out of the basement. Kirk's voice drifted over from behind. The Iron Jaw Gang isn't to be trifled with, silver-haired kid. Barry is a madman. Aegon paid him no heed. Advanced chapter available on TRIN-LUFFY 1898. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Blade of the Port. Aegon led Carl and several mercenaries out of Scorpion Tail Kirk's stone house, their footsteps tapping out a hurried rhythm on the damp cobblestone road. The bustle of the port flowed around his ears, yet it could not mask the surging chill in his chest. You go, Aegon ordered the fastest mercenary by his side, his voice as cold as tempered steel. Gather all the brothers resting on shore and meet at the entrance of Mud Eel Alley. Be quick. Yes. Without another word, the mercenary turned and squeezed into the crowd, vanishing into the flow of people. Aegon said no more, leading the remaining men at a brisk pace toward Mud Eel Alley. Carl followed closely beside him, the muscles on his lean face tense, his hand resting constantly on the hilt of his blade. Mud Eel Alley was a notorious narrow lane deep within the port district. On both sides were low wooden buildings leaning crookedly against each other, never seeing sunlight. Unknown filth flowed on the ground, and the air was a mixture of cheap alcohol, rotting food, and even worse odors. It had always been an ideal place for theft, fencing stolen goods, and dealing with trouble. When Aegon's group arrived at the alley entrance, they happened to witness this scene. 4 or 5 burly gang thugs with bare chests and exaggerated tattoos were shoving and dragging a person toward the depths of the alley. The person being dragged was none other than one of the mercenaries who had gone ashore to rest, a young man named Luke. Aegon remembered him. Back in the ruins, it was he whom Crow's Eye had threatened with a dagger to the throat to force Aegon to disarm. Aegon's brow furrowed. At this moment, Luke's face was covered in blood and filth, one eye was swollen shut, and the corner of his mouth was split, yet he was still struggling with all his might, cursing indistinctly. "Let me go! You scum! I said I'd pay the money back! Don't touch my sister!" "Pay back? With what? Let your sister pay for you instead! You pauper!" A thug with a hideous scar on his face delivered a vicious punch to Luke's stomach. Luke doubled over in pain, coughing, yet he still glared deathly at the man. "Boss!" Carl whispered, pointing toward them. Aegon had already assessed the situation. He raised his hand, signaling the men behind him to stop, while he himself took 2 steps forward, his boots making a clear sound as they stepped on the wet stone. "Stop!" The voice was not loud, yet it possessed a strange piercing quality that instantly drowned out the noise in the alley and Luke's groans of pain. The thugs paused their movements and turned their heads in unison to look. Seeing Aegon and the several mercenaries behind him, all with grim expressions and hands on their weapons, looks of wariness appeared on the thugs' faces. The tattooed man in the lead sized Aegon up. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes when he saw Aegon's striking silver hair and cold features, but it was quickly replaced by his usual arrogance. "Who are you?" the tattooed man spat. "Mind your own business. This kid owes our Iron Jaw gang money, and it's only right he pays. If you're smart, get lost and don't go looking for trouble." At this point, the restrained Luke also saw Aegon, and a sudden burst of hope flared in his swollen eyes. "Pri. Boss. It's not like that. They set me up. The interest we agreed on wasn't like this at all. It multiplied several times over. They want to take my sister to settle the debt. She's only 13. Shut up." The tattooed man hit Luke again, then looked at Aegon with a threatening tone. "Did you hear that? Debts must be paid. Our boss, Barry, is the magistrate's brother-in-law. In this Volantis port district, if you're a dragon, you must coil, if you're a tiger, you must crouch. Take your men and go back where you came from. You can't afford to meddle in this." Aegon listened quietly, his face expressionless. Only his violet eyes, in the dim light of the alley, were as cold as jade from a deep pool. He glanced at Luke, whose face was bloody and filled with pleading and despair, then scanned the arrogant thugs. "How much does he owe?" Aegon suddenly spoke, his voice calm. The tattooed man blinked, then grinned to reveal yellowed teeth. "Principal plus interest, 50 silver coins. Why, you want to pay for him? 50 silver coins. For an ordinary mercenary, this was indeed a massive sum capable of crushing a man. Aegon didn't answer the question about the money. Instead, he continued in a voice that was unsettlingly calm, "Release him. I will have the money sent to your boss." The tattooed man and the thugs behind him looked at each other and burst into sneers. "Sent? Who do you think you are? You want to take someone with just empty words?" The tattooed man stepped forward, his finger nearly poking Aegon's chest. "I'll say it one last time, get lost. Or else." "Or else what?" Aegon's voice abruptly turned cold, cutting off the man's bluster. He took a sudden step forward, almost face to face with the tattooed man, his cold violet eyes locking onto the others. "Release him. Otherwise, you and these men behind you will all stay in this alley today, and you'll never walk out." Within those calm words lay an undisguised killing intent. The scar-faced man was intimidated by this sudden aura and instinctively took half a step back, the flesh on his face twitching. He had some modicum of judgment to have become a small leader in the port district. This silver-haired kid and the silent mercenaries behind him carried an aura, different from that of ordinary sailors or thugs. It was the scent of people who had truly seen blood and crawled out from piles of corpses. The atmosphere in the alley tightened instantly, like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Right then. "Oh, quite lively here." A coarse, oily voice with a thick local accent came from the other end of the alley. Accompanied by messy, heavy footsteps, another group of people flooded into the already narrow alley. Leading them was a tall, obese middle-aged man, bald, with layers of fat on his face and small eyes that glinted with greed and cruelty. He wore an ill-fitting silk coat embroidered with gold, left open to reveal a hairy chest and a pair of short-handled iron hammers tucked into his waist, the origin of his nickname, Bonebreaker Barry. Behind Barry followed at least 20 thugs armed with various weapons, instantly blocking off the other end of the alley. The main force of the Iron Jaw gang had arrived. "Boss!" The tattooed man felt as if he'd been granted a reprieve and hurried to Barry's side, pointing at Aegon. "It's this kid. He wants to meddle in Luke's business and even threatened us." Barry narrowed his small eyes into slits, scanning Aegon, particularly when he saw Carl and the others. His brow furrowed for a moment before smoothing out into a nauseatingly hypocritical smile. "I wondered who was so bold as to disrespect me, Barry." Barry spoke slowly, his voice sounding like a dull knife scraping against a whetstone. "Turns out it's a bunch of fresh faces. Which sewer did you crawl out of? Do you not know the rules of the Volantis Port District?" He paused, his gaze landing on Aegon's face, his tone carrying a patronizing arrogance. "Kid, I see you've brought quite a few men. I'll give you some face today. I'll take this debtor with me. As for you, take your men and go back where you came from. I'll act as if you were never here. How about it?" He spread his fleshy palms, looking as if he were being very reasonable. "If you don't appreciate the gesture." The smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by sheer coldness. "Then don't blame me for being unkind. I, Barry, have been in this port for over a decade. I've crushed more hard bones than you've seen people. Dare to ruin my business, and I'll make sure you and the people behind you won't be able to survive in Volantis." Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 50, Chapter 50, Night of Murder. The naked threat carried the arrogance and certainty characteristic of a local tyrant. The alley was dead silent. There was only the faint clamor from the distant port and the heavy, uneven sounds of breathing nearby. Aegon silently and slowly turned around, looking at the group of mercenaries behind him. Luke, pinned to the ground, heard Barry's words and saw Aegon's turning back. The small flame of hope that had just ignited in his eyes flickered violently like a candle in the wind, then suddenly went out. He lowered his head resignedly, his body no longer struggling, only trembling slightly. Barry's thick lips curled into a scornful arc, and the thugs behind him let out sounds of ridicule. Carl and the mercenaries behind him gripped their weapons, their eyes focused on Aegon. They were waiting, and they were observing. How would this prince, who had just announced he would lead them to glory, choose when faced with the threat of a local tyrant? Would he weigh the pros and cons and temporarily back down, or? Aegon glanced at the mercenaries, whose expressions varied. Weighing the pros and cons? Calculating gains and losses? Assessing the cost of conflicting with a port local tyrant? No. Those belonged to the mercenary Lottie Hayne, who lived in humble submission, constantly looking over his shoulder. But the one standing here now was Aegon Targaryen. A leader who needed to prove to his followers that he was worthy of their lives and loyalty. Some things, he could not retreat from. Some lines, he had to draw. A cold killing intent flashed in his violet eyes. At the moment when everyone, including Barry, thought he was struggling to weigh his options or perhaps preparing to back down. Aegon suddenly spun around. His movement was as fast as lightning, his silver hair cutting a cold arc in the dim light. The ordinary long sword at his waist suddenly sprang from its sheath as he turned. Zhang! A clear, sharp sword cry echoed in the narrow alley, drowning out all other noise. The sword tip rose, drawing a cold gleam through the air, and finally pointed steadily and directly at Barry, the fat and arrogant leader of the Iron Jaw Gang, who was a few meters away. Aegon's face was hard as stone, and his violet eyes held unquestionable resolve. His voice was not loud, yet every word was clear, ringing out forcefully, carrying a declarative resonance that echoed throughout the mud-eel alley. Now, you listen to my rules. Release the person, hand over the girl and the IOU you seized, immediately. Otherwise. His wrist gave a slight tremor, but the sword tip remained perfectly still, locked onto Barry's throat. All of you will stay here today. The instant his voice dropped, it was as if a fuse had been lit. After a brief silence. Roar! Behind Aegon, the previously silent mercenaries, including Carl, suddenly erupted in long-suppressed roars of fury. Their eyes were instantly ignited by fervent fighting spirit and the rage of having been insulted. The frustration of long-term struggle in the lower ranks, the terror of life and death recently experienced in Valyria combined with the excitement of survival, and the shock and thrill that their boss had actually drawn his sword for them. All these emotions mixed together, transforming into a primal roar. Screw them! Did you hear that? Release the person! Iron Jaw Gang scum! Come on! More footsteps came from the alley entrance. The mercenaries previously sent to gather reinforcements surged in, bringing over 20 comrades who had been resting nearby and rushed over immediately upon hearing the news. Although their clothes were slightly disheveled, and some even held half-eaten bread or wine skins, every face bore the ferocity and cold indifference of those who had just returned from hell. Their eyes were sharp as knives, and they automatically fanned out behind Aegon, blocking the alley entrance. Weapons were drawn one after another, the gleam of blades chilling. In just a few breaths, the situation was reversed. The members of the Iron Jaw Gang, who had originally enjoyed a numerical advantage and arrogant demeanor, were now trapped from both sides in the narrow mud-eel alley. The killing aura emanating from the foreign mercenaries opposite them who had just seemed easy to manipulate, an aura forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, mixed with the solidarity of standing up for a comrade, struck the hearts of every Iron Jaw Gang thug like a tangible icy tide. The fat on Barry's face trembled violently, and his small eyes were filled with shock, anger, and a hint of imperceptible panic. He hadn't expected the other party to actually dare to draw a sword, nor had he expected this group of seemingly down-and-out mercenaries to possess such cohesion and momentum. Barry's face turned pale in the gloom, and the thugs behind him also felt the palpable killing intent, cold sweat seeping from their weapon-gripping hands. Just as the tension was at its peak, threatening bloodshed at any moment. Wait! Hold on, everyone! Gentlemen, let's talk this out! A slightly hoarse voice suddenly interjected, breaking the tense standoff. Scorpion Tail Kirk, leading a few subordinates, slowly stepped out from the shadows at the other end of the alley. The scorpion tattoo on his bald head looked particularly vicious in the dim light, but his face wore a complex smile, somewhere between smooth-talking and warning, as his gaze swept over the two sides poised for battle. Oh dear, Boss Barry, and this, silver-haired friend, why take things this far? Kirk's voice carried the distinct husky accent of the Port District. He first waved his hand toward Barry, signaling him to calm down, then turned his gaze to Aegon, his eyes holding a hint of scrutiny and an imperceptible warning. He walked between the two, neatly separating their clashing gazes. First, he leaned toward Barry and lowered his voice, his tone containing a familiar complaint. Barry, my good brother, look at this situation. For a small-time debtor, do you really want your dozens of elite men to fight to the death with this bunch of desperados who just crawled out of a pile of corpses? Is it worth it? Listen to me, the Tiger Cloaks patrol will be changing shifts here soon. If this escalates, the governor won't be pleased, right? The flabby flesh on Barry's face twitched. Kirk's words had hit a sore spot. Fighting to the death with this group of mercenaries who had nothing to lose would result in heavy losses even if they won, not to mention alarming the official authorities. Next, Kirk turned to Aegon, his tone becoming relatively calm, but his words carried significant weight. This friend, one look tells me you're a man meant for great things. The saying "a strong dragon does not suppress a local tyrant" holds true. Boss Barry has been operating in this port for many years, and his connections are deeply entrenched. You've just arrived, all you want is wealth and passage. Why start a deadly feud the moment you step ashore? Give Kirk some face, take a step back, and the world is vast. What do you say? As he spoke, his finger casually rubbed a seemingly ordinary gemstone ring on his waist. Aegon listened expressionlessly, the coldness in his violet eyes not dissipating because of the persuasion. Barry let out a heavy snort, using the opportunity to back down, and roared with feigned ferocity, "Fine. I'll give Boss Kirk face today. Kid, consider yourself and your men lucky." He waved his hand and shouted to his subordinates, "Release that pauper." Luke was released and stumbled toward Aegon, where he was supported by a mercenary. Barry glared fiercely at Aegon, pointing a finger vaguely at him, "Kid, I remember you. In Volantis, even a dragon has to coil. We'll see about this." Having said that, he quickly left the alley with his subordinates, muttering curses, their backs showing a hint of panic. Only then did Kirk turn around, facing Aegon. The businessman's smile returned to his face, but his eyes were sharp. "Young man, although Barry likes to boast, his sister is, after all, the mistress of a certain governor. There's always some connection there. You still need to anchor and resupply here. There's no need to completely burn your bridges." His words sounded like advice, but they also highlighted the underlying stakes. Aegon withdrew his gaze from the alley entrance and focused on Kirk, speaking calmly, "I accept Boss Kirk's favor." His voice betrayed no emotion. Kirk smiled, about to say a few more words to lighten the atmosphere, but when he met Aegon's violet eyes, his smile slightly froze. There was no gratitude, no compromise, only a bottomless, icy coldness. The previous killing intent had not dissipated, it had been forcibly suppressed, like a fierce beast temporarily retracting its claws. Kirk's heart sank. He realized that his mediation had only postponed the storm, not quelled it. Aegon ignored Kirk, turning instead toward the still shaken Luke. Luke struggled, wanting to kneel and beg, "Prince. My sister." Aegon raised a hand, stopping his subsequent words. "Say no more." His voice carried an unquestionable decisiveness. He glanced at the sky, which had completely darkened. The lights of the port district twinkled in the distance, illuminating his stern profile. He spoke quietly to Carl, his voice low but clearly audible, "Take 2 quick-witted, fast-footed comrades and follow them. Find out the exact location of their lair, their manpower, and their entrances and exits. Be back before it's completely dark." A sharp glint flashed in Carl's eyes. He immediately acknowledged the order, selected 2 men, and they silently melted into the night. Next, Aegon turned toward the mercenaries behind him, silent yet restless, their eyes burning with fire and excitement. His gaze swept over every face, and then he raised his voice. Every word struck the silent night sky like a cold iron hammer. "Go back. Change into the armor we brought back, take up your most suitable blades, and check your bows and crossbows." He paused, a nearly imperceptible, cold curve hooking his lips. "Tonight is a night for murder." The command was given. There was no cheering, only a suppressed and synchronized sound of weapons being drawn or gripped tightly. Bloodthirsty light erupted in the mercenaries' eyes. They silently and swiftly dispersed, like a wolf pack receiving instructions from the alpha wolf, heading toward the docks to prepare. Kirk stood rooted to the spot, watching Aegon's composed, commanding back, then looked at the group of murderous, swiftly moving mercenaries, instinctively touching his bald head. He understood that a certain corner of Volantis was destined to run red with blood tonight. This young man with silver hair and violet eyes was definitely no ordinary person. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to expand his territory? Shaking his head, he also quietly retreated into the shadows with his subordinates. Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, Blood and Slaughter 1. Night had completely swallowed the port of Volantis. On board the Quiet, moored at the pier, the light of torches cast flickering shadows across the deck. Aegon stood at the bow, already clad in his suit of pitch-black Valyrian steel armor that shimmered with a metallic luster. A dark red cloak was fastened to his left shoulder with an iron clasp, its hem fluttering slightly in the salty night breeze. Black and red. The colors of House Targaryen. He slowly drew the long sword from his waist, a blade meticulously selected from the piles of iron-born corpses. The blade was heavier, its edge finely honed, gleaming with a cold, hard light under the torchlight. With a light flick of his wrist, he tested the grip and balance of the sword. Satisfied, he sheathed it with a steady clink. The crisp sound of metal friction was exceptionally clear in the silent night. Behind him, on the deck and the pier, over 50 mercenaries stood ready, fully equipped. They had donned plate and mail stripped from the Ironborn and Corleone guards, which had been given a cursory cleaning. Although some of the armor was slightly ill-fitting for the shorter or taller mercenaries, the protection it offered was a world away from their previous tattered leather or lack of armor altogether. Iron helms sat upon their heads, shields were gripped in their hands, and they were fully armed with swords at their waists and crossbows on their backs. Beneath the moonlight and torchlight, a forest of steel stood in silence, broken only by the occasional clinking of armor plates and suppressed breathing. The air was thick with the scent of rust, grease, and a restless anticipation of impending bloodshed. Aegon looked up at the night sky above the port, tinted a dull red by the city lights. The stars were hidden, it was a good time for business. "Your Highness, everything is ready," a mercenary's voice sounded behind him, low and steady. Aegon nodded slightly. On his way back, he had visited a Tiger Party officer responsible for the night security of this port district, using a ruby of middling quality but sufficient dazzle. The gem had bought a tacit promise: tonight, no Tiger Cloak patrols would pass through this area. As for whatever news broke tomorrow, gang warfare? A vendetta? Who knew? The Tiger Party and the Elephant Party were always locked in a struggle. Perhaps they would be glad to see a faction connected to an Elephant Party magistrate suffer a setback, even if it was just the brother of a mistress. "Your Highness, let me go too." Henry squeezed to the front, carrying his signature great iron hammer, his chubby face filled with an eagerness for battle. The wound on his arm had been simply bandaged and set, seemingly not affecting his strength to swing the hammer. Aegon glanced at him, his gaze sweeping over the fleet moored nearby, especially the ships carrying the dragon eggs and vital supplies. "Henry, you and the rest will guard our ships and everything on them," his voice brooked no argument. "This is just as important. There must be no mistakes." Henry opened his mouth to speak, but seeing the unquestionable look in Aegon's eyes, he swallowed his words and heavily thumped his breastplate. "Yes. Rest assured, Your Highness. The ships will stand as long as I do." Just then, several dark figures, like civets blending into the night, silently and swiftly approached from the shadows of the pier district. It was Carl, whom he had sent to scout, along with 2 mercenaries. "Your Highness," Carl panted slightly, speaking quickly but clearly. "I've scouted it out. The Iron Jaw Gang's hideout is 2 blocks away, a brothel with a sign that says Pink Dream. It has 3 floors and a courtyard in the back. The front door faces the street, the back door leads to a narrow alley by an open sewer, and there's a side door usually used for deliveries. There are about 30 to 40 men inside. Barry is there too, drinking on the second floor. Most of them aren't wearing armor, and their weapons are just within reach. I didn't see any proper sentries, only 2 drunks leaning against the front door, yawning. The intelligence was clear and concise, everything indicated the enemy was completely unprepared, immersed in their nightly revelry and the habit of bullying the weak. Very well. A cold light flashed in Aegon's eyes. Without further hesitation, he turned to the standing troops. Move out. The clanking of armor plates suddenly intensified as over 50 mercenaries, armed to the teeth, moved like a silent giant serpent of steel. Under Aegon's lead, they quickly and orderly left the pier, disappearing into the labyrinthine, dark alleys of the Volantis port district. Their footsteps were intentionally lightened, but the piercing killing intent seemed to freeze the air as they passed. The sign for Pink Dream cast an ambiguous yet murky glow, illuminated by the candelabra hanging at the entrance. Faint music and the sounds of men and women flirting drifted through the cracks in the door, mixed with the scents of cheap perfume and alcohol. Aegon stopped at the mouth of an even darker alley opposite the brothel and raised his hand to give a few simple signals. The mercenaries immediately dispersed in silence like well-trained hounds, swiftly and precisely occupying the front door, the back alley, and the side entrance. Crossbowmen notched their bolts, their cold arrowheads aimed at every window from which someone might escape. Luke. Aegon looked at the young man beside him, whose eyes were bloodshot and whose body trembled slightly with excitement and hatred as he gripped his sword hilt. Take 10 men and breach from the front. Remember, your primary objective is to find your sister and ensure her safety. Yes, Your Highness. Luke practically squeezed the words from his throat. Taking a deep breath, he violently waved his hand and led 10 mercenaries, all wearing equally murderous expressions, charging like tigers released from a cage. No longer hiding their footsteps, they crashed into the ajar wooden door of Pink Dream. Bang crash! The loud crash of the wooden door shattering instantly drowned out the decadent music. Who's there? Fuck! You dare cause trouble here? The startled and angry shouts had barely begun before they were drowned out by more piercing screams and the clashing of metal. Inside, just as Carl had said, most of the Iron Jaw gang thugs were either drinking and carousing with prostitutes or shouting at the gambling tables, their weapons left carelessly at their feet. Faced with the sudden intruders clad in cold iron armor and with eyes full of killing intent, they were momentarily stunned. A thug wearing only a shirt and with a fleshy face tried to grab a dagger from a table, but Luke's sword swept down with the sound of wind, and blood splattered. Another reacted, lifting a wooden stool to smash against a mercenary, but the stool shattered against the mercenary's plate pauldron. The mercenary merely swayed before thrusting his blade into the man's stomach with a backhand strike. The short clicks of crossbow mechanisms sounded amidst the din, and figures on the upper floor trying to look out or grab weapons fell one after another. The battle, if it could even be called that, was almost a one-sided massacre. The gang members who scrambled to fight back found their daggers, clubs, and even their few long swords pathetic and powerless against the mercenaries in full plate armor. Blades striking the iron armor only sent sparks flying, while the mercenaries' precise and ruthless slashes and thrusts brought forth a spray of blood with every strike. Aegon did not enter immediately. He stood at the shattered entrance, his bright red cloak fluttering slightly behind him in the inflowing night breeze. The Valyrian steel armor, reflecting the chaotic firelight from within and the dim light from without, flowed with a dark and cold luster, making his tall figure look like a god of death emerging from the darkness. His violet eyes calmly surveyed the scene of slaughter inside, showing not a hint of emotion, only a bottomless indifference as if he were watching a play that had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, a blood-soaked and disheveled figure came scrambling toward the door. It was the thug leader with the hideous tattoo on his face from earlier that day. His face was filled with extreme terror, as if he wanted to rush out to call for help or escape. However, as soon as he burst through the shattered doorframe, cold blades struck from both sides. The two mercenaries guarding the door didn't even spare him a second glance, their swords, already poised, crossed and slashed like shears. The tattooed man's shout came to an abrupt end. His body froze in place before collapsing limply, blood spreading rapidly beneath him. His terrified eyes stared blankly at the silver-haired, black-armored figure in the night outside. Aegon's gaze did not linger on the corpse for even a second. The night breeze blew past, carrying a heavy scent of blood and gently tugging at the red cloak on his shoulder. The clamor and screams inside quickly grew sporadic and then subsided completely, leaving only suppressed sobbing and pleas for mercy. Advanced chapter available on TRIN-LUFFY 1898. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Blood and Slaughter 2. Carl strode out from inside and whispered to Aegon, "Your Highness, the cleanup is complete. We cornered Barry in a room on the second floor and captured him. There are also some irrelevant people. How should we handle them?" Aegon nodded slightly, then stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the front hall that had already turned into a slaughterhouse. The corpses of Iron Jaw gang thugs lay scattered across the floor, their blood staining the ornate carpets and luxurious decorations. A dozen or so disheveled prostitutes, pale with terror, along with a few unlucky patrons who had clearly only come for pleasure, were pinned into a corner by gleaming blades, trembling so hard they didn't dare breathe loudly. Barry's arms were pinned behind his back by two tall mercenaries, forcing him to kneel firmly in the center of the hall. His expensive silk coat was torn, his face was bruised, and blood from an unknown source stained his bald head. His portly body shook violently with fear. When he saw Aegon walk in, his small eyes widened to their limit, filled with unbelievable horror. "It's you! You dare, you!" He was incoherent. He never imagined in his wildest dreams that the silver-haired boy from earlier that day, who seemed like he might compromise, would lead a group of death gods to storm his lair at night. Bang! A mercenary nearby unceremoniously smashed a fist into his mouth with ruthless force. Barry let out a miserable scream as several bloody teeth flew out along with spittle. His remaining threats and curses turned into painful whimpers. Just then, Luke came down the back stairs, supporting a thin, fragile young girl in tattered clothes. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old, her face pale and her eyes red and swollen from crying. She had some bruises on her body, but she didn't seem to have suffered more serious harm. She clung tightly to her brother, her body still trembling. When Luke saw Barry forced to his knees, a bone-deep hatred erupted in his eyes, but he took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the urge to rush forward and tear him to pieces. Supporting his sister, he walked quickly to Aegon and knelt on one knee without hesitation. The girl followed suit, kneeling in a daze. "Your Highness!" Luke's voice was hoarse yet incredibly firm. He looked up, his eyes glistening with tears, but no longer showing weakness, only a flame of absolute resolve. "From this day forward, Luke's life belongs to you. Whether it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, just give the word and I won't even flinch. You saved my sister's life as well. Our family owes you 2 lives." The girl also timidly looked up. Her terrified gaze, like that of a startled fawn, passed over her brother's shoulder and landed on Aegon. The flickering firelight reflected off that ferocious and majestic black armor, the blood-red cloak on his shoulders, and above the cloak, that profile handsome as a deity amidst the interplay of shadow and fire, yet cold as frost, and those violet eyes that seemed to contain both stars and ice. The scene at this moment was like a red-hot branding iron, searing itself deeply and permanently into her young soul. Aegon lowered his eyes, looking at the brother and sister kneeling before him. He remained silent for a moment before speaking, "Rise." His voice was still steady, devoid of much emotion, yet it carried a reassuring power. Luke kowtowed heavily before pulling his sister up and stepping aside, though his gaze remained fixed on Barry. Aegon's gaze finally fell upon Barry, who was pinned down, face smeared with blood, tears and snot flowing from fear and pain. When Barry met that gaze, he shuddered, the fear of death instantly overwhelming everything else. He no longer cared about his dignity as a boss or his sister who was a mistress to a magistrate. He struggled like a mangy dog, wailing for mercy in a muffled, toothless voice, "Spare, spare me! My lord! Master! I was wrong. I was blind. The money. I'll return it all. Double. No, I'll give you all my money. Let me go. Please let me go. My sister won't let you get away with this." His pleas for mercy turned into desperate threats at the end. Aegon watched his performance expressionlessly and slowly gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Screech! The long sword was unsheathed once more, its cold luster reflecting Barry's face, which had instantly turned paper white and was filled with extreme terror. He twisted his body in vain, trying to retreat, but was held down firmly by the mercenaries behind him. Aegon raised his wrist, the tip of the sword steady. There was no redundant talk, no declaration of judgment. Only a move that was as concise as it was ruthless. Hand raised. Sword fell. A cold flash of light, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the night sky. Barry only felt a chill at his neck, followed by an indescribable agony and a strange sense of lightness. His final vision was of the spinning ceiling, the floor, the firelight, and the silver-haired figure who stood there sheathing his sword, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Thump! The portly head rolled onto the floor, the disbelief, terror, and confusion still frozen in its wide-open eyes. The headless body convulsed as the mercenaries let go. It slumped to the side, blood gushing out and quickly staining a large area of the floor. Aegon flicked his wrist, shaking the blood droplets from the blade, and returned the sword to its scabbard. The movement was smooth and natural, as if he hadn't just severed a head, but merely cut through a withered branch. A dead silence filled the hall. There was only the crackling of the burning torches and the stifled sobs of the captives in the corner. Carl glanced at Barry's corpse, then at the dozens of terrified prostitutes and patrons in the corner. He hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to ask in a low voice, "Your Highness, those people, how should they be handled?" He was referring to the captives who had nothing to do with the Iron Jaw gang. Aegon turned around, his indifferent violet eyes sweeping over the corner crowded with terrified men and women. When his gaze swept over them, it was like being brushed by ice. They trembled even more violently, someone even wet their pants, the stench of urine mixing with the smell of blood. There was no scrutiny, no screening. Aegon's lips moved slightly, and his words, cold and devoid of any emotion, were spoken clearly, echoing through the blood-soaked hall. "Leave none alive." Carl looked up in shock at Aegon. He was not a soft-hearted man, but to slaughter these people who were clearly just ordinary prostitutes and patrons. However, when he saw the deep, pool-like calm and resolve in Aegon's eyes, he understood instantly. No witnesses could be left. Not a single one. Barry was dead, and the core members of the Iron Jaw gang were almost entirely slaughtered. But the news must not leak out so quickly or in such detail. Especially, it must not be known that it was done by a well-equipped foreign mercenary group of dozens of elites. They still had to stay in Volantis for supplies and might even face a possible investigation from the Elephant Party. The Tiger Party's tacit approval was based on the ambiguity of a gang war. If they left these tongues who had witnessed everything, there would be endless trouble. Furthermore, who could guarantee that among these seemingly innocent captives, there weren't one or two remnants of the Iron Jaw gang disguised as patrons, or associates of Barry's other businesses? Screen them one by one? Torture them to identify each other? Aegon didn't have the time or the patience for that. In the Valyrian Ruins, on the edge of life and death, the most profound lesson he had learned was, either don't do it at all, or do it thoroughly. Mercy was for the victors and one's own people. For enemies and potential threats, there was only total destruction. Luke was the first to react. There was not a hint of hesitation in his eyes, only absolute obedience to Aegon's command and a nearly twisted intent to kill, to completely purge all the filth associated with hurting his sister. He abruptly drew the long sword he had just recently sheathed and strode toward the group of captives, his face as cold as iron. The other mercenaries, seeing this, only wavered for a split second before a ruthless glint also flashed in their eyes. They were all men who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They understood the stakes. To His Highness's orders, they simply executed. "No. Don't kill me. I'm innocent. I just came for a drink. Please. I won't say anything. I'm not with them." Ah! Brief, desperate wails, cries, and pleas for mercy rang out again, more shrill than before, yet more short-lived. The glint of blades flashed in the corner, accompanied by the dull thuds of steel entering flesh and the crisp snaps of breaking bones. Aegon stood with his back to the slaughter, his red cloak hanging quietly behind him. He listened to the sounds behind him, the expression on his face unchanging, as if it were merely the whimpering of a night wind blowing through ruins. Soon, the last whimper vanished. A bloody stench so thick it was nauseating filled almost every inch of air in the hall. "Pile them up," Aegon's voice rang out again, breaking the silence. The mercenaries silently began to move the bodies, stacking the mangled corpses of the Iron Jaw gang thugs, Barry, and the prostitutes and patrons in the center of the hall, forming a small mountain of flesh. Ale and wine from overturned barrels mixed with the blood on the floor, soaking the carpets and wooden floorboards. A burning torch was thrown onto the pile. Whoosh! Flames instantly surged upward, greedily licking at everything flammable: wood, fabric, hair, flesh. Amidst the crackling pops, the intense firelight turned the entire hall of pink dream bright red and illuminated the night outside the door. The raging firelight reflected off Aegon's Valyrian steel armor, casting a strange glow where heat and cold intertwined. It reflected deep within his violet pupils, yet it failed to ignite even a hint of warmth. "Let's go." He took one last look at the all-consuming flames, turned, and led the way into the deep night outside. The red cloak traced a resolute path behind him, like a drop of blood. The mercenaries followed quickly, withdrawing silently and swiftly. Just as they had come, they soon blended into the maze-like dark alleys of the Volantis Harbour district. Leaving behind only the brothel being rapidly swallowed by flames, which began to make louder sounds of collapsing, and the lingering stench of burning and blood in the air. This long and bloody night was far from over. But this den of filth, along with all the sins and witnesses within, would turn to ash and become a negligible wisp of smoke in the countless dark legends of Volantis along with this great fire. Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, The Blood Sworn. The morning air in Volantis was thick with the cloying scent of syrup, spices, and the sea breeze. And a faint, lingering smell of something burnt. Aegon was sitting on the second floor of a street-side eatery in the Port District, with several local breakfast specialties laid out before him. Fried dough balls soaked in thick syrup, millefeuille dusted with powdered sugar, and a cup of hot sheep's milk with excessive honey. He speared a fried dough ball and popped it into his mouth. The sweetness instantly overwhelmed his taste buds. It was sickeningly sweet. Most Volantine food was sweet, but compared to sleeping rough and eating meagerly in the ruins, this was already excellent. The pink dream is nothing but a shell now, the tiger cloaks say it was a gang war. Barry hit a snag this time, even his sister couldn't save him. The buzzing chatter provided Aegon a measure of relief. As expected, the incident was categorized as a gang conflict, and no one investigated further. Either the ruby had been properly used as a bribe, or the Elephant Party magistrate simply didn't care about the life of his mistress's brother. Henry, sitting opposite him, was also enjoying his breakfast. He ate with the unrestrained manner of a mercenary, yet still maintained basic etiquette. He noticed that Aegon's food hadn't been touched much and asked with concern, "Your Highness, is it not to your liking? Would you like to try this crisp bread? It's sweet, but quite fragrant." "No need." Aegon put down his fork and wiped his mouth. "How are the men resting?" Henry immediately set down his food and answered earnestly, "They've all recovered. The injured have been treated by a doctor, and their spirits are high. They're just restless and keep asking what the plan is next." "Pass on my order," Aegon said, rising and tossing down a few copper coins. "In 1 hour, everyone is to assemble on the deck of the Quiet." "Yes, Your Highness." Henry immediately accepted the order. Leaving the eatery, Aegon's thoughts returned to the problem that had troubled him, blood flame. In the Valyrian Ruins, the black and red flames had responded to his call, chilling to the bone yet capable of burning everything to ash. But after leaving the ruins, no matter how hard he tried, the power refused to respond again. Was it a magical condition achieved accidentally? Or a bloody sacrifice? He recalled Daenerys's process of hatching the dragon eggs. If he could reproduce some kind of blood fire ritual under more controllable conditions. The thought made his heart race, perhaps he could try using this method to hatch those dragon eggs. But reason immediately warned him that the blood flame in the ruins was the product of a curse, wild and uncontrollable. Using it to hatch life? That would be playing with fire. He needed knowledge, control, and, most importantly, an absolutely safe testing ground. In the afternoon, the sun was scorching, and the sea breeze, carrying a salty odor, billowed the sails of the Quiet. Over 100 warriors stood solemnly on the deck. Having survived the horrors of Valyria and the bloody night in Volantis, the confusion of scattered mercenaries was gone from their eyes, replaced by the composure and sharpness of men who had faced death. Aegon stood before them, his silver hair particularly striking in the sunlight. He was not wearing his conspicuous Valyrian steel armor, but only a sharp black outfit. "We survived the cursed land of Valyria," his voice, calm yet clear, reached every man's ear. "We eliminated the obstacles before us in Volantis. But this is far from enough." His gaze swept over their faces, the life of a mercenary, living hand to mouth, risking your lives for a few silver coins, being ordered around like stray dogs. "Haven't you had enough of this life?" A low murmur rose among the ranks, and the eyes of many men sharpened. "I, Aegon Targaryen, have never aimed merely to scrape by on the shores of the narrow sea." Aegon's voice was not loud, but it carried the force of a proclamation. "My gaze is fixed upon Westeros, upon the Iron Throne. And this path requires a truly loyal, brave, and trustworthy army, not a temporary collection of mercenaries." He paused, letting his words sink into everyone's heart. "Today, we shall give this company a name and a soul. From this moment forth, we are no longer them, but us, the blood sworn. Our oath shall not be sworn in the name of the gods, but witnessed by the blood we have shed together, the death we have faced together, and the future we are about to create together." Aegon looked at the faces before him, faces that had walked out of the Valyrian hell together. They shared the experience of surviving death, held a vague hope for the future, and even possessed basic discipline. But it was not enough. Over 100 mercenaries, hailing from all corners, accustomed to living dangerously and fighting independently, were still fundamentally disparate. They needed a bond stronger than a monetary contract, an identity more profound than a temporary leader. They needed a soul, a name, so that every man, when swinging his sword, would know clearly who we were and what we were fighting for. Merely announcing a name was hollow. It required an infusion, a brand. Aegon thought of the Dothraki blood riders, a bond that transcended the lord-vassal relationship and was almost like blood brothers, whose core ritual involved the exchange and sharing of blood. He also recalled the ancient tradition of swearing a blood oath practiced by heroes in his previous life. Mixing the blood of different individuals, either by drinking it or smearing it, symbolized connected destinies and shared fortune and misfortune. In an ignorant age, this kind of ritual, imbued with primitive religious and mystical elements, often generated an unimaginable spiritual cohesion. Perhaps he could draw inspiration from it, but it needed modification. The Dothraki blood riders were too personalized and sacred, making the concept unsuitable for an armed group. And simple ancient oaths lacked the specificity and the unique imprint of him, Aegon Targaryen. He did not want brothers sworn in equality, but an army centered around him, possessing powerful cohesion and fighting will. The ritual needed to be solemn, memorable, capable of inspiring belonging and honor, and, crucially, it had to define the relationship between loyalty and leadership. The blood sworn, the name was set. Therefore, the oath and ritual should revolve around blood and oath. He would have every man's blood literally flow together, allowing them to see their mutual blood mingling. This was more than symbolism, it was a powerful psychological suggestion that from this moment on, the blood flowing through them was no longer unrelated. The content of the oath had to be concise, powerful, and straight to the core, encompassing strength, loyalty, and a shared goal. A blueprint quickly formed in Aegon's mind. Simple, but sufficient. In this world, the raw methods that strike directly at the human heart are often more effective than intricate designs. What he wanted was to dye this group the same color and brand them with the same mark. He signaled to Carl to bring up a wooden basin, then drew his dagger, cut a gash into his palm, and let the blood drip into the basin. In ancient times, oaths required the drinking of blood, symbolizing connected destinies and shared sincerity. Today, our blood mingles together, meaning that from this day forward, we share life and death, honor and disgrace. Henry was the first to step forward, cutting his palm and dripping blood. Next came Carl, Luke. The warriors dropped their blood into the basin one by one. When it was the turn of the representative of the silent men, the old sailor, he showed no hesitation either. Aegon had previously asked them why they chose to stay, and the old sailor gestured in reply. The respect and sense of home Aegon gave them were more precious than uncertain freedom. These ships were their only refuge and the place of their skill. When the last man had dripped his blood into the basin, Aegon plunged his hand into the blood, smeared 2 lines of the mixed blood onto his cheeks. The oath of the blood sworn. The sword is our word. His voice was steady and strong. Loyalty is our soul. We are brothers. By blood and fire, the oath is sealed forever. The sword is our word. Loyalty is our soul. We are brothers. By blood and fire, the oath is sealed forever. The men swore in unison, the sound echoing over the harbor with an unprecedented sense of unity. After the ritual ended, Aegon instructed Carl, inventory the supplies, inspect the ships, and prepare to set sail. Our next stop is the Stepstones. Yes, Your Highness. Aegon took a final look at the outline of Volantis. The blood oath was sworn, and the foundation was laid. Next, it was time to set sail and acquire the first cornerstone, the 500 sets of plate armor hidden in the Stepstones, enough to equip an army. As for his thoughts on the dragon eggs and blood flame, he buried them deep in his heart, waiting for the right time and method for verification. Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Lys. Days later, in the middle of the narrow sea, the port of Lys. The fleet slowly sailed into the city's harbor, famous for its perfumes, slave trade, and hedonistic pleasures. Unlike the grand and bustling trade port of Volantis, the air in Lys harbor was filled with a peculiar scent, a sweet mixture of floral fragrance, cosmetics, and sea water. Most of the ships docked at the pier were ornately decorated, with vibrant patterns painted on their sails, and the sailors' attire was more flamboyant and showy than elsewhere. Choosing to stop in Lys for resupply was a planned decision. From Volantis to the Stepstones, directly crossing the central narrow sea, though the shortest route, carried the highest risk. That sea area was riddled with reefs, rampant with pirates, and prone to unpredictable weather. The mercenary Luke, now he should be Luke of the Blood Sworn, showed an unexpected side of himself when planning the route. Your Highness, Luke explained respectfully before the nautical chart, his finger tracing the map, my father was a captain from Bravus. I often followed him on his voyages when I was little, so I'm quite familiar with route planning. From Volantis, head diagonally west to Lys first to replenish fresh water and food. Lys is one of the free cities, making resupply convenient. Also, sailing north from Lys to the Stepstones, we can follow a relatively familiar trade route, avoiding several notorious dangerous reef areas and storm-prone zones. Although it adds a day or two, it's safer. Only then did Aegon realize that Luke and his sister were not native to Volantis. They were originally the children of a reputable captain from Bravus. Several years ago, their father encountered a natural disaster during a voyage, his ship was destroyed, he died, and their family fortunes declined, with creditors pressing them. Their mother had died early, and out of desperation, Luke had no choice but to leave Bravus with his young sister to seek refuge with a distant cousin in Volantis who was rumored to have become wealthy. However, they didn't find the cousin. Instead, they were targeted by the Iron Jaw gang, tricked into an unpayable debt, and with no other option, they gritted their teeth and signed the mercenary contract to Valyria, which was practically a death sentence. Now, the hideous scar on his body had long healed, but the mark of the blood sworn was deeply etched into his heart. The route was thus decided. At this moment, the fleet anchored at the docks of Lys. Inside the Quiet's captain's cabin, Aegon watched Ghidorah, who was curled up on a specially made soft cushion, now the size of a small pony, its three heads gently rising and falling in sleep. The pale golden scales remained the base color, but they subtly emitted a restrained, heart-stopping energy fluctuation. Through their mental connection, Aegon could sense a chaotic satisfaction and a slow yet steady growth. He had previously tried to inquire and received some vague feedback. It seemed that in the Valyrian Ruins, Ghidorah instinctively devoured or absorbed some kind of essence remaining after the dead dragon, formed by blood magic and vengeful spirits, was annihilated. For Ghidorah, an entity from another universe that grows by absorbing radiation and other high-energy forms. The magical energy, magical creations, or the remains of certain powerful beings in this world, after being transformed by its own unique rules, could actually become nutrients to promote its growth and accelerate its decompression and adaptation to this world. It was as if it originally needed to consume nuclear radiation, but now it could digest magic power. This was undoubtedly good news, though it was a rare opportunity. Watch over it carefully. No one is allowed near this room, and no curious actions are permitted, Aegon sternly ordered the two blood-sworn warriors guarding the door. These two warriors were carefully selected, with steady temperaments, few words, and absolute loyalty to Aegon. They nodded heavily, hands on their sword hilts, like two guardian deities. Having arranged the guards, Aegon then disembarked with Henry and two other alert blood-sworn soldiers. Carl was on duty this time, responsible for the fleet's safety and managing the brothers resting ashore. Following the rules established in Volantis, they rotated in shifts, maintaining vigilance. "Your Highness, where are we going?" Henry asked, somewhat uncomfortably, looking at the distinct architecture and the scantily clad, languid pedestrians on the streets of Lys. The two accompanying soldiers also perked up their ears. "Perfume Garden," Aegon stated the destination, his steps unwavering. "Perfume Gar." Henry was stunned for a moment, then his plump face flushed crimson, like a cooked lobster. His eyes darted around, and he mumbled, going to that kind of place." The other two soldiers were initially startled, then exchanged glances, a knowing, ambiguous smile that all men understood playing at the corners of their mouths. They quickly composed themselves, maintaining their vigilant posture, though their eyes held a hint of eager anticipation. Aegon's face showed little emotion, but his mind was rapidly sifting through the true purpose of this trip. After the system was regularized in the Valyrian Ruins, its functions indeed became much clearer. In addition to the status bar and map guidance, the lottery system was also divided into two types. Myriad Realms Lottery, bound to check-ins at high difficulty, high risk, and usually extremely important or special locations. Rewards come from all the myriad realms, with an extremely high upper limit, but also great risks. Moreover, the refresh of check-in locations seems to have no fixed pattern, making them rare opportunities. The check-in deep within the Valyrian Ruins, which rewarded Monsterverse, King Ghidorah, belonged to this category. Now, that check-in location had refreshed, and looking at the cold yet tempting text on the system panel. Myriad Realms Lottery, check-in location, Westeros, King's Landing, Red Keep, Iron Throne. Aegon's eyes grew slightly cold. This check-in would likely have to wait until he truly fought his way back to Westeros and sat on that damned chair. Native World Lottery, these check-in locations seem to refresh randomly, usually triggered when he arrives at or approaches a region with specific significance. The difficulty is relatively lower, but the rewards are completely random, potentially coming from any corner of this world. They could be knowledge, items, skills, or even things of unknown use, all depending on luck. This time, as the fleet approached Lys Harbor, a new golden light spot quietly lit up on the system map, marked precisely as Perfume Garden. This was Aegon's true purpose for coming here. Resupply was secondary, this check-in opportunity could not be missed. As for the reputation of the Perfume Garden itself, he was not an innocent youth, but at this moment, he had no romantic inclinations. Along the way, the open, even indulgent, atmosphere of Lys assailed them. Lightly dressed, brightly adorned men and women openly flirted on the streets, embracing and kissing were common sights. Even in the shadows of some alleys, intertwined figures and suppressed gasps could be glimpsed. The red on Henry's face barely faded. He tried not to look directly but couldn't help but steal glances from the corner of his eye, then quickly averted his gaze as if burned. The two soldiers, however, watched with great interest, marveling, but discipline kept them in formation, not allowing them to be lax. After passing through a bustling street, a large square appeared ahead. In the center of the square stood a white marble statue of a goddess, 3 or 4 people tall. The goddess had a plump and graceful figure, a charming face, and long flowing hair. Most importantly, she was completely nude, in a languid and seductive pose, one hand gently resting on her chest, the other reaching downwards, inviting endless imagination. This was the goddess of lust worshipped by the people of Lys. Beneath the statue, some devotees or tourists piously or casually stroked the statue's base, even placing flowers and coins there. The two blood-sworn soldiers couldn't help but whistle, while Henry almost choked on his own saliva, coughing violently several times, his ear tips turning completely red. Aegon merely glanced indifferently, then walked around the statue towards the other side of the square. There was a magnificent complex of buildings surrounded by high walls and lush greenery. The carved iron gate stood open, guarded by sentries in light armor holding spears. The men and women entering and exiting were all sumptuously dressed, many with silver or golden hair and exquisite features, clearly indicating their wealth and nobility. Aegon's pure silver hair, in this place, actually seemed less conspicuous. Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, The Beggar King and the Princess. To Aegon's slight surprise, the guards standing straight at the entrance with expressionless faces and hollow eyes were actually unsullied. These eunuch warriors from Astapor in Slaver's Bay were famous for their absolute loyalty, harsh discipline, and fearless fighting style. They were extremely expensive slave soldiers. Using unsullied to guard a place of pleasure spoke volumes about the wealth and taste, or rather, the perverse sense of humor of the master behind this perfume garden. Handing a few silver coins as admission to the receptionist at the door, Aegon and his group entered smoothly. The unsullied inside didn't even spare a glance at the weapons they carried. As long as they didn't cause trouble, the rules here seemed quite lax. Stepping into the garden, a more intense and sweet mixed floral fragrance hit them, mingled with the scents of fine wine, food, and a more hidden, decadent air. The courtyard was exquisite, with winding corridors, trickling water, and fine sculptures and comfortable couches everywhere. Beautiful maids and young men in light, elegant clothing moved like butterflies, or sat beside guests with charming smiles. Soft music and ambiguous laughter drifted through the air. Aegon's outstanding looks and conspicuous silver hair, combined with the presence of guards behind him, immediately attracted many gazes. The girls in the perfume garden had eyes that sparkled, boldly throwing him flirtatious glances. Some noble women resting also stopped their conversation, half hiding their faces with fans, watching him with burning gazes and whispering appraisals. Even a particularly revealingly dressed, still charming middle-aged woman walked over with a swaying posture. "This handsome gentleman looks like a new face, is it your first time here?" The woman's voice was soft and seductive, as she leaned almost against Aegon, her fingers seemingly brushing against his arm. "How boring it is to be alone. Why don't I show you the true charms of Lys?" She breathed like orchids, her eyes enticing. Behind him, the two blood-sworn soldiers tried hard to stifle their laughter, their shoulders shaking slightly, their eyes screaming, "His Highness is amazing." Henry, on the other hand, acted as if facing a great enemy, quickly stepping forward half a pace, wanting to block her but not daring to completely, his face turning even redder as he looked at Aegon as if for help. Aegon's face appeared calm and cold, but in truth, the tips of his ears were slightly warm. He was not a stone, such blunt and explicit teasing was a first for him across 2 lives. He could feel his cheeks burning slightly, but his strong willpower forced him to suppress that bit of embarrassment and instinctive restlessness. He turned slightly, avoiding the woman's touch, his voice steady yet polite, but with a clear distance. "Thank you for your kindness, madam, but I have important business and cannot be disturbed." Having said that, he didn't wait for her to speak again, signaling to Henry and the others to walk straight toward the deeper part of the courtyard, the core area marked by a golden light on the system map. Leaving the woman somewhat stunned, she then stamped her foot unwillingly, her gaze becoming even more heated as she watched Aegon's tall back. "Business first," Aegon muttered to himself, clearing those floating stray thoughts and fixing his gaze firmly on his destination. "Check in, get the reward, and then leave this place of floating thoughts and trouble as quickly as possible." He was here for business. Meanwhile, on a small single-masted sailing ship heading toward the port of Lys. The salty sea breeze, carrying the sweet floral fragrance unique to Lys, drifted into the dilapidated cabin ahead of time. Daenerys wrapped her faded, coarse cloth cloak tightly around her and walked to the side of her brother, Viserys, who was standing at the bow, trying hard to straighten his back. Her pure and youthful face bore the fatigue of a long voyage, her purple eyes looking toward the increasingly clear, brightly lit port in the distance. The faint music coming from there and the dilapidated silence here felt like 2 different worlds. "Brother," her voice was soft, carrying a hint of unease, "why are we coming here?" "Lys, will the people here really help us?" Viserys turned his head. He had the Targaryen family's signature silver hair, but it looked somewhat dry due to lack of care. His face still showed the handsome contours of the past, but it had been deeply etched by long-term anxiety, anger, and malnutrition, with pale skin and sunken eyes. The purple velvet coat he wore, once magnificent but now with worn and frayed edges, was the kingly dignity he insisted on maintaining. Hearing his sister's question, especially the confusion hidden in her tone, Viserys' chin lifted slightly, and he spoke in a tone that tried to sound profound and hopeful but was actually thin and hollow. "Dany, my dear sister, you know too little of history. Lys, this city, has ancient origins with our Targaryen family. Our great-great-grandfather, Viserys Targaryen II, visited Lys as an envoy when he was still a prince. He won the friendship of the most powerful family in Lys at that time. They even entered into a marriage contract. See, this is the power of blood. This is the mark our family left on this land." He became more excited as he spoke, a sickly flush appearing on his pale cheeks, his eyes shining with an abnormal light. "Now, I, Viserys Targaryen III, the lawful king of the 7 kingdoms, the blood of the dragon, am here in person. Those Lysane nobles, magisters, and wealthy merchants, as soon as they hear of my arrival and witness the grace of the dragon's heir, they will surely remember the ancient pact, the glory of dancing with the dragon kings. They will prostrate themselves, offering their fleets, their gold, their swords, begging me to allow them to swear fealty and help me reclaim everything that belongs to us." His words drifted in the air, completely out of place with the saltiness of the sea breeze. Daenerys watched her brother quietly. She remembered the last time in another city-state, her brother had also said how the Magister there would treat them warmly, but in the end, they only received a perfunctory dinner and a few silver coins, barely enough to buy bread. She remembered how, on the busy streets, her brother would talk about the Iron Throne to a drunken sailor, only to receive mockery and shoves in return. Wandering, begging, watching people's faces, from one free city to another, like rootless duckweed, like a beggar begging for honor. "Brother, can we stop doing this? I don't want to go and beg them anymore. I'm tired. Brother, I want to go home. Can we find a place to settle down, even if it's a bit broken, a bit small, as long as it's our home?" Home. This word was like a red-hot iron, suddenly searing Viserys' most sensitive nerve. The pride he had barely maintained on his face collapsed instantly, replaced by a distorted fury. He spun around, his eyes wide and bloodshot, staring intently at Daenerys. "Go home. You want to go home too? Hey!" His voice suddenly rose, sharp and piercing. "Daenerys! Open your eyes and look. Where is our home?" His trembling finger pointed suddenly toward the pitch-black distance across the narrow sea. "Our home is in Westeros. In the Red Keep. On that Iron Throne." He was almost screaming, "But it's occupied by the usurper. Occupied by that filthy boar." In his rage, he violently waved his hand, knocking the simple rag doll Daenerys was holding, which she had sewn herself, to the ground and then kicking it away. The doll rolled to the edge of the ship's railing, covered in stains. Daenerys cried out and tried to pick it up, but was roughly shoved against the railing by Viserys, her thin shoulder hitting it painfully. "Dry your tears, Daenerys." He lowered his voice, but it was even more terrifying. "Dragons do not cry. We were born to take back what belongs to us. Before we reclaim the Iron Throne, we have no home. Any weak thoughts are betrayal." He shook Daenerys's thin body frantically, the old fabric making a sharp tearing sound due to the violent movement. Daenerys was shaken so hard she couldn't stand steadily and fell onto the cold, fishy deck. Tears fell silently as she curled her body, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, her mind a blank, leaving only cold fear and helplessness. She looked at her brother's distorted face, it was so strange, so terrifying. Viserys looked at his sister crying on the deck, and his movement suddenly stiffened for a moment. His chest heaved violently, and a flash of complex emotion, perhaps guilt, passed so quickly through his eyes that even he might not have noticed it. But it was immediately drowned by deeper irritation and stubbornness. He snorted heavily, as if to dispel some thought he shouldn't have. "Remember your identity. You are Daenerys Stormborn, a princess of Targaryen. If you don't want to wake the dragon's wrath again, don't let me hear these weak words again." He finally roared these words and turned away abruptly, not looking at Daenerys again. His back was straight, but it was full of desperate fragility and madness. Daenerys curled up on the deck, the cold sensation seeping through her thin clothing. She looked at her brother's back, a huge sense of loss and hesitation overwhelming her. Home turned out to be such a luxurious and unreachable dream. She didn't even know what to do next, only instinctively feeling cold and afraid. The small boat rocked slightly in the waves, continuing toward the port of Lys, toward the city famous for perfume and desire. Not far away, the magnificent silhouette of the perfume garden was already in sight. Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, Maegor's Gift 1. The central area of the perfume garden was partitioned by an exquisite openwork iron archway, through which the deeper courtyards and more magnificent architectural silhouettes were faintly visible. 4 guards stood on either side of the archway, their armor etched with intricate patterns and their eyes as hollow as those of the Unsullied in the outer garden. As Aegon approached, two of the guards crossed their spears, blocking his path. "Halt!" The guard's voice was flat and devoid of emotion. "The inner courtyard is not open to the public today, the Magister is receiving honored guests." Aegon paused slightly. He hadn't expected to encounter such a cliché scenario in a place so renowned for its openness and indulgence. Behind him, Henry was momentarily stunned, while the hands of the other two blood-sworn soldiers moved toward their sword hilts. Just then, "Oh! A new face!" A voice, distinctly frivolous and surprised, came from the other side of the archway. Accompanied by slightly disorganized footsteps, a young noble, surrounded by 3 or 4 attendants, came wobbling over with an unsteady gait. He appeared to be in his early 20s, dressed in the brightly colored silk robes characteristic of Lys. His long, dark brown hair was meticulously curled and draped over his shoulders, his face was lightly powdered, and his lips possessed an unnatural flush. His gaze was initially somewhat blurred from drink, but the moment it swept across Aegon's face, his light brown eyes suddenly lit up. Truly, a stunning face. The young noble made no effort to hide his scrutiny as he looked Aegon up and down, his gaze lingering particularly long on the silver hair and violet eyes. He waved a hand and said to the guards, "Stand down. This Excellency is clearly a noble guest from afar. How could you block him?" The guards exchanged a glance and silently retracted their spears. The young noble turned to Aegon, his face displaying what he believed to be a dashing smile. He bowed slightly. "I am Casimir Antalion. Perhaps you would care to tell me your name and honor me with a drink." "Antalion. A Magister family of Lys." Aegon's gaze calmly met Casimir's undisguised look of inquiry mixed with a certain ambiguous fervor. It wasn't the first time he had seen such a look, but it was the first time it had been so blunt and from a male noble. A trace of icy coldness flickered in the depths of Aegon's eyes. "My hand," he spoke, his voice like tempered steel, "is better suited for holding a sword than a wine glass." He paused, and under Casimir's slightly stiffening smile, continued, "There's no need for names. However, thank you for the intervention. No pleasantries, no small talk, not even an intention to offer a false name. Blunt, cold, and distancing." The smile on Casimir's face completely froze. He clearly hadn't expected that in Lys, after announcing the name Antalion, someone would still dare to be so disrespectful. The expressions of the attendants behind him instantly changed. A burly man with a fleshy face and a neck tattoo stepped forward, pointing at Aegon and shouting sternly, "Impudent! Do you know who you are talking to? Master Casimir's invitation is an honor. You!" Clang! Clang! The swords of Henry and the two blood-sworn soldiers instantly cleared their scabbards by half an inch, the cold sound of metal on metal cutting off the burly man's shouting. The 3 of them stepped forward half a pace, faintly forming a triangular formation to protect Aegon in the center. They didn't roar, they simply stared at the opposition in silence, their eyes filled with the killing intent forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Intimidated by this aura, the burly man's subsequent words got stuck in his throat. Casimir's expression turned completely dark, and his powdered face appeared even paler. Humiliation and rage intertwined in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Aegon, his lips twitching. Just then, "Lord Casimir, what a pleasant surprise! Are you here chatting with a guest from afar?" A soft, sweet female voice interjected perfectly. Everyone's attention was drawn toward it. A graceful beauty approached, accompanied by 2 maids. She possessed the signature lustrous long hair of the Lysane, which was delicately tied into a bun, revealing her slender neck. Her skin was a smooth honey color, and she wore a light violet silk dress covered by a translucent, pearl-grey gauze robe. Her features were finely sculpted, her almond-shaped eyes were large and charming, and her full lips, painted with pale purple rouge, were currently curved into a flawless, sweet arc. Upon seeing the newcomer, Casimir's gaze instantly tore away from Aegon, the gloom in his eyes quickly replaced by fervor. "Miss S.A. Melis! Why are you here? This ill-mannered brat!" S.A. Melis first cast a smile at Casimir, her voice soft. "Casimir, why get so upset over a trifle? With your status, to take issue with a guest from afar, wouldn't that be beneath your dignity?" Her words seemed like a reconciliation, yet they cleverly positioned Aegon as someone not worth taking issue with, while simultaneously giving Casimir a way out. "I heard the commotion from afar and came to see." Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying the lazy lilt characteristic of Lys. "Casimir, given your position, there's no need to quarrel with a guest from afar who perhaps isn't yet familiar with our Lysane hospitality, is there?" Casimir's expression shifted, and he seemed to want to say more, but S.A. Melis had already charmingly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, 2 special guests have arrived in the garden today. Have you seen them? They, orphans from across the narrow sea. That prince, he is truly..." She paused perfectly. "Targaryen." Casimir's attention was indeed captured, his face showing a mix of disdain and curiosity. "Humph, nothing more than stray dogs." Aegon's gaze narrowed slightly as he listened to their conversation. "Targaryen? How could that be?" Taking advantage of his distraction, S.A. Melis lightly tapped his arm with her fan, her tone intimate yet urging. "Very well, there are several lords waiting for you inside. Go in quickly, don't keep them waiting. I will take care of hosting this guest." Pushed by the beauty's soft words and hearing that several lords were waiting, Casimir hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, he gave Aegon a fierce glare, let out a huff, and led his attendants away into the inner courtyard in frustration. Once Casimir was far away, S.A. Melis turned around to face Aegon again. The perfect smile remained on her face, but the inquiry in her eyes had deepened. "First time at the perfume garden?" she asked, her voice now possessing a more natural warmth. "Master Casimir is simply, naturally passionate about beautiful things. Sometimes he's unavoidably a bit hasty. I hope he didn't disturb you." She stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. "If you don't mind, I can take you inside for a look. The scenery of the inner courtyard is indeed quite different from the outside." Aegon's gaze lingered on her face for a moment. This woman's appearance was too coincidental, her way of defusing the situation too practiced, and her choice of words too precise. She was definitely not just an ordinary maid in the garden. Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, Maegor's Gift 2. He did not respond to her comment about causing a disturbance, merely nodding slightly, "Thank you for your trouble." The smile in S.A. Melis's eyes deepened, and she turned to lead the way. The guards did not stop them this time. Passing through the archway, the scenery of the inner courtyard became even more secluded. Exotic flowers and plants were fragrant, artificial streams babbled, adorned with fountains and white jade sculptures. The fragrances in the air were also more expensive. Occasionally, men and women dressed in luxurious clothes could be seen whispering in the pavilions, but their numbers were far fewer than in the outer courtyard, and the atmosphere was more elegant and secretive. "My name is S.A. Melis," the woman walking ahead said naturally. "I suppose I'm someone who helps manage some affairs in this garden. Judging by your demeanor, you don't seem like an ordinary traveler or sailor. Are you from across the narrow sea? Or further east?" A natural conversation starter, a natural probe. Aegon's steps did not pause, his gaze calmly swept across the depths of the courtyard, where the golden light spot on the system map was now close at hand. He replied indifferently, "Just passing through." S.A. Melis's steps paused almost imperceptibly. She had anticipated many replies, but just passing through? Such a perfunctory answer, he couldn't even bother to invent a fake name? She couldn't help but turn her head, sizing up the young man beside her again. Black clothes, silver hair, a tall and straight posture, walking with silent, steady steps. There wasn't much expression on that handsome, almost inhuman face. His purple eyes were deep, showing only cold scrutiny when he looked around. Facing her beauty and proactive conversation, his reaction was calm to the point of indifference. This man, something is very wrong. And he is very dangerous. It seems you are someone who prefers solitude. She quickly adjusted her expression, her smile flawless, and pointed to a fork in the road not far away. This way leads to the moonlight corridor, where there are fewer people and the scenery is quiet. Or, perhaps you'd prefer to see the livelier Hall of Joy. This way will do. Aegon stopped at the fork, his gaze fixed on the quieter path. I wish to walk alone. Melis was completely stunned. Separate? After she proactively offered to accompany him, he actually requested to part ways? She had always been confident in her charm and skill. In Lys, countless nobles yearned for her favor. Yet this man before her, from the moment he appeared, had shown no interest in her looks, ignored all her conversational probes, was stingy even with his name, and now was explicitly trying to ditch her? A faint sense of frustration and a stronger surge of curiosity welled up in her heart. But she concealed it well, though the smile on her face became somewhat subtle. Of course, please feel free. Although the garden isn't large, the paths are winding. If you require guidance, you may call a maid at any time. No need. After Aegon finished speaking, he nodded slightly to her, turned directly, and walked toward the moonlight corridor, the hem of his black robe cutting a clean arc as he turned. Melis stood rooted to the spot, watching the tall figure disappear without hesitation into the shadows of the corridor, her smile slowly fading. She lightly scraped the silk folding fan in her hand with her fingernail, light and shadow flickering in her eyes. Silver hair, purple eyes, black clothes, a sword-carrying attendant, just passing through, she murmured to herself, a playful curve forming on her lips. It seems the special guests arriving at the garden today aren't limited to just one pair of siblings. The ceiling of the moonlight corridor was entwined with glowing vines, appearing as if moonlight was streaming down even in the daytime. In the small courtyard deep inside, there was a circular pool containing a damaged stone statue, the style resembling a Valyrian relic. Aegon walked to the edge of the pool, temporarily setting aside the tumultuous feelings stirred up by the unexpected news. The check-in location had been reached. The system interface automatically unfolded before his eyes, the golden light spot perfectly overlapping his current position. Check-in location detected, Lys, Perfume Garden. Initiate check-in. Yes. Check-in successful. Drawing reward. Congratulations on obtaining Mager's gift. There was no radiance, no strange phenomenon. Only a cold, heavy sense, like a black gemstone, abruptly branded itself deep into his consciousness. Mager's gift? Aegon frowned and lightly touched it with his mind. Boom! A massive torrent of information, stained with the smell of rust and blood, violently broke through the defenses of his consciousness, pouring in madly and grinding into every inch of his muscle memory. It was the sword. Chopping, blocking, stabbing, slaying the feedback of resistance as the blade cut through armor, bone and flesh, the absolute instinct for muscle tension, footwork and breathing adjustment when facing any enemy or terrain. It was the horse. The ferocious charge of man and beast united, the subtle control of balance when the warhorse reared and turned sharply, the absolute precision of a lance aimed at a shield gap, the cruel art of turning a mount into an extension of slaughter. It was the dragon. Vague, yet imbued with the cold dominance required to control the colossal beast diving, climbing, maintaining balance amidst fire and gale, briefly connecting one's will to the mount. It was close combat. The viciousness of elbowing a throat in a grapple, the agility of rolling to evade upon falling, the crunch of fingers breaking when disarming barehanded, the madness of trading injury for life and life for life in desperation. ferocious, brutal, efficient, precise. Every memory was saturated with blood and killing intent, devoid of flashiness or redundancy, containing only the cleanest, most direct art of war aimed straight at destruction. Ugh! Aegon groaned, his body swaying as he grabbed the edge of the pool. His temples throbbed, his vision blurred momentarily, and countless flashing images of swinging swords, charging war horses, and spraying blood intertwined in his mind. It wasn't pain, but a bloated feeling of being forcibly filled. It was as if a body trained for over a decade had been stuffed with another person's lifelong honed combat instincts. The torrent gradually subsided, settling into a part of himself. Clear information emerged in his mind. Maegor's gift, the combat techniques forged by Aegon Targaryen the Tyrant through a lifetime of killing. No forms, no moves, only the instinct to kill. Aegon gasped, slowly straightening up. In the depths of his purple eyes, a cold light flashed and vanished, returning to the stillness of a deep pool. Aegon Targaryen. Maegor the Cruel. The world only remembers his tyranny as king, but who remembers the trial of 7? When the battle neared its end, Maegor was the only one left on his side, while the opponents still had 2 men. He entered the fray with his sword, fought 2 against 1, and slew those 2 highly skilled knights. Clean, decisive, and without suspense. History books glossed over it. But only those truly knowledgeable could glimpse the terrifying combat ability, hidden by the name of Tyrant, from those few words describing Maegor. Ilion Bright Flame? Duncan the Tall? Daemon Blackfire? Aegon slowly clenched his fist, feeling the new, cold, and violent power surging from the depths of his muscle memory. He had a feeling that, strictly in terms of pure skill in battlefield combat and survival in desperate situations, Maegor was definitely no inferior to any of them. This was one of the combat power ceilings of the Targaryen family. And now, this ceiling-level combat technique had become a part of him. The most obvious supplement was horsemanship. As a mercenary struggling in the lower strata of Essos, a warhorse was a luxury. All his experience came from fighting on foot, riding was limited to basic transportation. This was a fatal tactical weakness. Now, the memories of controlling a warhorse to charge, flank, and coordinate attacks were crystal clear, as if practiced thousands of times. He could even feel the solidness of the stirrups beneath his feet and predict the warhorse's muscle exertion and next point of landing. The weakness was perfectly filled by an incredibly hard steel plate. Aegon closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the damp floral fragrance and ancient stone dust in the courtyard, and slowly exhaled. When he opened his eyes, there was no longer any ripple in them. All shock, comprehension, and assessment were completely contained. He flexed his knuckles, hearing a faint sound. Outwardly unchanged, inwardly transformed. This gift was more suited to his current needs than 10 sets of Valyrian steel armor, a ship full of gold, or even certain magical artifacts. Power never betrays. Especially power that has become instinct. He cast a final glance at the broken Valyrian stone statue in the pool, turned, and retraced his steps. His steps were still steady. But if a top warrior were present, they might glimpse a trace of extremely subtle precision and refinement, the hallmark of a peak predator in the spacing of his ordinary steps, the minute posture of his body, and the angle of his gaze. Aegon passed through the moonlight corridor and returned to the main path. Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Blackfire. Aegon crossed the moonlight corridor and stepped back onto the main path. The newly acquired combat memories settled deep into his muscles, like molten iron slowly cooling and setting, becoming part of his instinct. The cloyingly sweet floral scent in the air and the faint sound of music from the distance seemed to grow stronger. Without stopping his pace, he headed straight toward the archway he had come from. The sign-in was complete, but the unexpectedly acquired power needed time to settle and be digested, and the news of a Targaryen orphan appearing here required further verification. Just as he turned past a cluster of blue-purple irises, the sound of hurried footsteps and low-voiced female conversation came from the corner of the corridor ahead. "Have you heard? Special guests are coming. Martha wants us to check the glazed hall and the largest terrace again. The banquet must be prepared more grandly than the last governor's name day. They're even turning the horse stables into some kind of arena." "Tell me about it," an older, weary-sounding female voice replied. "We'll be busy until midnight again. Those velvet tablecloths shipped from Pentos are such a hassle to organize, not to mention all the silverware." "Shh, quiet, it sounds like someone's ahead." Several young women in light green maid outfits, carrying heavy trays filled with fruit, silver pitchers, and crystal glasses, immediately lowered their voices upon seeing Aegon. They bowed their heads and quickened their pace, passing him by. Aegon's footsteps paused almost imperceptibly. "A banquet? Special guests? Grand preparations?" The special guest and Targaryen orphan that Sa Melis and Casimir had vaguely mentioned earlier. And that banquet about to be held in the perfume garden to welcome someone? He instinctively felt something was wrong. Viserys and Daenerys, they were currently destitute exiles in a foreign land, nearly begging, wandering between the free cities and enduring endless contempt. Why would a magister family of Lys hold a grand banquet for them? A gesture of goodwill? An investment? Or, did they have other motives? Aegon's gaze swept over the retreating backs of the maids, then glanced toward the archway. His departing steps quietly changed direction. He turned slightly, using the shadows of the pillars and dense flowers to follow them silently. The maids did not head toward the outer courtyard, but instead followed a quieter side path paved with pebbles, leading deeper into the garden. They were clearly very familiar with the path, walking briskly and occasionally exchanging a few words, mostly complaining about the heavy workload or speculating on the identity of the guests. The maids crossed several winding paths and finally arrived at a more exquisite and secluded courtyard. The plants here were clearly meticulously trimmed into low green walls, forming natural partitions and barriers. The air was filled with an elegant and expensive incense scent, starkly different from the cloying sweetness of other areas in the garden. 2 guards stood at the entrance of the courtyard, but their posture was much more relaxed than those at the inner courtyard archway, appearing more as a symbolic presence. Perhaps this was a private place where high-ranking figures often gathered, making it difficult for outsiders to approach, so there was less need for internal vigilance. Or perhaps, in their eyes, today's meeting was not some secret that couldn't see the light of day. Aegon slid silently behind a green wall made of dense holly, where a natural depression in the growth provided just enough shadow to hide his figure. Through the gaps in the leaves, he could vaguely see the scene in the center of the courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard stood a large white marble round table with several carved chairs. Silver wine pitchers, crystal glasses, and a plate of fresh fruit were set on the table. Several people were already seated. Aegon's gaze quickly swept over them. With his back to Aegon was a middle-aged man in a deep purple robe embroidered with gold thread. His hair was meticulously groomed, and his sitting posture alone conveyed the steadiness or rather, the arrogance of one long accustomed to high status. Was this the Lord Magister the maids had mentioned? Or some other powerful figure? Casimir and Talion sat to his left. The frivolity was gone from his face, replaced by an expression of fawning and serious listening. Sa Melis sat on the other side. She had changed into a more formal deep blue gown, her long hair pinned up to reveal her elegant neck. She tilted her head slightly, listening to the middle-aged man's words with a perfectly measured smile on her lips. There were also 2 or 3 other men and women of various ages, all dressed in fine clothing, whom Aegon did not recognize. Therefore, Casimir, the middle-aged man's voice came, carrying the slightly drawling elegance characteristic of Lysane nobility, yet with an unquestionable tone. Westerosi-style food, drinks, and entertainment must be prepared as quickly as possible. Especially the tournament grounds and personnel, it must look the part. Do you understand? Casimir leaned forward, a look of well-practiced confusion on his face. "Father, I understand what needs to be prepared. But, exactly what guest is coming that warrants such a massive effort? It surely can't be that pair of begging Targaryen orphans, can it?" He scoffed, his tone full of undisguised contempt. "Viserys Targaryen? The beggar king who even sold his own crown? Ha! If he dares to show up, I wouldn't mind tossing him a few silver coins to see if he can bark like a dog for entertainment." He paused, then added flippantly, "Though I hear his sister, Daenerys, is quite fair. Young as she is, she's already a beauty. If she's sensible and willing to do what she can for us here, I wouldn't mind giving her brother a few more coppers." A few low, accompanying laughs broke out around the round table. The middle-aged man with his back to Aegon Casimir's father, the Magister of Lys, Dorian Antalion, lightly tapped the table, his tone flat but carrying a warning. "Casimir, watch your words. Even in destitution, the Targaryen bloodline is not for you to speak of so lightly." Then his tone shifted, revealing a true contempt that was different from his warning. "However, you are right. A pair of destitute orphans with nothing but empty titles and the long-extinguished legends of true dragons are not worth the investment of House Antalion, nor all of Lys." Casimir and the others looked puzzled. At that moment, S.A. Melis spoke softly, her voice carrying clearly through the breeze with a sense of reserved pride in being part of a secret. "Young Master Casimir may not be aware. The one we are to welcome is not that pair of siblings who have become a laughingstock wandering both sides of the narrow sea." She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone, before slowly uttering the name. "The one we are to welcome is another orphan of the Targaryen dynasty, Prince Aegon Targaryen." The courtyard fell silent for a moment. This Prince Aegon Targaryen is the rightful, most legitimate heir to the Iron Throne after the fall of the dynasty in the west. He did not die in the fires of war. Loyal warriors used their lives and wisdom to save him from the usurper's blade, sending him across the narrow sea to be raised in secret. S.A. Melis leaned in slightly, her voice dropping lower, yet loud enough for Aegon behind the green wall to hear every word. "Now, the prince is about to set out, escorted by Mr. Connington, to come to Lys for a personal meeting with us." Behind the green wall, Aegon's gaze narrowed, and he slowly and silently let out a breath. Deep within his violet eyes, a chill condensed like an eternal glacier. Aegon Targaryen? More like black fire. The fake one is coming. Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 59, Chapter 59 Prince of Lys. Casimir blinked, then frowned. Aegon Targaryen? Isn't he just another orphan? What difference is there between him and that beggar king? Only the name. Difference. S.A. Melis shook her head, a knowing smile playing on her lips as if gently correcting a child's mistake. Her gaze swept the table, her voice was soft yet carried absolute weight. "Young Lord Casimir, the difference is as vast as heaven and earth. Viserys had nothing beyond a calamity-bringing empty title, penniless, wandering, pawning even his dignity. This Prince Aegon, however." She paused, savoring the power in the name, was personally rescued from the Westerosi catastrophe by someone of tremendous reach. And raised in secret by Jon Connington, the knight who once ruled the Stormlands and remained loyal to House Targaryen unto death. From childhood he received the most orthodox princely education, knowledge, speech, arms, and the art of command, all impeccable. More importantly, she leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on the table with poised focus. He enjoys the full support and friendship of Pentos's governor Illyrio. You know Illyrio's wealth and connections. Behind him stands that terrifyingly well-informed friend at the Westerosi court. Their intelligence net blankets the entire Westeros. Casimir and several nobles showed clear interest. Illyrio's riches could move any heart. S.A. Melis read their faces and played her heaviest chip, and, the Golden Company. She spoke as casually as discussing the weather, yet gasps rippled through the courtyard. The undefeated Golden Company that roams the disputed lands has sworn fealty to Prince Aegon. A force of nearly 10,000, superbly equipped and battle-hardened, will be his solid backbone. The company's weight was far more vivid and stunning than mere gold. So, young Lord Casimir, my lords, S.A. Melis purred persuasively, our coming meeting is no simple welcome. It is a partnership that concerns the future, an investment with incalculable returns. In the short term, a Targaryen heir backed by the Golden Company and Illyrio appearing in the narrow sea is a powerful deterrent. She reasoned coolly, when the greedy vultures of Myr and Tyrosh bare their teeth at Lys, they'll think twice. In the long term. A glint flashed in her eyes, though her tone stayed soft. Westeros under the Stag dynasty looks calm yet hides swirling currents. When the time is ripe, this legitimate heir could raise the banner of restoration, supported by the Golden Company's steel and Illyrio's gold. By then, she sipped from her crystal goblet, studying their expressions, our investment will return 100 or 1,000-fold. Trade privileges across Westeros? A few rich castles? Even, higher glory and power. Suppressing her own excitement, she went on, and what Lys must pay is actually little. Publicly acknowledge Prince Aegon's identity and rights, offer courtesy and support, provide ports and supplies when needed. And, bestow upon him the title Prince of Lys, giving him a dignified, stable starting point. Having finished, S.A. Melis breathed lightly, raising her cup again to hide her flushed cheeks. If she could bring this about. She already saw the glorious future, no longer a high-class courtesan shuttling among nobles, but a woman wielding real power like the legendary Black Swan Johanna Swan. Moreover, Prince Aegon seemed unmarried. If she could go further. The thought sent a tremor through her. Enough, Miss S.A. Melis. Governor Dorian Antalion's voice cut through her reverie and quelled the courtyard's restless murmur. Calm as ever, he tapped the table. Everything depends on the bargaining chips and whether this Prince Aegon is worth our wager. The Golden Company's allegiance must be confirmed, Illyrio's support secured, the prince's ability and temperament personally verified. The title Prince of Lys is no gift to be given lightly. Of course, my Lord Governor. S.A. Melis adjusted instantly, perfect smile returning, confidence restored. But I assure you, an alliance with Prince Aegon can only benefit us. Illyrio and his friend have paved the way, the loyalty of the Golden Company and Connington is ready guarantee. This Prince Aegon is a rare commodity. If we hesitate and another city takes him, our loss will be real. Beyond the green wall, Aegon slowly closed his eyes, then opened them. In the violet depths, the last ripple of emotion turned to icy stillness. Golden Company, Connington, Black Fire Blood, Lysane nobles, Illyrio's gold, Varys' spies. What a grand stage! What a superb game of chess! Using his name Aegon Targaryen, they wove a perfect return of the dragon tail to string every power together, pushing a pretender toward the Iron Throne. And he, the rightful heir, was like a rat in the gutter, just crawled from cursed lands with 100 sworn brothers, an unhatched monster, and a clutch of stone eggs, watching from the shadows. Ironic? More than that, it was cold clarity and killing intent spreading from his heart. The pieces were set. The players thought they controlled the board. Then, he stepped back, leaving no trace, and quietly departed the courtyard, heatedly discussing how to invest in the future. Time to see for himself those two relatives who would soon become either stepping stones or backdrop. Then, he would decide how to overturn this seemingly perfect board. Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898. Chapter 60, Chapter 60, Viserys. The port of Lys is always bustling, the salty sea breeze mingled with the scents of spices, sweat and money. Beside the exclusive pier of the perfume garden, the high-masted ships moored there were all adorned with ornate carvings and sails like clouds. The hulls were painted with vibrant crests, the sailors wore tidy liveries, and cargo was being moved silently and efficiently by slaves. This was the threshold of wealth and pleasure. Thus, when that single-masted small boat, its hull blackened, its sails covered in patches, and barely larger than a fishing boat, creaked into the most obscure berth on the outermost edge of the pier, it appeared exceptionally conspicuous. Like a plucked crow that had strayed into a flock of swans. Viserys was the first to step onto the slippery wooden planks of the pier. He subconsciously straightened his back, the purple velvet coat he wore, once magnificent, now frayed at the edges with fading, ashen color, looked even more shabby under the somewhat glaring afternoon sun. He tried his best to make his steps appear composed, gazing straight ahead at those magnificent sails as if he were accustomed to such sights. Daenerys followed closely behind him, nearly stepping on his heels. She was wrapped in a faded homespun cloak, its hood pulled low to hide most of her face, revealing only a sharp chin and tightly pursed, bloodless lips. She kept her head down, her eyes dodging the curious or disdainful glances around them, her small hands clutching the corner of her brother's coat so tightly that her knuckles turned white. The shabby clothing and cowering posture were completely out of place with this port and the garden not far away, from which a sweet, fragrant breeze wafted. An invisible embarrassment, like a cold tide, silently rose, soaking their ankles and spreading upward. Viserys felt his sisters flinch. He turned slightly, using his narrow shoulders to shield her, attempting to block those gazes. This movement made his already upright spine appear somewhat stiff. He took a deep breath, striving to make his expression look calm, even carrying a hint of the indifference that should be there, the indifference of a king visiting his domains. Only a single maidservant waited there. She was very young, dressed in the standard pale green attire of a perfume garden maid, with a well-trained, formulaic smile on her face. Seeing the siblings, she stepped forward and gave a slight bow, a gesture that was standard yet devoid of warmth. "Prince Viserys, Princess Daenerys, welcome to Lys. Please follow me." Only one maidservant. The corner of Viserys' mouth twitched imperceptibly. He looked around. There was no guard of honor, no musicians, no nobles holding flowers and gifts, not even a proper steward. Only this little maidservant, who looked even younger than his sister. This kind of slight was something he had experienced all too often. In Qohor, in Tyrosh, in Volantis, every time he arrived full of hope, he was struck back into the dust by an even more realistic, more bone-chilling indifference. He should have been used to it. But the flame in his heart named Targaryen refused to be completely extinguished. Every time he was treated coldly, it would sear his already battered pride. "My letter of introduction," Viserys began, his voice sounding somewhat dry due to forced control. "The Magister of Lys should have received it by now, shouldn't he?" "It has been received, Your Highness," the maidservant replied, the curve of her smile not changing in the slightest. "The Magister is currently within the garden. Please follow me to have an audience." An audience. This word caused the gloom in Viserys' heart to dissipate slightly. Yes, an audience. A king receiving an audience from a subordinate, this was only logical. Perhaps the Magister intended to express his loyalty in a more formal and private setting? After all, the Targaryen identity was sensitive, a public welcome might attract unnecessary attention, he convinced himself so, ignoring the business-like detachment in the maid's voice, the overly flat tone when she said audience, and the true implication of that word. "Lead the way." Viserys lifted his chin, trying to maintain his aura. The maidservant turned and led the way with light steps. Viserys and Daenerys followed, their old boots making hollow sounds on the polished stone path. They passed through the harbour district, heading toward the renowned perfume garden. The closer they got, the more intense the sweet, cloying scent, a mixture of countless floral fragrances and expensive spices, became, nearly making one dizzy. The ornate carved iron gates stood open, like a lazily yawning giant mouth smeared with bright red lipstick. And inside the gates, the sight made Viserys pause slightly. Unlike the tranquility he expected of a noble's private residence, people were moving to and fro in the garden, exceptionally busy. Servants hurried past carrying massive bouquets, rolls of expensive carpets, and glittering silverware. Further away, craftsmen could be seen building a high platform, the sound of hammers and chisels clinking. Fresh flowers and colorful silks were wrapped around the columns. Everywhere was an atmosphere of bustling luxury, as if final preparations were being made for some grand occasion. This was definitely not an everyday scene. Viserys' heart skipped a beat, then began to quicken uncontrollably. He couldn't help but speak, asking the maid leading the way, "What is being prepared here?" Without turning her head, the maid's voice drifted on the wind, "In response to your highness, it is to welcome a distinguished guest." A distinguished guest. Viserys' eyes instantly lit up. Suppressing the urge to question her immediately, he continued to probe in a slightly hurried tone, "Oh? What kind of guest warrants such grandiosity?" This time the maid paused, seemingly weighing her words, before answering, "It is a royal descendant from Westeros." A royal descendant from Westeros. Who else could it be? On both sides of the narrow sea, besides him, Viserys Targaryen, what other royal descendant from Westeros was worth such a massive undertaking by the Magister of Lys? Confirmed. All of this was indeed prepared for him. To welcome him, the true dragon of Targaryen, the king in exile. The previous slights and the cold reception of being met by only one maidservant instantly had a logical explanation in Viserys' mind. The Magister intended to swear fealty to him in a more private, safer, and grander setting. The current neglect was perhaps for secrecy, or perhaps the subordinates didn't know the protocols. Excitement, like warm wine, rushed to his head, making him feel a bit dizzy, and an abnormal flush appeared on his cheeks. He barely noticed the overly flat, even slightly odd tone of the maidservant's answer, nor did he see the fleeting, almost pitying look on her profile. He was simply immersed in his own deductions and imagination, finding a perfect explanation for it. What does a mere maidservant know? How could she know the true weight of a Targaryen king? I am a magnanimous man, why bother stooping to the level of a servant? He subconsciously straightened his back, and even his steps became lighter, as if that shabby coat had regained its luster. He even took a moment to look back at his sister, who was still following closely behind him with her head down. His brow furrowed immediately. "Daenerys," he hissed in a low voice, his tone carrying a dissatisfied reprimand. "Lift your head. Chest out. Look at yourself. Cowering like that, where is the dignity of a Targaryen princess?" Startled by his shout, Daenerys trembled and hurriedly lifted her head. Her small face was pale, and her purple eyes were filled with unease and bewilderment, like a frightened fawn. "We are about to see the Magister and the nobles of Lys," Viserys continued in the majestic tone he imagined a king would use to instruct his sister. "Remember your identity. You are Daenerys Stormborn, a princess of House Targaryen. Show some poise, let them see the grace of a true dragon's descendant. Do not shame me, do not shame our house." Daenerys's lips quivered as if she wanted to say something, but under her brother's burning gaze, which was filled with a certain illusory euphoria, she ultimately just pursed her lips tighter. Her small hands secretly gripped the rough fabric of her cloak at her side, her knuckles turning bluish-white from the effort. She watched the busy servants, seeing the indescribable glances they occasionally cast their way, and looked at her brother's profile suddenly radiant, yet possessing a strange sense of detachment from their surroundings. The inexplicable unease in her heart, far from dissipating because of her brother's explanation, instead weighed down on her like a heavy dark cloud. This path did not seem to lead to a hall of glory, but rather toward some unknown place she could not see clearly, yet instinctively feared. Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898. Chapter 61, Chapter 61 The Tourney. A handmaiden led the Viserys siblings to a patch of ground hastily cleared deep within the perfume garden. The place had obviously been altered in a rush. The soil had been turned and then tamped down, a waist-high ring of unworked logs formed a crude fence. Several viewing stands were under construction, the lumber cut unevenly, the whole scene a clumsy, chaotic imitation. Viserys' step faltered. This place, felt faintly familiar. As a child in King's Landing he had glimpsed the great tourney ground outside the walls, grand, orderly, banners flying. What lay before him now looked like that proud memory poorly copied and flung into the mud. A makeshift awning had been erected at the edge, cushioned chairs and a table waited beneath it. Dorian Antalion, the Lycaene Magister, sat within, dressed in deep purple velvet, peeling a grape with deliberate grace. At his side stood his son Casimir and Sa Melis among others. When Viserys and Daenerys were brought before the awning, the conversation paused only briefly. Dorian lifted his gaze, nodded in minimal greeting, and did not stop his peeling. No one rose, no one welcomed them, no polite smile was offered. The wordless chill cut deeper than open mockery. The sting of that meager reception doused the illusory fire Viserys had carried since the road. Still, he forced himself forward, chest high. "Your Excellency, my thanks for your hospitality. Lys is unforgettable." Dorian placed the grape in his mouth, wiped his fingers, then said in Lys-accented common, "Your Grace has travelled far, you must be weary. Sit." He indicated a backless, rough-hewn stool. Daenerys pressed close to her brother, nearly hiding behind him. She felt the stares beneath the awning, curious, assessing, sneering like invisible needles. She kept her eyes on her scuffed shoes. Viserys sat stiffly, Daenerys hovered at his side like a frightened hare. "Your Excellency," he began, drawing a breath for the speech he had rehearsed countless times to win allies, "you know the plight of House Targaryen. The usurper holds the Iron Throne, the rightful line is cast into shadow. Yet I, Viserys Targaryen III, have never abandoned my vow to restore our glory." He strove for ringing passion. "Lys is a daughter of Valyria, with your support, coin, ships, a stage to show my mettle. I shall gather loyal swords and strike again. When I reclaim the Iron Throne, Lys shall be the Seven Kingdoms' closest ally, and your line shall know boundless honor." He looked to Magister Dorian, hoping. Even a flicker of interest, a single bargaining word. Only wind sighed through the stands. Dorian sipped his wine and said slowly, "Your ambition is admirable. But Lys is one of the free cities, we do not lightly meddle in the affairs of others. This matter must be weighed at length." Viserys' heart sank. "Your Excellency, the moment slips away. Lannister and Baratheon are not of one mind, the North and Dorne nurse old grievances. If we..." Pfft! A sharp laugh cut him off. It came from Casimir. Arms folded, he wore undisguised amusement. Meeting Viserys' eyes, he cocked a brow, raking his gaze over the threadbare coat and forced composure as if savouring a poor play. Colour flared in Viserys' cheeks, then drained away. Humiliation, fury, and a dawning dread shook him. He turned to Dorian, voice trembling. "Your Excellency, I don't understand. If you prepared all this," he gestured toward the bright bunting and busy workmen. "Surely it was to welcome." The last words stuck, tasting of blood, he dared not speak them. The last ember of hope guttered wildly yet refused to die. "No, no, there must be some mistake." Casimir straightened, barked an exaggerated "ha!" and drew the syllable out in cruel mockery. "Welcome? A grand show? Tell me, exalted beggar king, you didn't think this arena was for you, did you?" He lingered over the title "Your Grace," every syllable soaked in scorn. He stepped closer, eyes like blades. "Where is this confidence? Look at yourself, then look around. Are you worthy?" Each word landed like a slap. Viserys' eyes burned, his teeth ground until he tasted iron. Daenerys wept silently, biting her lip, thin shoulders shaking. "Enough, Casimir," Dorian said levelly. "Royal blood, however fallen, deserves courtesy. Besides, these siblings are not without their uses," he continued, indicating the lists. "For instance, they can appraise this tourney of ours. We remain but newcomers to the customs of Westeros." He looked at Viserys, his tone as if dismissing a dispensable hireling. Since the two of you are here, help me check, does this venue, these rules, have any oversights? When it's done, I'll pay you. Call it sponsorship, call it payment, whatever, no reason you should come all this way for nothing. With that he turned from the Targaryen siblings to Casimir. Your recruited contestants, are they all set? Casimir at once assumed an obsequious smile. Father, rest easy. With such rich rewards, mercenaries, gladiators, even down at heel Westerosi nobles are scrambling to enter. He curled his lip. I'll never understand why Westerosi relish such savage spectacles. Viserys stood like a statue scoured hollow by wind and rain, every drop of blood in him had frozen, leaving only boundless humiliation and biting cold. He wanted to turn and flee this hellish place without a backward glance. He did not. He stayed rooted, even gave a small stiff nod, no sound would leave his throat. Because he needed money. Without coin they could not pay the fare for a ship out of Lys. Without coin they might sleep in the streets tonight, true beggars. The last scrap of royal dignity shattered soundlessly before the needs of survival. The next day the hastily erected arena was brightened with extra pennants and crude coats of arms, and looked almost festive. The stands were divided, the shaded seats closest to the sand were reserved for Lysane aristocrats and rich merchants. Though these languid Lysane nobles privately scorned such barbarous Westerosi entertainments. Curiosity and the fact that the Lord Governor himself had arranged the amusement drew a sizable crowd. Farther out, common citizens and foreign sailors packed in, a deafening, jostling throng. Aegon and 30-odd blood-sworn, now in plain clothes and scattered through the crush, stood among them. Silent and watchful, they seemed alien to the surrounding excitement. Gilded carriages clogged the perfume garden's approach, lords and ladies drifted in with idle smiles, as if coming to a diverting farce. And one of the farce's chief curiosities appeared to be the incongruous pair in the corner. Viserys and Daenerys were not allowed onto the main dais. They had been placed in an unobtrusive nook at the arena's edge, offered no proper chairs, only two rough wooden stools. Daenerys huddled inside her cloak, hood drawn so low it nearly hid her face. She felt the stares from every side, curious, probing, contemptuous, mocking, countless tiny needles pricking her exposed skin. Well-dressed ladies sat in the foremost row, dainty garlands before them, twittering excitedly like bright-plumaged birds. They had heard the romantic tale of the crown of love and beauty, and awaited some champion to seek their favor, turning the bloody contest into a flirtatious game. All of it felt distant yet glaringly painful to her. Daenerys shrank still smaller, praying this suffocating farce would end. Viserys beside her showed neither yesterday's fury nor shame. Every expression had frozen and flaked away, leaving only hollow numbness and stone-like rigidity. He stared straight ahead at the empty sand, eyes unfocused. Soon a discordant fanfare blared, and the hastily improvised tourney began, if tourney it could be called. First came knights in motley armor astride nags, their manners coarse, their gear stained with the grime of years, more pirates than cavaliers. Following some clumsy mock ceremony, they guided their mounts to the stands, bowing to the richly dressed maidens, especially those with garlands, begging a favor and tying a colored ribbon to lance or sleeve. One after another they rode past, grinning, eyes roaming the laughing girls for the prettiest or highest born. Not a single man, not even in passing, glanced toward the small figure in the bleached cloak with a crude garland at her feet. Daenerys kept her head down, staring at the lonely wreath of fresh blossoms before her knees. The flowers were dewy, bright in the sun. Yet no knight looked at her. No blessing was sought from her. No one would fight for her. She was merely an overlooked ornament in a forgotten corner. Tears blurred her sight again, she bit her lip hard to keep silent. Only one thought remained, let it end quickly. Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, The Silver-Haired Knight. The fighting in the arena was crude and chaotic. The clashing of weapons, the cheers and boos of the audience mixed together like a boiling, rusty soup. Daenerys watched blankly. Those blessed warriors, with bright ribbons representing different ladies tied to their helmets and spear tips, collided and hacked at each other savagely in the field. The cheers, gasps, and the occasional mocking laughter from the nearby noble stands directed at the clumsy performances in the field all felt like they were coming through a thick, blurry layer of glass, having nothing to do with her. She only gripped the rough hem of her clothes tighter, her nails digging into her palms, leaving deep white marks. She buried her head lower and lower, almost shrinking into that worn-out cloak, as if she could retreat into a safe shell and isolate herself from all the malicious gazes, those curious, sarcastic, or mocking eyes. In the crowded outer stands, the noise reached a fever pitch, while Aegon stood in silence. His violet eyes calmly swept over the clumsy performance in the arena and across the Lysane nobles on the main stand, who wore expressions of weariness and boredom. Finally, his gaze settled on the almost forgotten, curled-up thin figure at the edge of the field, and the stone-like statue beside her that seemed to have completely lost all life. In his ears, various mocks directed at Targaryen and ridicule toward the beggar king and his sister buzzed like flies, becoming clearer and more piercing. "Look at that princess, she doesn't even dare to raise her head. Targaryen? Ha, a family that should have been swept into the trash heap of history long ago. I heard that brother is still daydreaming about reclaiming the Iron Throne." Henry stood beside Aegon, his fat face flushed red, his chest heaving violently, and his fists clenching until they creaked. He gritted his teeth tightly and squeezed out a low growl of extreme suppression from his throat. "Prince. Boss. They've gone too far. The one sitting over there is..." He didn't finish the sentence, but the surging fire of anger in his eyes and a sense of indignation akin to the official dies for his lord's humiliation were almost ready to burst forth. He stared fixedly at a sailor not far away who was shouting the loudest, spittle flying everywhere, as if he would pounce over and snap the man's neck the next second. A steady and powerful hand pressed down on Henry's shoulder. It was Aegon. There was no expression on his face, but deep within those violet eyes, it was as if 10,000-year-old ice was freezing over, emitting a silent yet heart-palpitating cold aura. The surrounding noisy sounds seemed to be isolated and frozen by some invisible force as they approached him. "Henry," Aegon's voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated the surrounding clamor with an unquestionable calmness. "Follow me. The others, stay on standby." After saying that, he turned, parted the crowd, and walked toward the back of the arena. His steps were steady, without the slightest hesitation. Henry was stunned for a moment, then glared fiercely at the sailor, took a deep breath to suppress his boiling anger, and quickly followed Aegon. The other blood-sworn soldiers scattered in the crowd received Aegon's signal and remained still, but their gazes sharply scanned the surroundings. The back of the arena was a temporary designated area where mud mixed with grass clippings, and weapon racks were stacked haphazardly. A few war horses were being impatiently groomed by grooms. A dozen or so participants waiting to go on or who had already finished and were removing their armor gathered here. Most wore a hodgepodge of armor, carrying the smell of sweat and a crude aura. A greasy-faced steward wearing a leather soft cap was holding a wooden board, checking the list while nodding perfunctorily to several guys complaining that their opponents were too weak or their luck was bad. The sudden appearance of Aegon and Henry was somewhat out of place in this environment. The steward looked up and saw Aegon's sharp black clothes and cold face, which were completely different from the participants. He froze for a moment and instinctively asked, "Who are you?" "No loiterers are allowed here." "Competing," Aegon interrupted him, his voice flat. "Competing?" The steward frowned and looked at the wooden board in his hand. "The tournament has already begun, and the list was set long ago. Now." His voice stopped abruptly when he saw the bright yellow gold coin that Aegon had casually tossed onto the wooden table in front of him, shimmering with an enticing luster. The gold coin rolled half a circle on the table and stopped. The steward's eyes lit up instantly, and the impatience and official tone on his face were quickly replaced by a smile mixed with greed and slickness. He quickly bent down to pick up the gold coin, rubbed it on his sleeve, and coughed, "Well, rules are dead, but people are alive. This. Excellency, you look like you have extraordinary skills. It's our honor to have you join. Please wait a moment, I'll register you right away." Nearby, a middle-aged mercenary who was organizing a well-maintained set of plate armor saw this scene. His eyes rolled as he saw the gold coin and Aegon's extraordinary bearing, immediately sniffing out a business opportunity. He picked up his set of armor and pointed to a brown warhorse nearby that looked fairly sturdy, approaching Aegon with a fawning smile on his face. "My lord, you look like you've come on a whim and didn't bring equipment, right? Look at this set of armor of mine, it's good stuff from Myr, forged not long ago. This horse is also a proper warhorse with steady legs. If you need it, this outfit, horse and armor included, is only 5 gold coins. No, 3. Consider it making a friend." Aegon's gaze swept over the armor and the warhorse. He didn't speak, but simply gave a slight nod to Henry. Henry understood immediately, stepped forward, counted out 3 gold coins from his purse, and slapped them into the mercenary's hand, then unceremoniously began helping Aegon put on the armor. The mercenary happily took the money and also hurriedly helped out. The armor was somewhat heavy but fit reasonably well. The breastplate made a light metallic scraping sound as it was buckled. Bracers, greaves, iron gauntlets, one by one, the cold metal components covered Aegon's body. When the knight's helmet with a visor and a simple plume on top was finally put on, Aegon's entire aura changed. From a cold young man in black, he became a silent and dangerous steel statue. Aegon took a seemingly sturdy oak shield and a blunt-tipped tournament lance handed over by an attendant, weighing them in his hand. Only then did the steward, who had received the benefit, seem to finally recover from the light of the gold coin. Remembering the procedure, he hurriedly raised the parchment scroll and charcoal pencil in his hand. "Wait. Sir. Knight. Your title. You haven't reported your title and origin." Aegon's steps paused slightly, and he turned his head a fraction. Those violet eyes gave the steward a cold glance. "Lottie Hayne." He paused and added the second half of the sentence. His voice was not loud, yet it made the nearby steward and the mercenary who provided the equipment feel an inexplicable shiver in their hearts. "From Westeros." Having said that, he no longer lingered. With a flick of his arm, he completely pulled down the visor on his helmet. The cold metal completely obscured his handsome face, leaving only a narrow eye slit and a few strands of brilliant silver-white hair that hadn't been fully tucked away, hanging from the gap between the helmet and the gorget, fluttering gently in the afternoon breeze. He mounted the horse with clean, swift movements, showing even an indescribable sense of elegance and power. With a shake of the reins, the brown warhorse snorted and took steady steps, carrying him toward the center of the noisy and dusty arena. In the arena, after the initial novelty and curiosity had passed, the Lysane nobles, accustomed to refined pleasures, gradually lost interest in this crude program. The knights and mercenaries thrown together on the field mostly had mediocre martial skills, and their fighting lacked technique, looking more like an amplified version of a street brawl. The cheering became sparse, and the noble ladies began to wave their fans out of boredom, whispering among themselves about other topics. The announcer on the hosting platform also appeared somewhat listless. Just then, an attendant hurriedly ran up to the platform and handed a new wooden plaque with wet ink to the announcer. The announcer glanced at it, and his drowsy eyes suddenly lit up. He cleared his throat and forcefully struck the bronze bell beside him. Clang! The sound of the bell temporarily suppressed the noise in the field. The audience looked up in confusion. In a much louder voice than before, the announcer loudly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, entering next is a warrior from afar. From across the narrow sea, of Westeros. The Hedge Knight, Lottie Hayne. A Hedge Knight from Westeros?" This title made many nobles, who had already begun to doze off or chat, perk up a little bit of interest. After all, this tournament was originally an imitation of Westerosi customs. Perhaps an authentic Westerosi night could be worth watching? Another trumpet blast sounded. Though still somewhat out of tune, it was louder than before. At the entrance, a brown warhorse carrying a knight slowly stepped into the field. The sunlight fell on the knight's cold armor, reflecting a metallic luster that was not dazzling but exceptionally solid. In stark contrast to the previous participants with their mismatched armor and loose postures, this knight sat on his horse with a body as steady as a rock. The arm holding the lance didn't shake in the slightest, man and horse seemed to be one. Even through the visor, one could feel an extraordinary, cold focus. The gazes of some nobles, who had originally just glanced casually, couldn't help but stop. The one who came this time seems a bit different. Aegon ignored the various gazes from the stands and did not ride around the field to show off like other participants, nor did he head straight for the most dazzling noble ladies in the front row. He controlled his warhorse and walked straight toward the side rear of the main stand, that neglected corner. Daenerys still kept her head down, tears having already blurred her vision, and the noisy sounds in her ears felt as if they were separated by a layer of water. Until a shadow loomed over her, accompanied by the steady sound of horse hooves stopping in front of her. A cold and hard object, the tip of a lance, was gently presented below her lowered gaze, stopping beside the simple, somewhat withered wildflower wreath at her knees. Daenerys trembled all over and raised her head slowly and blankly. Tears made her vision a blur. She only saw a tall figure covered in cold armor sitting on a horse, standing quietly before her. The afternoon sun shone from behind him, giving him a blurry halo. Behind the knight's helmet, in that narrow eye slit, she collided with a pair of eyes. Purple. The same purple as hers. But unlike hers, which were filled with tears and confusion, they were like the most distant stars in the coldest winter night, cold and deep. Yet at this moment, they clearly reflected her tear-stained, utterly bewildered face. Her heart skipped a beat at that moment. Who is it? She hurriedly wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand, and her vision cleared a bit. This strange knight just stood his horse quietly before her, his lance held steadily toward her. There were no words, but it was a crystal clear, undeniable invitation. A blessing. He was asking for her blessing. Daenerys instinctively looked at the forgotten, small wreath woven hurriedly from wild flowers at her feet, which had already begun to wilt. She then looked up at the knight's calmly waiting purple eyes. Some surprised and confused low whispers seemed to rise around her, but she could no longer hear them clearly. A strange, warm current with a slight stinging sensation suddenly surged from the deepest part of her cold and desperate heart, crashing through that thick layer of self-isolating glass. Her hands shook slightly as she bent down, picked up that small, humble wreath, and then, with all the courage she could muster and a hint of clumsiness, hung it onto the tip of the lance presented before her. She still remembered the scattered bits of knowledge about tournaments her brother had mentioned while telling stories. In a flurry, she tore a dark red strip of cloth from the inside of her faded old cloak, a piece whose original color was barely recognizable and whose edges were already frayed. It was the closest thing to Targaryen colors she could find. Trembling, she carefully tied this humble black-red strip below the lance head, making a crooked but exceptionally serious knot. Aegon's arm dipped slightly as he steadily withdrew the lance. That small, inconspicuous wreath slid down and settled on his forearm, which was covered in a bracer. The hand he used to grip the lance tightened silently. Through the cold metal gauntlet, he seemed to feel the trembling of the wreath's fragile stems and the weight of the dark red strip, which carried all of a girl's helplessness and her last bit of humble hope. He took a deep look at this girl who had finally raised her head, whose purple eyes had regained a slight glimmer but were also filled with more bewilderment and uncertainty. Then, he turned his horse around. He paid no heed to the startled and uncertain gazes from the main stand, the gradually increasing buzz of discussion around him, or the blatant mockery and confusion. He spurred his horse and entered the center of the arena. The sunlight fell on his dust-stained spalders, on the humble wreath on his arm, and even more so on the tip of that lance, That old black-red strip of cloth, so out of place among the surrounding magnificent ribbons, was fluttering gently in the breeze. He reined in his horse and stood still. The brown warhorse pawed the sand beneath its hooves uneasily. Opposite him, his opponent, a tall mercenary wearing mismatched armor, who was impatiently tapping the edge of his shield with his lance, had also entered the field. He was looking over with ill intent, seemingly thinking this newcomer was just putting on a show and wasting his time to earn the prize money. Aegon's gaze, through the eye slit of his visor, locked onto his opponent. Deep within those violet eyes, the last ripple caused by the siblings' plight and the humiliation suffered by Targaryen had completely subsided. All that remained was a bottomless, icy chill. And a hint of cruel killing intent to put an end to this long humiliation. Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898. Chapter 63, Chapter 63 Yoram Mormont. Aegon's gaze swept over the black and red ribbon fluttering fiercely in the gale beneath his lance tip. Its faded colors seemed to be reignited under the sunlight, leaping with a scorching intensity. He didn't spare it another glance. His right arm sank, and he leveled the 3-meter-plus lance at shoulder height, its tip pointing steadily forward. He squeezed the brown warhorse's flanks with his legs. The beast let out a long neigh, its forehooves churning as it carried him forward, beginning its acceleration. Opposite him, the tall mercenary also roared as he spurred his mount. The pink ribbon tied to his armor fluttered ridiculously. Beneath his visor, the corners of his mouth curled into a cruel, contemptuous sneer. He also leveled his lance, but the tip was slightly raised, locked onto the vulnerable neck area where Aegon's helmet met his breastplate. It was a lethal strike, far beyond the expected conduct of a tourney. In the stands, the Lysane nobles, who had been distracted by boredom, sat up straighter, their attention captured by the suddenly heavy atmosphere and the starkly different charging postures of the two knights. Some even leaned forward subconsciously, their eyes following the two rapidly approaching points of cold steel. Daenerys had long since forgotten to cry. Her hands tightly gripped the edges of her worn cloak, her purple eyes unblinkingly following the silver-haired knight with the flower garland on his arm and the ribbon on his lance. Beside her, Viserys' hollow eyes seemed as if a stone had been cast into them, a faint ripple, one he hadn't even noticed himself, spread across them as his body instinctively leaned forward. The speed of the two war horses reached its peak within just a few dozen paces. Heavy hooves trampled the sandy ground, producing a roar like muffled thunder. Dust was kicked high into the air, blurring the vision of the onlookers, but it could not obstruct the cold gazes of the two men locked onto each other. Closer. Even closer. The crossing happened in an instant. A murderous light glinted in the tall mercenary's eyes, as if he could already see the beautiful sight of his lance tip piercing the other's throat and blood spraying. He even adjusted his angle at the last second to ensure this accidental fatal blow would be perfect. However, boom! A dull, tooth-aching explosion of clashing metal and splintering wood, far heavier than any previous impact, suddenly erupted. There was no sophisticated parry, no fancy evasion. Aegon's lance, like a venomous dragon lunging to bite, struck with a precision that was cold and ruthless. Carrying all the kinetic energy of the galloping horse, he ignored the threat of the opponent's raised lance and drove his own straight and true into the opponent's crudely painted oak shield. No, it wasn't just an impact. It was a penetration. The metal lance head, at the moment of contact, seemed possessed by an invincible will. It tore through the thick wood, snapped the iron reinforcements, and without losing momentum, slammed into the area behind the shield, the joint of the mercenary's left arm guard that he had hurriedly raised to block. Crack squelch. The muffled sound of bone shattering and flesh being forcibly torn by a sharp object was drowned out by the greater sound of the collision and the horse's pained neigh. The mercenary felt an irresistible force surge from his left arm, followed by a heart-wrenching agony. Before he could even process the pain, he was hit head-on like he'd been struck by a battering ram, and was physically lifted off his horse by the lance, which hadn't even broken. His heavy body traced a short arc in the air before slamming heavily onto the sandy ground several meters away like a broken sack, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Thud. The sound was heavy and dull. The entire arena fell silent. Only the riderless horse neighed in terror, dragging its empty saddle as it bolted blindly out of the arena, crashing through the perimeter fence. The dust slowly settled. The people saw the scene clearly. Aegon reined in his horse. The brown warhorse reared up with a loud neigh before its front hooves slammed back into the ground, coming to a steady halt. The front half of the lance in his hand was covered in wood splinters and dark red blood, the tip was even slightly bent. With a casual toss, the lance that had won first blood but was now unusable fell into the dust with a clang. A squire hurriedly ran forward carrying a new lance. Aegon took it. As he gripped it, the cold metal gauntlet rubbed against the wooden shaft, making a faint rasping sound. He slowly turned his horse to face the main stand and the surrounding audience. He leveled the new lance, its tip still tied with that length of black and red ribbon. As his arm moved, it traced a cold arc in the air like an invisible blade, cutting across every face in the stands, whether they were shocked, stunned, or suddenly excited. A few strands of silver-white hair escaped from the gaps in his helmet, fluttering silently in the blood-scented wind. There was a brief, suffocating silence. Then, roar! Deafening shouts, cries of surprise, and whistles erupted like a tsunami, nearly toppling the simple stands. The human thirst for excitement and violence was completely ignited in this moment by a victory so simple, brutal, and efficiently terrifying. Hein! Kill him! Well done! This is a real tourney! Look at that guy's arm! Ha ha ha! The chaotic waves of sound nearly drowned out everything. Daenerys covered her mouth in shock, her purple eyes wide as she looked at the cold figure in the center of the arena, bathed in the clamor and gazes yet seemingly detached from the boiling excitement. The cruelty and decisiveness of that strike just now far exceeded her meager imagination. Viserys had stood up at some point, his hands death gripping the low wooden railing in front of him, his knuckles turning white. His chest heaved as he stared fixedly at the silver-haired knight. In his eyes, where there had been dead ashes, sparks now seemed to be dancing wildly. Is there still someone willing to fight for Targaryen? With the appearance of this silver-haired knight, everything seemed different. The subsequent battles completely departed from the initial monkey fight category. This informal tourney gradually slid into an abyss of blood and cruelty. A gladiator from Mirian stepped onto the field dragging a heavy flail, roaring that he would crush Aegon into pulp, only to have his knee accurately pierced. After falling, his sternum was crushed by horse hooves, and he died spitting blood. A screaming warrior from the Dothraki charged on horseback, wielding an arak and attempting to tear his opponent apart with the ferocity of the plains, only to be run through the throat by a lance. His corpse was dragged a long way by his own horse, ploughing a long bloody furrow in the sand. The fighting grew more intense and bloodier. Broken weapons, shattered armor plates, and spraying blood stained the sands dark red. Primal savagery was awakened in the hearts of the refined Lysane nobles. They cast aside their initial reserve and boredom, frantically cheering for the contestants they had bet on or favored, shouting until they were hoarse. The liberal noble women of Lys let loose completely. Drenched in sweat with eyes like silk, some even excitedly tore off their undergarments or thin chemises, waving them to encourage the warriors bathing in blood, drawing even wilder howls. And Aegon remained standing in the arena, undefeated. Every strike was concise, direct, and efficient, carrying a near instinctual, merciless ruthlessness. The opponent's shields, armor, and bodies seemed to be nothing more than obstacles that needed to be dealt with. There were no superfluous movements, no boasting after victory, only combat, followed by the selection of the next opponent. The cowardly had long since lost their nerve and surrendered. More and more eyes focused on him. Noble women passionately called out the name Hein, throwing flowers, silk scarves, and even jewelry into the arena, which landed on the sand where he passed. Amidst the crowd, a beautiful figure with charming almond eyes narrowed slightly, watching the silver-haired figure with a deep, meaningful gaze as he stood silent as an iceberg while constantly stirring up waves of blood. Her fingertips unconsciously and gently stroked the fine embroidery on her sleeve. Hein. Hein. Her red lips moved, silently repeating the name. Her eyes sparkled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a very subtle light, as if she had discovered an interesting prey. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Aegon had just unhorsed a mercenary captain from the disputed lands who was wearing full plate armor. He used the butt of his lance to heavily strike the opponent's helmet, knocking him unconscious. The announcer at the edge of the field received a new list, and his spirits suddenly soared. He struck the bronze bell forcefully, suppressing the clamor of the crowd, and shouted with all his might, his voice hoarse. "Ladies and gentlemen! Next, another warrior from Westeros will challenge our undefeated Lady Hayne. Let us welcome Jorah Mormont." The hornblowers puffed out their cheeks, blowing a stirring call filled with battle intent, unlike any heard before. The crowd erupted once more in earth-shattering cheers and anticipation. A new bloodshed was about to begin. Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, The Blood-Stained Crown. Jorah Mormont? In the depths of Aegon's cold purple eyes, which seemed to hold nothing but the instinct to kill, a faint, almost imperceptible ripple finally appeared. Opposite him, Jorah Mormont had already taken his position on horseback. He was of a burly build, wearing a suit of semi-old but well-maintained plate armor, with the faint traces of a meticulously polished bear's head sigil visible on his breastplate. His expression was exceptionally solemn at this moment, his brow furrowed, and his rugged face bore the weathering of a long journey and a hint of confusion. He had never heard of the terrifying strength and the extremely cold fighting style displayed by the sellsword knight Lady Hayne, who claimed to be from Westeros. When did such a figure emerge from Westeros? There was no time to think. The horn sounded again. This time, the thundering of the charging hooves was no longer the prelude to a one-sided crushing. The two war horses started almost simultaneously, colliding with a determined momentum. Aegon's charge remained concise and swift, carrying a cold precision. Jorah Mormont's charge, on the other hand, was powerful and heavy, carrying the characteristic ferocity and tenacity of a knight of the north. Bang! Two lances slammed hard into the opposing shields at almost the same instant. This time, no shield was easily pierced, and no lance snapped upon impact. The immense force caused both war horses to neigh and rear up, the riders shaking violently in their saddles before gripping tight to maintain control. Wood splinters sprayed from the point of impact. They brushed past each other and quickly pulled apart, without any pause. Both men reined their horses around to face each other again. Squires quickly brought forward new lances. A second charge. A third charge. Every collision erupted with a heart-stopping roar. The oak shields began to crack under such fierce impact, their leather coverings splitting open. The crisp sound of lances breaking began to ring out frequently, every snap signified a thrilling exchange. The Lysane nobles in the stands had long since forgotten their previous lethargy and arrogance. They stood up, craning their necks, screaming themselves hoarse to cheer, regardless of which side they had bet on. This was no longer a barbaric game in their eyes, but a peak collision of true power and skill, bloody and exhilarating, striking straight at the soul. The Magister of Lys, Dorian, and Casimir were equally shocked. They had intended this as a mere monkey show to humiliate the Targaryen siblings and practice using the grounds, so how had it evolved into such an intense struggle between dragon and tiger? Who exactly was this Lady Hayne who had suddenly appeared? S.A. Melis leaned against a pillar, her slender fingers unconsciously playing with the tips of her hair. Her alluring amber eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the silver figure in the field, especially on that strand of bright silver hair flying from the gaps in his helmet every time he charged or turned. The face of the silver-haired, black-clad young man who had coldly rejected Casimir in the garden yesterday, refusing even to give his name, gradually overlapped with this killing machine before her. Her red lips parted slightly as she murmured inaudibly, "So, it's you." Daenerys had long since forgotten everything around her. Her hands were clasped tightly in front of her chest, her purple eyes following the silver figure closely. Every perilous exchange sent her heart into her throat, and every successful parry or strike sent a strange tremor through her soul. That silver hair, those purple eyes, and the way he fought for her and her brother, or rather, for that black and red ribbon, cast a stone into the long-dead lake of her heart, sending out ripples of unfamiliar, burning emotion. Viserys' gaze was even more like it was drawn by a magnet, unable to shift even a fraction from Aegon. The sickly flush on his face grew heavier, and a fanatical fire burned in his eyes. This is a true Westerosi knight. This is the martial power sufficient to sweep away all obstacles. If he could be used, if such a warrior could be recruited, he could already see the glorious image of himself ascending the Iron Throne, guarded by this invincible knight. In the field, the clash had reached a fever pitch. The brown warhorse beneath Aegon was foaming at the mouth, clearly at its limit. A squire hurriedly brought him another, even more magnificent black warhorse. Yoram Mormont was also drenched in sweat, his breathing as heavy as a bull's. Every time he raised his lance and shield, they seemed exceptionally heavy. He was at the end of his tether. But his eyes remained fierce, the tenacity of a Northman supporting him so that he would not easily fall. Finally, after an unknown number of earth-shattering charges, crack! Crack! Both lances snapped in the middle simultaneously. Splinters of wood flew. The moment the two horses crossed paths, Yora could no longer hold on. The massive recoil and physical exhaustion caused his body to tilt. With a muffled groan, he fell heavily from his horse, crashing onto the sandy ground amidst a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, but his arms were weak, and for a moment he could not support the weight of his heavy plate armor. Under Aegon's skilled control, the black warhorse carved a beautiful arc, coming to a steady stop and turning its head. Only a small fragment of the lance remained in Aegon's hand. He tossed it aside casually, and it hit the ground with a dull thud. Then, he urged his horse forward, slowly coming to a stop before Yoram Mormont, who was lying on his back. The black hooves were right beside Yora's head. Aegon looked down at him, the gaze behind his visor still cold. He did not speak, but merely raised his arm. A squire from the sidelines had already cleverly run over, handing him a fresh lance. The black and red ribbon was untied from the broken lance and tied to the tip of the new one. The tip of the lance lowered, hovering 3 inches above Yora's throat. A cold killing intent spread out like something physical. Yora stopped his futile struggling. He looked up at the figure on horseback, at the silver hair visible through the gaps in the helmet, and at those eyes whose cold texture could be felt even through the visor, a bitter and complex expression appearing on his face. He panted heavily and spoke hoarsely. "I yield." He paused, looking at the lance tip and then at his opponent, adding with difficulty, his voice filled with incomprehension and defeat, "A sellsword knight. When did such a person as yourself emerge from Westeros?" Aegon did not answer. He merely flicked his wrist and moved the lance tip away. Clang! The bell symbolizing final victory was struck forcefully by the herald, whose voice was almost cracking with excitement. "The victor!" The herald roared with all his might, his voice still clearly audible amidst the sudden explosion of fanatical cheering that nearly overturned the entire arena. "Is the warrior from Westeros Lottie Hayne. The championship belongs to Knight Hayne. He has won a prize of 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins! A fortune sufficient for an ordinary person to live in wealth for a lifetime." But at this moment, no one cared about the prize money. Everyone's gaze was focused on that silver figure mounted on the black horse. Amidst the deafening waves of sound, Aegon slowly raised his hand and removed the helmet, which was covered in dust and sweat and bore several fresh scratches. A head of long hair as dazzling as moonlight or flowing mercury instantly cascaded down, flying in the blood-scented wind. Sweat soaked several strands, sticking them to the side of his sharp-featured face, which looked like a sculpture of a god. That handsome, almost fierce face was completely exposed to the sunlight, with slanted brows and a high bridge of the nose, but what was most unforgettable were those calm, ripple-less, yet seemingly storm-filled violet eyes. Victory! Hein! Victory! The blood-sworn soldiers mixed in the crowd were the first to erupt in rhythmic shouts, their voices hoarse yet filled with fanaticism. Then, the Lysane people, completely ignited by the atmosphere. Whether nobles, commoners, or the sailors and merchants docked here, all began to shout frantically, waving their arms and throwing anything they could throw. Victory! Silver-haired knight! Victory! Hein! Look here! Sir Knight! The screams of the noble ladies almost pierced the clouds, their faces flushed and their eyes shining with infatuation. They waved their handkerchiefs and silk scarves desperately, and some even excitedly took off their earrings and necklaces to throw down, hoping only to catch a glimpse from the champion who was as handsome as a god and as powerful as a demon. Aegon seemed oblivious to this mountain-shaking roar. He raised the intact lance in his hand, pointing the tip toward the sky, and quietly looked around at the boiling surroundings, like a king receiving the homage of his subjects. That old black and red ribbon tied beneath the lance tip fluttered loudly in the gale, exceptionally striking. A moment later, he withdrew his arm, turned his horse around, and under the pursuit of countless gazes, unhurriedly urged his horse toward that almost forgotten corner. Toward the siblings huddled on the hardwood bench at the side and rear of the main stand. The herald was stunned at first, then suddenly reacted, scrambling to pick up a silver tray covered in deep blue velvet nearby. On the tray lay a crown crafted from gold vines, inlaid with small gems and pearls, and centered with the largest teardrop-shaped ruby, the crown of love and beauty. He almost ran, holding the silver tray high above his head as he came before Aegon's horse. Aegon lowered his lance. Trembling, the herald carefully hung that dazzling, priceless crown onto the lance tip, which was stained with a bit of dark red blood. The gold, gems, and pearls reflected a dizzying brilliance in the afternoon sun. The slight bloodstain on the lance tip, rather than defiling its beauty, added a hint of cruel and alluring strangeness to it. Under the gaze of countless Lysane noble ladies, whose eyes instantly widened with jealousy, resentment, and even heartbreak, Aegon held the lance with the crown, riding the black steed step by step toward Daenerys. On the high platform, the Magister of Lys, Dorian's eyes flickered violently. He watched the crown being carried by the lance tip toward the Targaryen girl, and watched the waves of sound from the entire arena boiling for that silver-haired knight and indirectly for those siblings, his thoughts spinning rapidly. It seemed the Targaryen name had not completely lost its hold on people's hearts, perhaps his attitude toward them needed to be re-evaluated. S.A. Melis's eyes widened and her red lips parted slightly, completely confirming the suspicion in her heart. It really was him. The mysterious, cold, silver-haired young man from yesterday who didn't even deign to give his name. He actually possessed such terrifying strength, and he chose to offer the crown to that Targaryen princess? The meaning behind this? Daenerys sat there as if a freezing spell had been cast upon her. Her eyes, once red from crying, had dried, leaving only a slight puffiness. Her purple eyes followed the figure walking toward her without blinking, looking at his face which was as handsome as the sun yet as cold as frost, looking at his loose silver hair dancing in the wind, and looking at the calm, ripple-less depth in his purple eyes. Her heart was beating so fast it felt like it would burst. The knight who had just proven his invincibility on the field of blood and sand, the champion who had won the cheers and awe of everyone, was now riding a tall horse toward her. Hanging from the blood-stained lance tip in his hand was that dazzling crown of love and beauty, symbolizing supreme glory and admiration. That crown woven of gold and gems, hanging beneath the blood-stained lance tip, set against the hot noon sun and the lingering scent of slaughter, radiated a heart-stopping, contradictory, and yet incredibly real beauty. She watched the knight ride up to her and pull the reins. The black steed snorted, its warm breath almost blowing onto her face. Aegon looked down at the thin, pale girl before him, whose eyes still held traces of alarm and tears, yet were shining brilliantly at this moment. With a slight movement of his wrist, he delivered the lance tip with the crown steadily and firmly before her. The crown swayed gently on the lance tip, the gems reflecting the sunlight and stinging the eyes of all the noble ladies present. It also illuminated Daenerys's pale little face and her purple eyes, which were suddenly lit up as if they held an entire galaxy. Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, Shipwreck Rock. Daenerys looked up, staring at the brilliant crown hanging from the blood-stained spear tip just inches away, feeling somewhat at a loss. The golden vines, the luster of the gems, and the warmth of the pearls formed a contrast so stark it was almost cruel against her faded, coarse cloth cloak and worn-out cuffs. Subconsciously, she reached out. Her fingertips didn't touch the magnificent crown but instead lightly brushed the old, faded black and red ribbon fluttering slightly below the spear tip as she moved. The rough texture of the ribbon carried a faint, almost imperceptible chill belonging to days gone by. Aegon looked down at this movement, watching the light shimmering in the girl's eyes, a mixture of confusion, trepidation, and an instinctive sense of closeness. With an extremely slight dip of his wrist, the crown slid off the spear tip. Unerringly, it landed squarely and gently onto Daenerys's silver gold, slightly dry, soft hair. Cold metal met warm strands of hair. The heavy weight pressed down, causing Daenerys's slender neck to dip slightly and involuntarily. The light from the gold and gems instantly illuminated her pale little face, making those violet eyes appear even clearer, yet it also made her shabby clothing seem all the more distressing. This combination of extreme magnificence and extreme destitution formed a highly impactful image. Ah! In the stands, a suppressed wave of gasps and low cries filled with jealousy and resentment instantly rang out. The noble women of Lys, who had dressed up meticulously and waited in high anticipation, watched as the crown symbolizing supreme glory and admiration actually landed on the head of that Targaryen girl in the corner who was dressed like a beggar. They nearly ground their teeth to dust, their gazes shooting toward Daenerys like poisoned daggers. Aegon seemed completely oblivious to all of this. He retracted his lance, his gaze lingering briefly on Daenerys and Viserys beside her, whose back had suddenly straightened and whose eyes had erupted with an astonishing brilliance. "Be brave!" His voice carried out, possessing less of the icy slaughter of the battlefield and more of an indescribable gentleness, one perhaps even he hadn't noticed yet. It still bore an unquestionable power. The words were very soft, yet they fell clearly into Daenerys's ears. After speaking, he gave the siblings a deep look. Now was not the time for recognition. Aegon jerked the reins, and the black warhorse gave a long neigh before turning around, carrying him away through the still unabated waves of fanatical noise. He headed toward the arena's exit without looking back, leaving the earth-shaking clamor, the countless following gazes, and the siblings whose fates seemed to have reached a subtle turning point behind him. "Wait! Knight! Please stay!" Viserys snapped out of his daze, springing up from his stool and stumbling forward a few steps, reaching out his hand as if to hold back that powerful figure. His face bore a distorted expression of mixed ecstasy and urgency. In his mind, he had already sketched out countless blueprints for recruiting the man and relying on him as a powerful aid. "I am Viserys Targaryen, in the name of the king." His shouts were drowned out by the even greater clamor. Aegon's back didn't pause for a moment as he quickly disappeared into the shadows of the exit, leaving all the cheers, "Please to stay," and inquisitive gazes behind him. Viserys wanted to chase further but was politely stopped by two decently dressed attendants who appeared at his side at some unknown time. "Prince Viserys, Princess Daenerys," a soft and charming voice spoke with just the right amount of respect. Sa Melis had approached them unnoticed, an impeccable smile on her face as she gave a slight bow. "The Magister requests your presence. You have come from afar, and we have been negligent. Please move to the inner court. The Magister has prepared wine and refreshments, hoping to have a Good talk with you both. Her attitude was completely different from the cold perfunctoriness of yesterday and their first meeting today. It was much more respectful, even carrying an imperceptible sense of scrutiny and importance. Clearly, the sudden emergence of that silver-haired knight on the field and his final act of gifting the crown had caused the scales in certain people's hearts to tilt subtly. Viserys was stunned by this sudden courtesy. Then, a massive, long-lost feeling of being valued surged into his heart, mixed with regret for the departing knight, leaving his mind in a complex state. He glanced at the crown on his sister's head, then at S.A. Melis's proper smile. Eventually, he puffed out his chest, trying to maintain a final shred of dignity, and nodded. Lead the way. Daenerys remained sitting there in a daze, her small hands tightly supporting the heavy, cold crown on her head. Her eyes stared blankly toward the exit where Aegon had disappeared, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the black and red ribbon she had quietly untied from the spear tip and clutched in her palm. Outside the perfume garden, under a relatively secluded eave, Henry and the other blood-sworn soldiers who had rushed over were already waiting there. Aegon dismounted nimbly and, with Henry's help, quickly removed the heavy armor. Sweat soaked his undershirt, clinging to his firm muscles. "Your Highness, this armor." Henry pointed at the set of armor on the ground, covered in dust and a bit of blood. "It's paid for, so it's ours." Aegon wiped the sweat from his face with a cloth, his voice steady. "Pack it up. Have someone go to the Master of Ceremonies to collect the 500 gold coins, take them back to the ship immediately, give them to Carl, and have them inventoried." "Yes." Aegon changed into his usual black clothes, casually brushing his sweat-dampened silver hair back to reveal a smooth forehead and cold, sharp features. He no longer looked at the garden from which faint clamor still drifted, taking the lead. "Let's go, back to the docks." The group quickly left the perfume garden area, blending into the Lysane streets that were starting to grow languid in the afternoon. The floral scent in the air faded, replaced by the more complex atmosphere of the marketplace. Aegon walked in front with steady steps, yet his heart was not entirely without ripples. Viserys, Daenerys, why would they appear in Lys at this time? And why did they happen to run into this prelude to the false Aegon conspiracy? Was it a coincidence, or was someone pushing behind the siblings, or was it just another cruel joke of their pathetic wandering fate? His intervention today was certainly because he couldn't stand to see the last dignity of the Targaryens trampled upon. It was driven by some resonance deep within his blood that he himself might not fully understand. But reason also issued a warning: this move would undoubtedly put him in the sights of certain people, disrupting his original plan to act low-key and potentially dragging him into the murky waters of Lys ahead of schedule. Trouble. But Aegon's violet eyes looked toward the distant harbor, where his ship, his blood-sworn, and his dragon were moored. Some things, once seen, cannot be treated as if they weren't. If one always uses the coldest logic to calculate gains and losses and weigh pros and cons, how is that living any different from a machine? How is it different from when he struggled just to survive in the Valyrian Ruins? Since it was done, it was done. If trouble comes... He sensed the few hidden presences that had been quietly tailing him like maggots on a bone since shortly after they left the perfume garden, thinking they were concealed. Like rats peeping from the dark. The corner of his mouth curled into an imperceptibly cold arc. Then let it come. His pace didn't stop, but he gave a very quick hand signal to Henry beside him. Henry's gaze sharpened, and he gave a nearly invisible nod before whispering a few instructions to the soldiers behind him. Soon, at a fork in the road, Aegon led a few people straight ahead, while Henry led the rest to quickly turn into another alley and disappear. Aegon walked at a leisurely pace, specifically choosing secluded alleys. The tails behind him followed closely indeed, seemingly excited because the target had entered a less populated area, drawing even nearer. Just as they passed through a narrow alley filled with clutter and the smell of slop, a figure flashed at the entrance. Henry, with 4 blood-sworn soldiers, blocked the way expressionlessly, their blades half unsheathed. Aegon stopped at the same time and slowly turned around. Behind him, 3 men dressed in ordinary sailor or laborer shirts but with sharp eyes and agile movements found themselves trapped in this dead alley, their expressions changing instantly. They instinctively stood back to back, their hands reaching for the bulges at their waists. Deep in the alley, a couple fornicating behind a pile of junk was startled by this sudden confrontation. They screamed and scrambled out of another gap in the corner with their clothes in disarray, leaving a mess behind. Aegon ignored the illicit lovers, his gaze like a cold blade scraping over the 3 trapped men, finally landing on the face of the man in the middle who looked like the leader, who had a shallow scar on his cheek. "You've followed me all this way," Aegon spoke, his voice sounding exceptionally clear and cold in the silent alley. "Tell me, who sent you rats?" The scarred man's Adam's apple bobbed. He felt the undisguised killing intent from both front and back, especially the icy pressure radiating from the silver-haired, black-clad youth in front of him, pressure far more heart-stopping than his youthful appearance suggested. He forced out a small smile, trying to explain, "This, my lord, a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We mean no harm. It's just that my leader wishes to invite you for a chat, to make a friend." "Make a friend?" Aegon interrupted him, taking a step forward. With just one step, the scarred man felt his breath hitch, as if he were being stared down by a predator. "Sending a few rats to follow me stealthily is your way of making friends?" The coldness in his eyes nearly solidified into physical frost. Clang! Clang! The blood-sworn soldiers blocking the path at both ends drew their blades completely, the bright steel shimmering with a cold light in the dim alley. Intense killing intent instantly filled the narrow space. Sweat immediately broke out on the scarred man's forehead. He knew the other party truly dared to kill people here. He waved his hands frantically, speaking rapidly, "My lord, calm your anger. It really is a misunderstanding. My leader's identity is special, and it's not convenient to appear in public, which is why we resorted to this. I truly only came to deliver a message, with no ill intent." Seeing Aegon's unmoved face, his heart went cold, and he hurriedly added, "Shipwreck Rock. My lord, do you still remember Shipwreck Rock?" "The Hine village of Shipwreck Rock." He stared intently into Aegon's eyes, saying word for word, "Our leader said that if I just told you this, you would understand. She has some things she must say to you, but it's truly not convenient for her to be seen. If you agree, please allow me to lead the way." Shipwreck Rock. Hine village. Aegon's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. His face remained expressionless, but those violet eyes locked onto the scarred man's eyes as if to pierce through his skull and see the truth within. The alley was deathly silent, with only the faint sounds of the city drifting from afar. The scarred man felt his skin crawl under this gaze, and he could barely hold his ground. A long time passed. Aegon slowly raised his hand and waved it toward the front and back. Zeng Lang. The blood-sworn soldiers sheathed their blades in a single, synchronized motion, but their gazes remained coldly locked on the 3 men. Aegon's gaze finally moved away from the scarred man's face, looking toward the azure sky outside the alley before falling back onto the man's face. His voice held no emotion, only a coldness like a deep pool. "Lead the way." Advanced chapter available on TRIN-LUFFY 1898. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Hain. 282 AC outside King's Landing. Fresh earth, soggy from the rain, 2 crude, almost careless little mounds stood side by side, no headstones, no markers. The digger had not gone deep, merely flinging soil over the bodies. In the crimson storm that had swept King's Landing, the fact that 2 small corpses had not been tossed into the brown stew pot of Flea Bottom might have been the usurper's final, grudging scrap of mercy. Rain drizzled, light yet bone cold. The downpour soaked the newly turned soil, softening it, letting it slump. After an unknowable time, one of the little mounds stirred. Then a filth-smeared, unbelievably tiny hand, nails packed with black mud, pushed trembling yet doggedly through the loose earth. Followed by another. The dirt was scraped aside, a small head forced its way up through the covering layer. The little face was caked in muck, forehead, cheeks, even the temples bore ghastly wounds and dents, as though struck by something heavy. Blood had long congealed into dark brown, mingling with the soil. Violet eyes opened, filled with a pain and bewilderment no child should know, as if waking from a long nightmare only to find himself in a truer hell. He crawled out. Lying on the icy, sodden ground, he panted hard, every breath tore at his lungs. Rain drummed on his shattered skull and bony frame, washing off some filth, driving in the chill. A corner outside King's Landing. An unnamed potter's field. Next to rotting corpses, scrambling with starving dogs for the occasional maggot-ridden scraps tossed aside. Rolling beneath fangs to escape, cowering in cold tree holes or behind broken walls, night after night of hunger and old pain. Day and another day. Until, at length, that nearly broken skull, steeped in some unfathomable power, began slowly, stubbornly to mend. The agony remained, yet life, like the lowliest weed, pushed shoots through the soil of despair. Once, near the ramshackle docks by Blackwater Bay, he collapsed on the slick stones, starved and weak, vision darkening. A calloused, fish-reeking hand pressed a hard, salt-bitter strip of dried fish into his palm. He lifted his gaze to an old man in patched clothes, a fisherman in looks, crouched before him. The man was weathered, eyes clouded yet glinting sharp within. Without a word he watched Aegon wolf the fish, nearly choking. "Boy," the old man rasped when Aegon could breathe again, "want to live? Hot meals, a place to sleep, and a trick or two to stay breathing." Aegon regarded him, violet eyes wary beyond their years. "Price is, you come with me. Far away. Less freedom later," the elder added, as though remarking on the weather. Aegon glanced at the half-eaten fish, touched his head still sore, no longer broken. Hunger and the will to survive won. He nodded. He was led aboard a mildewed, fish-smelling carrack. The hold was dark, cramped, packed with children his age, eyes dull or terrified. He lost track of time while the ship pitched through wind and wave long enough to forget day from night. When he stepped ashore his legs buckled. Salty air hit him, wilder than anything about King's Landing. "Here we are the other side of the sea," someone muttered. It was a village clinging to steep sea cliffs, houses crude yet stout. Everyone, young or old, bore the name Hayne. So would he. "From today you're Lottie Hayne," the old fisherman Old Hayne said, ruffling his hair, voice still gravelly but softer now. "Remember, you're Lottie of West Eros. Lottie Hayne." Aegon snapped back from the brief, searing memory. Before him, a dingy corner of Liss Harbour reeked of salt fish, sour ale, and mildewed cargo. They had followed 3 guides through twists and turns to a district of vast warehouses. Few people, tall silent buildings. The skinny leader stopped at an unremarkable iron-banded door and knocked a quick, uneven rhythm. A faint scrape answered, the door cracked open. The wiry man slipped inside, the other 2 close behind. Aegon halted, eyes sweeping the surroundings. He lifted a hand and murmured to Henry and the blood-sworn behind him, "You 10 men. Hold the gate and rear alley. Watch. Any move, sound the alarm. The rest, with me." "Yes, my lord." Henry answered, tapped 10 of the sharpest, and they fanned out. The remaining 20-odd blood-sworn elite gathered at Aegon's back, hands brushing sword or dagger hilts, hawk keen. Aegon stepped forward, pushed the iron door, and went in. Soldiers filed after, fanning out to shield his flanks. Inside, the place looked nothing like the derelict warehouses outside. The space was larger than expected, no windows, but torches and wall sconces cast bright, flickering light. Not a storehouse, more an underground market or secret meeting hall. Rough tables and benches scattered, littered with bottles, dice, half-eaten food. The air reeked of sweat, cheap wine, rough tobacco, and oiled leather. Plenty of people, all sorts. Brawny sailors with tattooed forearms tossing dice in a corner. Mercenaries leaning against walls, polishing weapons. A fat, aproned tavern keeper murmuring to a merchant. Even 2 guardsmen in Lys City livery, helmets off, drinking quietly. When Aegon entered with 20 armed, grim men, the hubbub died in an instant. Scores of eyes snapped toward them, curious, wary, surprised, faintly, knowing. The 3 guides had vanished into the crowd. Aegon's gaze swept the room and settled on a crude stair to the upper floor. Up there, wooden partitions formed several rooms, one door stood ajar. Just then, a languid, teasing woman's voice drifted from behind that half-open door, ringing through the hushed hall. Well, if it isn't our arena champion, the mighty Lottie Hayne himself. A pause, the speaker's mocking smile almost audible. Such a grand entourage for our humble little den. You weren't half this tense when you faced a 1,000-man army out there, were you? Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, Old Debts. A figure stepped out from behind the half-open door on the second floor, lazily leaning against the rough wooden railing. The flickering firelight illuminated her face. It was a striking beauty, an exquisite blend of the exotic and the sculpted. Platinum hair, like flowing moonlight, spilled over her shoulders in loose, slightly curled strands. Her features were sharp and deep, a high nose bridge, full lips, skin as fair and delicate as the finest milk, glowing under the firelight. Most unforgettable were her eyes, pale violet, like lavender just blooming, yet as clear and mysterious as amethyst. At this moment those beautiful eyes regarded Aegon from above with open scrutiny and a hint of amusement. She wore a form-fitting deep blue hunting outfit, practical for movement, over which lay a short leather vest trimmed with silver braid. Her waist was slim, her figure gracefully curved, a strange contrast to the crude, chaotic surroundings. Aegon's gaze lingered on her face, violet eyes narrowing slightly. This face bore little resemblance to the scrawny little girl who used to trail behind him and the other children of Hine Village, sniffling and calling out "Brother Lottie." But the outline of her brows and eyes, the color of those violet pupils, the slight upward tilt at the corner of her smile, those details still matched. Luciana. Aegon's voice was calm, threaded with an almost imperceptible tension. What are you doing here? The beauty upstairs brightened visibly at the name, her red lips curving into a brighter yet more complicated smile. How touching, she said, voice still charming but now tinged with feeling. I never thought, after all these years, you'd still remember me, Brother Lottie. She deliberately used the childhood address, yet her tone held no warmth, only a subtle, probing sting. Back then, the old chieftain sent us to gather information. The plan failed and the city guards chased us like stray dogs. She tilted her head, as if recalling an amusing story. You volunteered to stay behind and hold them off so we could escape. After that, you never came back. We all thought you were dead. My father grieved for a long time. Her gaze swept over Aegon's face and body, then over the battle-hardened soldiers behind him, her smile deepening with knowing insight. Imagine that, our traitor has been living quite the carefree life out there all these years. Traitor. The word left her lips lightly, yet it was like a sugar-dusted dagger. Aegon's brow twitched almost imperceptibly, then smoothed again. Meeting Luciana's eyes, he replied coolly, I repaid old Hine's life-saving grace that day. I owe you nothing. He paused, voice turning cold and absolute. Answer me. Why are you here? What do you want by calling me? Luciana clicked her tongue softly, as though amused by his effort to disentangle himself, but she did not press. She shrugged, delicate collarbones flashing beneath her collar. Fine. If you insist you owe nothing, let's say you don't." Her tone was casual, as if it truly didn't matter. Nostalgia finished. "Business now." She leaned slightly forward, arms resting on the railing, violet eyes locking on Aegon as she asked bluntly. "Any interest in rejoining us?" Without waiting for his reply, she continued, clearly well prepared. "I've looked into your situation. 100-odd men, several decent ships small scale, but judging by your soldiers' bearing, acceptable." She tilted her head, appraising him as though pricing goods. "You haven't forgotten the Hind's purpose, have you?" "The Hind's purpose?" Aegon's brows drew together again. Of course he hadn't forgotten. The remnants of House Hine, shattered in the Lysane Spring, had hidden themselves in that remote fishing village, quietly amassing strength. Their goal could only be one thing: return to Lys, reclaim what they had lost, restore the family's glory. Aegon had sensed back then that old Hine was no simple fisherman. But he'd been powerless, focused only on survival, on repaying the life debt, then leaving. He had no wish to plunge into that murky, blood-scented mire of restoration. Once the debt was cleared, he seized a chance to slip away from the isolated village and never went back. He never imagined fate would wheel about and reunite him with the Hine in this fashion. Besides, circumstances now were different. He recalled the plot overheard in the perfume garden: the Magister of Lys's house Antalion about to join false Aegon, the Golden Company, Illyrio, and Varys. "That impostor will receive investment and allegiance here, under my name and claim as Aegon Targaryen. The Hine family's target is Lys. And that conspiracy also uses Lys as its key piece. Between these two, there seems to be an overlap I can't ignore." Aegon calmed the turmoil in his heart, his voice still steady, even carrying a hint of scrutiny. "So you came to Lys to restore the monarchy? On what grounds?" His gaze swept across the motley crowd in the hall, seemingly unremarkable folk, yet most with sharp, outlaw eyes, before settling back on Lysana. "With these shrimp soldiers and crab generals under your command." Aegon's wording was hardly polite, but his tone was flat, as though stating facts. "And you want to drag along my 100 or so men who just came ashore and haven't even warmed their landing ground?" He shook his head, the corner of his mouth curving into a cold arc. "Forgive my bluntness, Lysana. Your restoration sounds more like a child's game, or, rather, a suicidal gamble doomed to lose everything." Faced with Aegon's merciless skepticism, Lysana didn't grow angry. Instead, she laughed softly, the sound echoing clearly in the relatively quiet hall. She tilted her head slightly, pale purple eyes glinting with cunning confidence. "You." She lifted a slender finger and tapped the air toward Aegon, tone laced with teasing. "You're nothing but an add-on. Or rather, after watching your splendid performance in the arena, I made an impulsive, extra investment." She lowered her hand, her posture turning elegant and aloof once more. "As for the real chips..." She drew out her words, pale purple eyes narrowing as calculation flickered within. "Why should I tell an outsider like you?" Aegon met her stare, their gazes clashed in mid-air, sparks seeming to fly unseen. The hall was so quiet only the crackle of torches and some stifled breathing could be heard. The blood-sworn soldiers kept their hands on their hilts, muscles taut. A single look from Aegon and they would draw without hesitation. After a long pause, Aegon spoke slowly, his voice calm yet carrying undeniable weight. "You must first show me the chips, only then will I consider joining your game." The smile on Lysana's face gradually faded. She tilted her head, pale purple eyes boring into Aegon, as though trying to see every scheme in his heart. Aegon stared back without yielding, violet eyes deep as an icy lake, no emotion leaking out. Seconds crawled past, the air seemed to freeze, tension thick enough to drip. At last, Lysana sighed softly, as though reaching a decision. She straightened, no longer leaning on the rail, arms folding across her chest. "Very well," she said, her tone less coquettish and more coolly businesslike. In the end, you already know the goal, keeping the rest from you seems pointless. Besides..." She paused, a faint, icy gleam flashing through her pale purple eyes, though her voice remained light. "If you refuse today, I'm afraid, you won't walk out of here easily." The last few words came slow and soft, yet with unquestionable certainty. Almost as her voice fell, everyone in the hall who had been going about their own business paused almost imperceptibly, countless gazes locked like an invisible web onto Aegon and the 20-some blood-sworn behind him. The unseen string in the air snapped taut to its limit. Behind Aegon came a uniform, faint rasp of metal. The whisper of blades half leaving their sheaths. The blood-sworn's eyes turned ferocious, wolves at bay. Back to back, they formed a small defensive ring, shielding Aegon at its center. A thick, blood-soaked killing aura, honed in mountains of corpses, rolled out unchecked and collided with the hall's rough outlaw atmosphere. Confronted by this sudden, hair-trigger crisis, Aegon showed no alarm. He didn't even glance back at his men. He simply raised his right hand, slowly. It was a simple gesture. Yet the blood-sworn, long attuned to him, understood at once. Tense muscles eased slightly, half-drawn blades slid back, though their sharp vigilance and killing intent remained. Aegon's gaze never left Lysana behind the second-floor railing. The corner of his mouth lifted, almost imperceptibly, into a cold, razor-sharp curve. Then he spoke, voice steady as still water, yet carrying a chill keener than steel. "You can try." Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898. Chapter 68, Chapter 68 Rogare. The air felt like a bowstring drawn to the breaking point. Fingers of the blood-sworn soldiers whitened around their hilts as they stared, wolf-like, at the woman upstairs and at the hind members whose expressions were all over the map. From the opposite crowd came a few ragged breaths and the soft rasp of steel on leather, one spark away from carnage. At that moment Lysana let out a soft laugh. The sound cracked the frozen killing intent, yet made the air feel stranger still. Her pale violet eyes curved in amusement, as though the threat had been no more than harmless banter between friends. "Come now, if we're going to talk business, let's be civilized." She waved a languid, pale hand and pointed at the crude wooden stairs that climbed to the second floor. "Up you come, brother Lottie. Whether we fight and whether it's worth it depends on how heavy our chips are, wouldn't you say?" Aegon stood motionless, studying her for 2 heartbeats, then angled his head toward Henry and the blood-sworn behind him. "Hold position. Stay sharp, Commander." Henry hissed, worry etched across his face. Letting Aegon climb alone into what was clearly the enemy's heart was a gamble too reckless to like. Aegon lifted a hand, cutting him off. He unbuckled the plain long sword at his hip but kept it in his grip rather than entrusting it to Henry, ready to clear the blade in an instant, and started up the groaning stairs. Each step was measured, his back straight, as though he were heading upstairs for tea instead of walking into a den of knives. Lysana watched him come alone, a flicker of appreciation in her eyes, then turned and slipped back into the room she had left moments earlier. The chamber was small and sparsely furnished, a rough square table, a few chairs, a low cabinet holding bottles and cups. A yellowed map of the Lysane Gulf hung on the wall, its edges curling like dry leaves. Thick planks nailed across the window let only threads of daylight seep through, a single oil lamp on the table lit the room. Lysana was already seated, casual as a cat. She motioned to the chair opposite. "Sit." Aegon did not sit at once. His gaze swept every corner, confirming no ambush, then pulled out the chair and settled into it. The long sword lay across his knees within easy reach. Lysana took 2 reasonably clean cups from the cabinet, lifted a half-full bottle, and poured a deep red wine with practiced grace. She slid 1 cup toward Aegon, lifted her own, and gave it a lazy swirl. "Try it. It's no Arbor Gold, but it has its own charm." She sipped, pale violet eyes studying him over the rim. Aegon never glanced at the wine, his calm stare stayed fixed on her face. After a few breaths she sighed in mock hurt. How cruel, won't even drink with me. Afraid it's poisoned. Silence answered her. Fine, fine. She set the cup down, her levity fading a notch. Skip the wine and get straight to business, then. She leaned forward, fingers laced on the table, and spoke a single word, voice low and deliberate, Rogare. Then she paused, watching every flicker that crossed Aegon's face. Rogare. Aegon felt the name strike a chord. Faded memories from another life stirred. House Rogare, another casualty of the Spring of Lys, once a merchant and banking dynasty whose wealth had eclipsed even the Iron Bank of Bravos. They had survived the purges, broken but not exterminated, yet their power had been blood white. Pushed to the margins of power. Rich, but toothless and obsolete noble house. He let his features show only the proper blankness, brow knitting as though trying to place the half-familiar name. Seeing that, Luciana's eyes flashed with satisfaction, she judged him ignorant of Lys's deeper currents. A subtle relaxation crept into her tone as she explained, we have allied ourselves with what remains of House Rogare. They may be ruined and long absent from the council, but a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. The fortune they hoarded across a century is enough to start a change. She began ticking points off her fingers, voice gaining confidence. First, outside pressure. Relations between Lys and Tyrosh and Myr have worsened, border skirmishes, piracy at sea. To meet the threat, the city hires whole companies of mercenaries at ruinous cost, a drain that never ends. Second, inside tension. To fill the treasury, the council keeps inventing taxes on trade, on the harbors, even on entering the city. Free folk and small traders are howling, and the markets have gone cold. Third, the economic lifeline is damaged. A cold smile tugged at her lips. Caravans that set out from Lys and head for the disputed lands or the other free cities have been disappearing rather frequently these past few months. Perhaps their luck is simply awful, running into those ghost-like pirates again and again. The merchants are bleeding coin, their expenses outrun their income, and their complaints about the governor's incompetence grow louder every day. Fourth, the nobles are drifting away. Even powerful houses like the Antalions are dissatisfied with Governor Dorian Antalion's crushing taxes and foreign weakness. The regime in Lys is beset by troubles within and without. Like an old house riddled with cracks, only a final kick is needed to bring it down. She concluded, eyes gleaming, and that, precisely, is our opportunity. 100-odd years ago those bastards used poison at a banquet, backed by an army outside, to launch a coup that nearly rooted House Hein and House Rogare out of existence. Her voice dropped, carrying an icy hatred. So why can't we repay them in their own coin today? Poison. Aegon's brow twitched, almost imperceptibly. Exactly. Luciana did not deny it, her tone decisive. A grand banquet, every important figure gathered in one place, just a pinch of colorless, tasteless seasoning will make the problem far simpler. According to our information, such a banquet will be held a month from now to welcome their so-called honored guest. She painted the picture, speaking faster and faster. At that moment, so long as an elite, fast-moving army seizes the city walls, the docks, and the barracks amid the confusion, locks down the whole city, and brings the nobles' private troops and the city watch under control. Then, just as they once dealt with House Hein, we can ransack the conspirators' mansions one by one and confiscate their wealth and mercenary contracts. After that, she drew a deep breath, as though victory were already in sight. Our House Hein, backed by its former prestige and Rogare wealth, can swiftly stabilize the situation and proclaim a restoration. And you and your men, as the earliest supporters, will naturally receive your due share land and riches. When she finished, she lifted her cup for another sip to moisten her dry throat, then looked at Aegon, her tone turning casual again, even patronizing. To be blunt, we in House Rogare have long since contacted the mercenary companies. The Storm Crows and the Windblown are elite enough. As for you and your 100-odd followers." She smiled, fingertips drumming lightly on the table. "You're the extra garnish, the icing on the cake, not much, but not entirely useless either." What she did not say was that the bulk of the coup's funding actually came from the still wealthy Rogare family. The remnants of House Hine mainly supplied a clandestine intelligence network, assassins skilled at striking from the shadows, and, after the Restoration, the historically resonant banner of Hine. By the secret pact between the two sides, once success was achieved, the largest share of the spoils, including the crucial right to tax revenues and several key harbours, would fall to Rogare. Her eagerness to recruit Aegon sprang not only from admiration for the fighting prowess he had shown today, but, more importantly, from her desire to add a military bargaining chip for the coming division of spoils with Rogare. Aegon listened in silence. He lowered his gaze to the sword hilt resting across his knees, fingers absently tracing the cold-edged metal, brows locked in concentration as he weighed and pondered. The plan sounded meticulous, accounting for external pressure, internal strife, even economic impact. Yet, poison, mercenaries, a palace coup, restoration. He let the words slip out slowly, his tone flat and unruffled. Then he lifted his head, violet eyes fixed on Luciana, sharp as a blade. "After nursing your grievances for 100 years, the best you can come up with is that tired old trick of poison." He set down his cup, the base tapped the wood with a soft clink. "Have you considered that the Antalion family has ruled Lys all this time? Do you really think they've left themselves no defense against the very method they once used? And those mercenary companies you've contacted, are they truly reliable? Is their loyalty worth no more than the deposit you paid in advance? Even if you succeed in poisoning the governor and his inner circle and seal the news, what about the private soldiers of the other Lysane houses, the middle and lower-ranking officers in the city watch you haven't bribed, and those factions dissatisfied with the status quo but far likelier to declare independence or throw in with Tyrosh or Mir at the first sign of chaos? How do you intend to deal with all of them? Rogare gold may buy temporary force, but once the restoration is done, holding the seat will take more than coin. It will take the ability to govern, wisdom, and absolute power strong enough to crush every opposing voice." Aegon's voice was low, yet each question struck like a hammer blow against the lovely blueprint Luciana had sketched. "Your plan?" He shook his head slightly, a hint of cool, almost ruthless assessment in his tone. "Sounds, I'm afraid, a little too simplistic." Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898. Chapter 69. Chapter 69, The Scheme. Aegon sat in silence on the rough-hewn wooden chair, fingertips absently stroking the hilt of the sword laid across his knees. The oil lamp on the table danced, throwing shifting light across his sharply cut face. Deep within those violet eyes, dark currents surged beneath ice. Benefit and cost clashed in his mind like two armies lining up for battle. If the Antalion governor of Lys and the other nobles had simply stayed content to rule their own cities, keeping to themselves and leaving Aegon Targaryen well alone, he might have chosen to watch from the sidelines while Hain and Rogare stirred the muddy waters of restoration, claimed his armor and sailed away to build his own power. But they had chosen to conspire with the Black Fires. That impostor who bore his name, that puppet so carefully crafted by Illyrio and Varys, would soon arrive at Lys under the escort of the Golden Company to accept the title Prince of Lys, turning the wealthy city into a springboard for a counter-attack on Westeros. Trouble either way. Sit back and let false Aegon grow strong? No different from digging his own grave. Aegon knew better than anyone, in the game of power, strength is the only truth. Once that impostor welded together the might of Lys, the swords of the Golden Company and the coin of Pentos, the name Aegon Targaryen would be seized and set in stone by his rival. By then, even if he revealed his true identity, who would believe a man already dead when faced with overwhelming power? Who would choose a lone true dragon over a true dragon who seemed far better placed to reward them? With enough might, the false becomes the true in the eyes of the world. Better to strike first than wait for death. A cold flash crossed Aegon's eyes like a bared blade. Since trouble could not be avoided, he would grind the troublemakers and the trouble itself into dust. Still, the plan Lyanna and her allies had nursed for years, pinning everything on poison and unreliable mercenaries, struck him as wishful thinking. It was full of holes and relied on blind luck. Besides, judging by her tone, he and the Bloodsworn were merely an extra to sweeten the spoils once success was in hand. Aegon sneered inwardly. He had not come to be someone else's weapon. What he wanted was the status of an equal ally, a share of the rewards great enough to fuel his next ambition and, in the end, to bend that very force to his will. The key to all of it lay in the woman sitting before him, trapped in a weak partnership with Lyanna Hayne. A clear, bold plan began to take shape in Aegon's mind. When Lyanna saw him remain silent, his frown deepening, she spoke, stung by what felt like dismissal. "What? Are you awed by our grand design, or do you scorn it? Brother Lottie, don't forget you stand in our territory." Aegon lifted his gaze, calm yet piercing, and met Lyanna's pale violet eyes. "A plan," he said slowly, voice low. "Lyanna, a scheme that depends on poison and foreign mercenaries is not a restoration, it's a desperate gamble with slim chances." Lyanna's expression froze, her flirtatious smile replaced by offended anger. "On what grounds do you say that? We have prepared for years. Years of preparation, yet you still haven't solved the most basic problems." Aegon cut her off without courtesy, each deliberate word striking like a hammer. "First, the odds of poisoning success. Are the governor's cooks and servants absolutely trustworthy? Does House Antalion have no countermeasures? A colorless, tasteless poison potent enough to fell every key figure is rare in itself, the operation is delicate, and a single slip ruins everything. Second, the reliability of mercenaries. I've heard of the storm crows and the windblown, they sell their swords to the highest bidder. House Antalion can outbid you any time, bribe them to switch sides or simply hold back. How will you guarantee they'll appear on schedule when the city erupts, and risk assaulting well-defended lists? Third, and most crucial, Aegon leaned slightly forward, exerting invisible pressure, city defenses. Even if the poison works and the mercenaries keep faith, what of Lyssa's inner walls and guards? How will you seize the entire city before other nobles' household troops and remnants of the city watch can react? Once dragged into street fighting, how long can your handful of men and wavering mercenaries hold out? When other houses' relief forces arrive or the harbor fleet intervenes, you'll be turtles trapped in a jar. Lyanna opened her mouth to argue, but every point Aegon raised struck at the heart, fatal weaknesses she and her Rhaegarey allies had secretly feared yet chosen to ignore or pin on luck. Her face drained from red to white, fingers twisting the hem of her dress in silence. After a long moment she drew a sharp breath and forced a cold laugh. "Very well, O great Seer Lottie Hayne, what brilliant stratagem do you offer? Anyone can wage war on paper." Aegon knew the moment had come, he had to prove his worth and seize the initiative. "Brilliant is a stretch, yet it's surer than trusting poison," he said evenly. "Every scheme crumbles before absolute strength. With an elite force loyal only to us, we can strike straight from the harbor at the critical hour, seize the gates and the governor's palace, and cow the city in a single thunderclap." "Strength?" Lyanna scoffed, sweeping an exaggerated glance around the room. Though Aegon's Bloodsworn were elsewhere, her meaning was clear. "You mean your 100-odd men? Or those mercenaries who may not even fight? Don't make me laugh. Even if they dared an assault, the Lysane nobles would never let so many foreign blades inside." "Men can be hired," Aegon replied calmly. "Given coin and time, I can recruit enough desperate rogues and sailors in Lys and the surrounding towns." "Recruit?" Her laugh grew colder, dripping scorn. "If we could buy an army capable of taking a city, we'd have done it long ago. The rogues are rich, but raising troops openly would warn our enemies. And even if you gathered them, a rabble without training, without matching arms and armor, would be sheep before regulars. Where would the steel come from? Lys watches the arms trade like a hawk. Meeting her glare, Aegon said without hesitation, "Armor and weapons, I will supply them. I have channels to secure enough fine plate and standardized steel for several hundred." Lysana froze. She searched his face for any flicker of bluster, but his gaze was steady. She knew too well the worth and the near impossibility of such gear. If true, his claim changed everything. It hinted at some hidden power or conduit behind him. She pondered, calculations racing. Aegon's help, if he could truly solve the thorniest problem of equipment, would greatly strengthen her hand and give House Hayne more say with the Rogas. Risk remained, yet the reward might dwarf it. Done, she decided at last, eyes flashing. 1 month. Recruit your men and secure the gear. Remember, only 1 month. She rose, voice hardening. In a month, whether you're ready or not, the banquet takes place, our best and perhaps only chance. When that feast begins, we move by our original plan, poison. She was drawing her line, and tightening the screws. She would not stake everything on him. Aegon stood as well, meeting her stare. "A month is enough. How much coin do you need to start?" she asked. "As much as possible, hiring cutthroats, deposits on gear, everything costs," he answered bluntly. Lysana crossed to an old chest, unlocked it, and hefted a heavy leather purse onto the table. The bag landed with a dull, enticing clink of gold. 500 dragons, House Hayne's first investment in you. Spend it wisely, and don't disappoint us, Brother Lottie, she warned, testing. Aegon hefted the purse substantial. Without another word he tucked it inside his doublet, gave her a curt nod, and strode out. Watching him vanish down the stairs, Lysana's smile faded, a complex glint stirring in her violet eyes. Had she backed the right horse or let a wolf into the fold? In a month she'd know. Below, Aegon ran a thumb over the sack of gold, a cold smile curving his lips. The game had begun. 60% offer is going to end on advance chapter, available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Grab the offer soon. Chapter 70, Chapter 70, Growing Up. Lysana stood at the second floor railing, watching Aegon lead the 20-odd soldiers out of the hall in single file. The heavy iron-bound oak doors closed silently behind them, shutting out the daylight and the clamour of the harbour district. In the depths of her pale violet eyes a complicated ripple slowly stilled, settling into a fathomless calm. Soft footsteps sounded behind her. A gaunt, sharp-eyed middle-aged man approached, one of the Hayne family's minor chiefs in the Lysane underworld, overseeing the business in this warehouse quarter. He glanced at the shut doors, then at Lysana's back, and lowered his voice, a hint of doubt in his tone. "Miss, is that man really trustworthy? After all, he's..." He left the sentence unfinished, but the meaning was clear. He was the one who had vanished without a word years ago, practically a deserter. Lysana didn't turn. She kept gazing toward the door, as though she could see through the planks to the silver-haired, violet-eyed youth walking away. Her voice was soft, yet carried an icy certainty. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." The man's body stiffened, he fell silent at once. "Everything that happened here today." Lysana turned slowly, her pale violet gaze sweeping across the great hall below where her people sat or stood, pretending to mind their own business while straining to listen. Finally she looked back at the man. Her tone was flat, but it made his heart shudder. "Including Lottie Hayne's visit and every word I exchanged with him, keep it all secret. For now, not a single syllable reaches the Rogaray side." She paused, the corners of her mouth curving in a smile devoid of warmth. "If so much as a whisper leaks from any of you." She left the threat unfinished, yet the almost tangible chill that flashed across her lovely pale violet eyes made the man and several below who had caught snatches of the conversation shiver and quickly lower their heads. "Understood," the man answered, bowing, cold sweat beating at his temples. Lysana dismissed him with a turn of her head and walked toward her own chamber. The wager was placed. Now it remained to be seen what surprise or shock the long-absent Lottie Hayne would bring back. Aegon led the blood-sworn soldiers swiftly out of the secluded warehouse quarter and melted into the early evening crowds of the harbour district. Briny sea breezes carried the mingled noises of returning ships and the chants of dock labourers. "Your Grace, where to now?" Henry asked at Aegon's side, voice low, eyes warily scanning the surroundings. The heavy pouch of gold from Luciana in his bosom left him both elated and uneasy. "Back to the ship." Aegon kept walking, voice steady. "Our business in Lys is done for now, we have a new objective." They soon reached the quay where the Quiet and several other vessels lay moored. Carl was already waiting on deck and hurried over the moment he saw them. "Your Grace," he reported, "the tourney purse 500 gold is counted and stowed." He hesitated, then added, "As ordered, everyone except the watch went ashore in shifts today. Spirits are high. The victuals are nearly loaded as well." Aegon nodded, gaze sweeping across busy sailors and soldiers scrubbing the deck. "And those below, have they been seen to?" Carl blinked, then realized Aegon meant the rescued silent ones. An awkward look crossed his face. "Ah, most of them refused to leave the ship, Your Grace. They say they're used to it now, land feels wrong." A few who wanted a look came back almost at once. Aegon's eyes, calm yet heavy, rested on Carl. "They're blood-sworn now, the reason we sailed this far. They're maimed, their pride easily bruised. Since they chose to stay, they've staked life and trust on this deck on us. You and Henry will watch over them, treat them fairly, give what help is needed. Remember, they stayed not only because they had nowhere else, but because here, at least, they're still treated as men." Carl's expression turned grave. "I understand, Your Grace. My lapse won't happen again." "Good." Aegon said no more. He knew that to bind a crew, especially one so mixed, respect and care in small things could outweigh gold or commands. Just then Luke strode up, face tight with anxious hesitation. He quickened his step when he saw Aegon, yet halted before him, unsure how to begin. "Luke, what is it?" Aegon asked, noting his unease. Since the Volantis affair, Luke's loyalty had been beyond question, and he had grown steadier, rarely showing such alarm. "It's not about my sister, Your Grace." Luke waved a quick hand. His sister Dasha, rescued in Volantis, feared reprisals there. At Luke's request, Aegon had let her sail with them, giving her light duties helping to tend Ghidorah, away from the soldiers. Luke caught his breath, pointed toward the after cabin, and looked oddly troubled. You'd better see the captain's cabin yourself." "Your dragon?" "Dragon?" Aegon's brow furrowed. Without another word he strode aft toward the great cabin. Henry, Carl, Luke followed, puzzled and tense. Outside the cabin door Dasha stood helpless, small face pale. When she saw them she looked relieved but could only point at the door, lips trembling. "What happened?" Aegon asked sharply. It woke up, and then, it's like this," she whispered, stunned. Aegon didn't hesitate, he grasped the handle and pushed open the heavy oak door. The sight inside made even Aegon's composure twitch. The great cabin was chaos, chart table, chairs, bookcase, lockers all thrown about. Solid oak furniture lay toppled, one chair leg looked snapped clean off. Books and scrolls littered the floor, some trampled beyond repair. And the culprit Ghidorah was gleefully stretching its wings in the cramped space. No, perhaps it could no longer be called Xiao Laki. Its pale gold body had already ballooned several times larger than the pony size it had been when Aegon left. Standing now, it almost scraped the captain's cabin ceiling, which was by no means low. The three heads had grown longer and more powerful, the necks thicker, the scales denser and harder, catching the sunset that slanted through the porthole and flowing with a reserved, regal gold. 6 eyes like molten gold glittered with vigor and curiosity. Finding the space cramped, the middle head was trying to gently nudge the bulkhead with its newly grown, sickle-shaped horn, the wood groaned, splinters drifting down. The left head worried a thick leather logbook, flinging it about, while the right head nudged a rolling bronze inkwell, fascinated, sniffing it carefully. The whole scene was an over-energetic whelp, demolishing the house. A vein twitched at Aegon's temple. But the next instant, that helplessness was swept away by a stronger surge, shock and exultation. This size, this growth rate. At this pace, riding it through the sky might truly be within reach. And judging by the effortless way it moved, its strength had soared as well. So the remnants of dead dragon energy absorbed in the Valyrian ruins had been this effective? Through their mind link, Ghidorah sensed Aegon's entrance and heard the sudden, racing thought of riding. All three heads froze in mid-mischief and snapped around in unison. 6 golden eyes widened in disbelief, then flashed a mingled outrage and protest. I treat you like kin and you want to mount me. The thought slammed into Aegon through the bond. Startled by the flood of emotion, Aegon blinked, then chuckled and reined in his thoughts. He cleared his throat and forced his face back to calm. Behind him, Henry, Carl, Luke and the rest were already petrified, gaping at the colossal, majestic three-headed dragon. Their minds went blank. Dasha shrank behind Luke, only half a face daring to peek out. Ahem! Aegon broke the silence, his voice jerking them from their daze. Henry, take a few men and tidy up. And that wall. He pointed to the bulkhead Ghidorah had butted, and to the now obviously too small door. Rip it wider, reinforce it, make sure it can come and go comfortably. Why yes, Your Highness. Henry gulped, nodding hard, eyes still sliding toward Ghidorah. Everyone else back to work. Inventory, hull check, make ready to sail. Aegon's gaze swept them, voice brooking no argument. Our time is short. Aye, they answered, swallowing their turmoil and scattering to their tasks. Aegon stepped into the wrecked cabin and stopped before Ghidorah. The three heads lowered slightly, 6 golden eyes regarded him with reproach. The middle one snorted, spitting twin sparks of gold. Behave, Aegon said, stroking each cool, smooth, now substantial head in turn, the order flowing mind to mind. Soon you'll have far more room. Don't make trouble now. Ghidorah, sensing the reassurance and the threat of command, rubbed heads together and rumbled a reluctant, grumbling growl. But it settled, sprawling in the cleared space, only its 6 eyes still curiously tracking Henry and the others as they worked. With Ghidorah calmed, Aegon returned to the deck and climbed to the after-castle platform. Sunset painted the sea crimson gold, lights began to glimmer along the quay. Blood-sworn soldiers and sailors moved with brisk efficiency, stowing the gangway, checking lines, trimming sheets. The silent ones, now versed in their roles, worked without words. After weeks they had merged into the fleet's rhythm. Aegon gripped the cold oak rail, gaze fixed westward where the horizon was being swallowed by dusk, the direction of the stepstones. 1 month, subtract the voyage out and back, and every single day left to find armor and recruit must be squeezed dry. Recruits? The disputed lands teemed with lawless pirates, fugitives wanted from every city, penniless mercenaries with nothing left to lose. Rather than waste time and coin slowly raising fresh troops in Lys or elsewhere, he would sail straight there and carve a bloody swath. Absorb the small pirate bands, keep the fierce, the seaworthy, the willing, discard the irredeemable dregs. Feed war with war, forge an army from bandits. Such snowballing expansion was far faster than any normal levy. Besides, these men already lived by the blade, a little shaping and discipline would turn them into a fighting force at once. Their ferocity and experience were something no greenhouse-trained recruit could match. Of course, hammering such lawless, savage outlaws into an obedient, loyal army was a greater test than finding armor. But that was the true measure of Aegon Targaryen's mettle. He had a core of loyal, hardened survivors from the ruins of hell, plenty of reward to offer and, when needed, ruthlessness absolute. Would he become the wolf that leads the pack, or be torn apart? Only deeds would write that answer. Mind clear, he drew a breath of salty evening air, eyes sharpening once more. "Captain, all is ready!" Carl shouted from the main deck below. Aegon nodded and gave the order. "Weigh anchor! Set course for the stepstones! Hoist sail, make way!" The heavy capstan groaned, the great anchor rose dripping with weed. White canvas unfurled, bellied by the onshore breeze. The fleet stirred like waking beasts, slipping from Lys Harbor toward the west, toward the pirates' twilight realm. 60% offer going to end today. Grab the offer soon. Advanced chapter available on TRIN-LUFFY1898. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, The Stepstones. The leeward side of a nameless islet in the Stepstones. Far from the main shipping lanes, jagged black reefs studded the coast, waves thundering through the crevices and flinging up ghastly white foam. Beneath a natural hollow in the sea cliff, something barely worthy of the name dock existed. A few crooked logs had been driven into the shallows to form a rickety platform, mooring several patched and repatched galleys and fishing boats whose hulls were blackened with age. Along the shore, the ribs of ships' long-stranded skeletons scoured by wind and salt lay half-buried in grit. Huts cobbled together from driftwood, tattered canvas, and loose stones huddled against the rock face. Outside, rusted pots, picked clean fish bones, and empty casks lay scattered, the air reeked of brine and unwashed bodies. It was a typical petty pirate den, hidden, filthy, living day to day. Now the crude camp carried a sharper stench, fresh blood. Bodies in mismatched leather or no armor at all sprawled between huts and boulders, wounds gaping, the sand stained dark brown. Resistance had been crushed in moments. Aegon stood at the only more or less intact table in the center of the camp, a yellowed, frayed chart of the stepstones spread before him. He leaned slightly forward, finger gliding over the parchment, violet eyes intent on the inked reefs, currents, and islets. In his mind he matched the map with the scraps drawn from Mogul's last words, plotting the best approach to the hidden cache of armor and the hazards en route. 60-odd blood-sworn soldiers stood silently around him, hands on hilts, scanning the surroundings with hard eyes. Their mail and plate glinted cold beneath the island's bleak sky, jarringly out of place amid the squalor. At their feet knelt a dozen captured pirates, wrists bound with coarse rope, faces a mix of terror and defiance, some still bled. A clatter of plate rang out. A squad of 10 blood-sworn herded the last 5 or 6 skulking captives from behind the rocks at the camp's edge, halting behind Aegon. The soldiers kicked the backs of the captives' knees, forcing them to thud face down on the sand in a choking cloud of dust. Henry strode up, bowed beside Aegon, and reported in a carrying voice, "Your Grace, the last rats are caught. All are here. Their chief," he added, pointing to a burly, bearded man in a worn mail shirt, "is among them." Aegon lifted his gaze from the chart. He turned, unhurried, Valyrian steel armor caught the light like cold fire, his right hand resting casually on the pommel of the long sword at his hip, thumb brushing the chilled guard. He walked toward the bearded man, boots rasping faintly on sand gritty with blood. Seeing him approach and the hand on that sword, the newly brought captives recoiled, the last color draining from their faces. Only the bearded man, though fear flickered in his eyes, clenched his teeth, squared his shoulders, and glared in forced defiance. Aegon halted a pace in front of him. His gaze rested on the man's face, empty of emotion, as though studying a stone. Then he drew. Shoring. The sound of steel leaving the scabbard rang clear through the hush, a cold metallic tremor. The blade lifted, extended, and settled lightly against the thick vein in the man's throat. Its chill bit through skin, raising gooseflesh. "Live," Aegon said, voice quiet yet carrying like ice striking stone, "or die." The bearded man's body jerked, the edge kissed tighter against his neck. His throat worked, temples pulsing, locked in a furious inner war. At last, perhaps from some remnant of pirate pride, he stiffened his neck and spat a blustering snarl, Do your worst. If I so much as flinch, I'm no." His words ended. Aegon's arm flashed. Steel flickered. No shout, no wind up, just a single, clean, terrifyingly precise diagonal cut. Thud. A shaggy head, eyes wide in disbelief, parted from its neck, arced briefly through the air, and landed with a sodden thump, spattering blood. The headless trunk swayed, collapsed, dark blood jetted, soaking the sand in a widening pool. Aegon never glanced at the rolling head or the spurting crimson, as though he had merely brushed away a fallen leaf. He flicked his wrist, shaking a few drops of blood from the blade, then moved the point to the pirate prisoners beside him, already collapsed on the ground, white as sheets, on the verge of soiling themselves. His icy gaze settled on their bloodless faces. "I don't have the patience for childish games of bravery." Aegon's voice stayed flat, yet every word struck the captives' hearts like a maul. "I give only one chance." The sword tip rose slightly, tapping each fallen pirate on the nose in turn. "Now, speak. Life or death?" "Life. Life. Mercy, my lord. Mercy. We want to live. To live. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything. Please!" And wails exploded forth. The pirates kowtowed until sand and blood smeared their foreheads, tears and snot streaming, every trace of ferocity gone. Aegon shifted the blade to the dozen pirates captured earlier, already half dead from watching their captain beheaded. "And you?" "Life. My lord, we choose life. Willing to die for you. Grant us a way to survive." Louder, more frantic cries filled the small camp, drowning even the surf hammering nearby reefs. Only then did Aegon slowly lower the sword, yet did not sheath it. He surveyed the groveling rabble and began his sorting. "Point them out," he said. "Who among you tortured captives for sport, who ravaged women or children, who would abandon comrades to flee? Mark those pieces of filth for me." He needed to excise the irredeemable dregs and, through fear, begin forging a crude set of rules in these survivors' minds. After a brief, tense pause and under his chill stare and the blood-sworn's naked steel, the captives, desperate to live and atone, began naming names. They accused, quarreled, shoved blame onto one another. In the end, 3 men, denounced by many and whose crimes were clearest, were dragged out by blood-sworn soldiers and executed on the spot amid despairing howls and curses. After that bloody purge, the remaining captives were even more hushed, yet they now understood their new master's law: obey, be useful, touch no forbidden line, only then would you live. Next came threat and lure. Aegon offered no empty talk of loyalty or glory, only what pirates could grasp: the chance to keep breathing and the right to plunder and share spoils. "From this moment you are no longer pirates," Aegon declared, his calm voice carrying a strange, undeniable force, "but my soldiers. Fight for me, heed my commands. Loot will be divided by my rules. Valor in battle earns reward, disobedience or desertion earns death." He set down a handful of harsh, simple laws, brutal, yet outlining profit as clearly as punishment. Then he began the interrogation. About other pirate bands in these waters, their size, hideouts, strength, leaders, caches, anything the newly surrendered men could spill in their scramble to live and rise under their new lord. The scraps of intelligence were jumbled and half-true, yet under Aegon's guiding cross-questions a fair picture of nearby pirate powers soon emerged. When finished, Aegon left blood-sworn troopers to watch the captives, boarded the skiff that had brought him, and returned to the quiet fleet waiting beyond the reef-strewn shallows. Board. Set sail. Guided by the surrendered pirates, the fleet steered toward the hidden cache of armor. Yet Aegon's course was no straight line. He deliberately threaded a path past several smaller pirate nests. The days that followed were one long purge. Relying on the blood-sworn's elite skill and the clear message, "Surrender and live, resist and die, serve and be rewarded," the fleet swallowed each pirate band it met with snowballing efficiency. Aegon knew exactly what he was doing. He had no intention of inducting these lawless, savage pirates straight into the blood-sworn, that would taint the discipline and loyalty newly forged by blood oath. The blood-sworn were his core, and must stay pure and tightly controlled. These pirates would form a separate force, a short-term, profit-driven outer ring or expendable troops demanding not absolute loyalty but absolute obedience. He needed cannon fodder and brawlers in a hurry for the hard fights ahead, and would sift the grit of battle in hope of finding a few flecks of real gold. The first batch of captives now sworn in were the seed and first demonstration of this new system. Still few more minutes left. 60% offer going to end. Use this redeem code D3307. Advanced chapter available on TRNLUFFY1898. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, Skull Squad. The weather at sea changes in the blink of an eye. Thick, leaden grey clouds had descended to the sea's surface at some unknown point, looking as if they were within arm's reach, pressing down until it was hard to breathe. The wind had also died down, the air stagnating with the heavy dullness and the faint, heart-pounding tremors that precede a storm. Or perhaps, this abnormal weather was not entirely natural. Whenever a creature that did not belong to this world stretched its body, inadvertently leaking a trace of the ancient aura belonging to a higher order existence, the surrounding heavens and earth seemed to produce a silent resonance and a shiver. Aegon withdrew his gaze from the sky, which was so gloomy it looked ready to drip ink, and turned around. Behind him, in the open space of the pirate camp that had just experienced a brief battle and was still permeated with the smell of blood, dozens of newly incorporated pirate captives, as well as an earlier batch of submitted outlaws, were all frozen in place as if they had been turned to ice. Their faces no longer held their usual ferocity and slickness, only a nearly solidified terror born of biological instinct remained. Pairs of wide-eyed gazes, pupils shrunk to pinpoints, stared uncontrollably and fixedly in the same direction. Reflected in their pupils was a tall figure clad in black armor with silver hair, his red cloak fluttering slightly in the nearly stagnant sea breeze. And, behind and to the side of that figure, lay the source, that caused even the sky to hang low. A dragon. A real, living dragon that was absolutely not the kind found in a bard's ballad or a drunkard's boast. It stood there quietly, its pale gold scales still shimmering with a restrained and majestic cold luster even under such dim light. On its long and powerful necks, 3 heads that looked as if they had stepped out of myth hung slightly low, 6 vertical pupils like molten gold calmly looking down at the humans below who were as small as insects. Merely standing, its height already exceeded 2 men, if one counted the winding, slender necks and the tail of equally staggering length that twitched slightly at the end. Its body length exceeded 10 meters. An invisible pressure, a mixture of ancient majesty and the faint aura of a predator, enveloped the entire camp like a physical tide. The pirates of the Stepstones had all more or less heard legends about dragons. 200 years ago, this place had indeed been ruled by dragon lords riding dragons. But those legends were too distant, having long since become fantasy talk to accompany wine. No one took them seriously. Until this moment. Legend had become reality, bringing not glory and aspiration, but a shudder from the depths of the soul and a sense of insignificance. Even the blood-sworn soldiers, who had seen Ghidorah many times and experienced the adventure in Valyria together, could not hide the shock in their hearts and a trace of instinctive fear at this moment. They gripped their weapons tightly, trying to straighten their backs, but their slightly trembling fingers and racing heartbeats betrayed their unquiet minds. When they first saw it, it was just a 3-headed lizard the size of a stool and even somewhat weirdly cute. How much time had passed since then? A different appearance every day? No, it was as if it were drawing massive amounts of flesh and power out of thin air, growing in a way that defied common sense. Had they not witnessed its changes step by step with their own eyes, they would have almost thought this was some ancient miracle or a ridiculous collective hallucination. Aegon took in everyone's shock, fear, and even a faint hint of fanaticism. The true situation was known only to him. Ghidorah, this titan creature from another universe, was an existence that transcended common sense. It originally relied on absorbing high-energy radiation to grow almost infinitely, even after being transformed and compressed by the rules of this world. its core characteristics of devouring and growing remained, only the energy source had changed from radiation to mana or a similar high-energy existence. Through their mental link, Aegon could perceive that as Ghidorah absorbed the energy of the dead dragon within its body, its growth was entering an accelerated phase. Its size would become more exaggerated day by day, and its strength would grow stronger with each passing day. But correspondingly, its demand for energy would also increase manifold. The small amount of experience points left by the dead dragon was being rapidly consumed. The plan to find a new, stable source of mana or similar magical artifacts had to be put on the agenda. Aegon thought to himself. If not for the stroke of luck in the Valyrian Ruins where he obtained that gift pack of a dead dragon composed of blood sacrifices and vengeful spirits, just feeding Ghidorah would have been enough to give him a massive headache, let alone rapidly developing his forces. However, it was too early to worry about those things now. The dead dragon's energy could still last for a while. The dragon, he would raise. The forces, he would build up even more. He composed his thoughts, his gaze like a cold blade sweeping over the pirate captives who were slumped on the ground or struggling to stand while shaking like sieves. It was time to put collars on this pack of masterless jackals and show them the way. Look at me. Aegon's voice rang out, penetrating the stagnant air and the heavy breathing of the crowd, clearly exploding in everyone's ears. The captives jolted, their gazes moving with difficulty from that terrifying dragon shadow to focus on Aegon. My name is Aegon. He paused, clearly pronouncing that surname which still carried some weight in the regions near Westeros. Aegon Targaryen. Targaryen. This name, like a stone thrown into a quiet lake, stirred waves once again in the hearts of some pirates who had a bit of knowledge. The family that once rode giant dragons. You, in the stepstones, are like rats in a gutter, hiding here and there. Stealing a skiff, drinking sour ale, sleeping in leaky shacks. Not knowing today if you'll be betrayed by other pirates tomorrow, or if you'll run into a free city fleet's suppression the day after. Or perhaps you rob a fat sheep today, only for your corpse to be exposed on an unremarkable reef tomorrow. Aegon's words were like a cold scalpel, dissecting the truth of their lowly and dangerous lives. Living hand to mouth, your lives as cheap as grass. Swear fealty to me, he changed his tone, injecting an unquestionable power into his voice, and you will say goodbye to these days. You will gain a new identity, a new way of life. He didn't need empty promises of loyalty, those were useless to pirates. He gave them something they could understand directly. Fight for me, follow my orders. The treasure you seize will be distributed according to my rules, but everyone will get a share, there will be no withholding. Kill an enemy, and there is a reward. A decent head, he pointed to the uncleaned corpse of a pirate leader on the ground, is worth 5 silver stags. Kill a minor leader, 10. Kill the opposing chief, and you'll be rewarded with gold dragons. Charge at the front, and there is a reward. Complete a mission, and there is a reward. Bring in new, capable fighting hands, and you can even take a cut from their future bounties. But, those who disobey, die. Those who desert, die. Those who hide loot, die. Those who betray their companions, die. Simple rules. Punishments of extreme severity. Clearly visible benefits. A primitive system of interests entirely centered around Aegon Targaryen, driven by violence, plunder, and bounties. Now, I grant you a new name. Aegon's gaze swept over this group of outlaws, whose eyes were beginning to flicker with a different light, as he slowly spoke the name he had already thought of, one that was fitting and filled with the aura of death and plunder. Skull Squad. Prove your worth. Let me see that you are not just useless cowards who know only how to tremble. He raised his hand and pointed toward the depths of the island. According to intelligence, there was another small pirate hideout there. Clear that hill. Use the blood of your enemies and the bounties you are about to receive to tell me your answer. At first, there was silence and hesitation. But when the first pirate, driven by fear and greed, actually carried a bloody head belonging to another pirate gang. When he came before Aegon trembling yet full of hope, and actually received those heavy silver coins that still carried body heat from Henry's hand, everything changed. The light reflected from that blood-stained silver coin under the dim sky held more magic than any slogan or promise. Being a pirate also involved killing and looting, living in fear, with earnings depending on luck and the constant risk of dying in internal strife. Following this, Prince Targaryen, who had a real dragon, also involved killing, but it could immediately be traded for clinking coins. Moreover, it seemed more official, more secure, and even had more of a future. A different kind of fanatical atmosphere, carrying a thick smell of blood yet also implicit restlessness and greed, began to spread through this newly named Skull Squad. No more words were needed. When the fleet reached the next island where pirates were discovered hiding, those Skull Squad outlaws, who had just tasted sweetness or were eager to prove themselves and obtain bounties, were already like sharks that had scented blood, their eyes red as they pounced forward with howling cries. Slaughter! Surrender! Breaking up the new captives, incorporating them into the ranks, and binding them with the same chain of interests. The cycle repeated. Aegon stood at the rear, calmly watching it all. The Bloodsworn were like steady reefs, guarding him. They were both a deterrent and the final cleaners. Blood continuously stained one island after another. The numbers of the Skull Squad swelled rapidly like a rolling snowball amidst the bloody plunder and devouring. And the fleet's objective remained firmly pointed toward the secret location mentioned in Mogul's last words, where 500 sets of plate armor were hidden. Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, The Abyss of Torture. East of Sawtooth Reef, the third small bay. Inside the Quiet's captain's cabin, a sea chart was spread on the table, its parchment edges slightly curled from repeated handling. Aegon's finger hovered over a spot on the chart, where a dangerous cluster of reefs, marked by dense black dots, was labeled with the handwritten note, Sawtooth Reef. Several Skull Squad sergeants, who had been temporarily summoned and were familiar with the eastern waters of the Stepstones, gathered around the table. These leaders were individuals who had stood out during the recent snowballing process and had been temporarily appointed by Aegon to manage small teams. When Aegon stated the target coordinates, the expressions of the Skull Squad sergeants simultaneously stiffened. A clear look of astonishment flashed in their eyes, quickly turning into a complex expression mixed with vigilance and apprehension. They exchanged glances, their lips mumbling, but they did not speak immediately. Aegon's observation was exceptionally keen. He raised his eyes, his violet gaze calmly sweeping over them. What, is this place unclear? Or is there a problem? Unclear. A sergeant with a knife scar on his face, formerly a small pirate captain, subconsciously repeated, then realizing his tone was wrong, he quickly bowed, speaking with careful deliberation. Your Highness, it's not unclear, on the contrary, this place has been quite widely discussed among us pirates who make a living in these waters recently. He licked his somewhat chapped lips and continued, that place is already next to Driftmark. It used to be a god-forsaken, desolate island bay that no one, not even ghosts, wanted to visit, with as many hidden reefs as shark teeth. Anyone who went there had bad luck. But recently, it's different. A group of bluebeards from Tyrosh took over the place, another one-eyed sergeant added, lowering his voice slightly. Aegon noticed the genuine apprehension on their faces, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Explain clearly, what's the situation? Seeing Aegon's serious inquiry, the scarred sergeant dared not conceal anything and quickly said, Your Highness, the place you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, should be what we pirates call the Abyss of Torture. The Abyss of Torture. Aegon repeated the name. Yes, Your Highness. The one-eyed sergeant took over, his tone revealing an instinctive aversion to that sea area. It's a desolate island shaped like a rift valley, with treacherous terrain and dense reefs, making it very difficult for ships to approach. The most eerie thing is the wind there. When it passes through the rock crevices, the sound it makes, tisk, it's like thousands of people screaming in agony at the same time, truly terrifying. That's how it got its name. In the past, no one would ever set foot there unless they were looking for death or had absolutely no other choice. He looked at Aegon's profile, lost in thought, and tentatively asked, "Your Highness, are you going there?" Aegon looked up, his gaze sharp. The scarred sergeant's heart tightened, and he quickly added, "The reason we know so much is because of those Tyroji Bluebeards. Driftmark is so large, and there are many islands nearby where they could dock, but they chose the most sinister and hardest to crack place, the Abyss of Torture, as their stronghold, and they hold it firmly. Recently, any pirates who didn't believe in evil, or wanted to sneak over to check the situation, and approached that sea area, basically never returned, they were ambushed and killed. Tyroji Bluebeards, occupying the Abyss of Torture." Aegon's brows furrowed completely, his thoughts racing. A coincidence? No, he didn't believe it. The target was so clear, the location so precise. Yet, precisely when he came for the armor, it was occupied by another armed force. Were they also after that armor? How did they get the information? Did Mogul leak it before? Or was there another channel? Questions coiled around him like cold vines. Whatever the possibility, it meant the situation was more complex than he had anticipated, and there could be more potential enemies. Troop strength. Aegon's voice grew cold, leaving no room for doubt. How far from here? What is their equipment like? The several leaders exchanged glances, and finally, the scarred sergeant answered with a forced smile, "Your Highness, we really can't say the exact number, those who got close never came back. But judging by the large galley warships from Tyrosh that they have moored outside, to operate them effectively and be combat ready, they would need at least 70 or 80 men. They seem to have 3 or 4 such ships, plus some smaller boats, at least 500 men, if not more. As for the voyage, from our current position, heading east-northeast, with favorable winds, we could reach the edge of that sea area in less than a day." The one-eyed sergeant added, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Your Highness, are you going to clear them out?" Aegon did not answer immediately. His gaze returned to the sea chart, his finger pressing hard on the location of the Abyss of Torture. Then, he straightened up and began to issue orders decisively. "Give the order, the fleet turns, target the Abyss of Torture. Full speed ahead." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Skull Squad leaders instantly stiffened, their nerves, which had slightly relaxed after reporting, tightened once more. They liked the bounties Aegon promised and actually delivered, and they liked this new way of life of killing for money, but liking it was one thing, they also needed to be alive to spend the money. Those Tyroji Bluebeards were ruthless newcomers in the eastern waters, acting savagely, and their equipment was far superior to that of these ragtag pirates. Moreover, their numbers didn't seem to be any less than their own. Their 400-odd Skull Squad members had been gathered through a snowballing process, with complex backgrounds. Were they really going to actively attack the dangerous stronghold occupied by the Bluebeards? The muscles on their faces twitched, and the retreat and hesitation in their eyes were clearly visible. Aegon took in their expressions, his face devoid of any emotion, merely adding in a calm tone, as if stating the most ordinary thing. "In this battle, you will lead the charge." Lead the charge. The leaders' faces instantly grew even uglier. This was practically sending them to be targets to draw fire, to exhaust the Bluebeard's arrows and stamina. Aegon seemed to see through their thoughts, withdrawing his gaze from the sea chart and beginning to refasten the Valyrian steel gauntlet he had removed to view the map back onto his left arm. The cold metal components interlocked, emitting a crisp click. He turned, his back to them, and while adjusting the armguard's strap, he dropped his final words in a calm, unwavering tone that seemed to carry immense weight. "I will also personally go into battle." He paused, and as the others looked on in shock and uncertainty, he slightly tilted his head, leaving them with words that made their souls tremble. Riding a dragon into battle. Riding a dragon, into battle. Those words exploded like thunder in the narrow captain's cabin. The Skull Squad sergeants trembled violently, abruptly looking up at Aegon's tall and stern back, as if they could see through the cabin wall to the overcast sky outside, and the suffocatingly huge dragon shadow beneath it. Fear still lingered, but another, more fervent, more primal emotion, like ignited wildfire, surged from deep within their hearts. It was a mix of awe for absolute power, shock at the legendary status of riding a dragon, and a twisted, crazy hope of perhaps gaining immense benefits by following a true dragon. Now, return to your posts and prepare. Organize your men, check your weapons. When we arrive, I shouldn't have to tell you what to do a second time. Aegon finished speaking, no longer paying attention to the pirate leaders behind him whose expressions varied and whose thoughts differed. He strode out of the captain's cabin, accompanied by his blood-sworn guards, who had stood silently, hands on their sword hilts. The heavy oak door closed behind him, sealing off the oppressive atmosphere and tumultuous emotions within. On the deck, the sea breeze carried the salty chill of an impending storm. Aegon walked to the bow, his blood-red cloak billowing straight behind him in the wind, like a battle standard. He gazed eastward, into the depths of the sea shrouded by increasingly dense dark clouds. Whatever lay ahead, whoever stood in his way, he would get the armor. Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, The Dragon Descends. Aegon did not advance with the fleet. On the leeward side of a deserted island a few miles from the Abyss of Torture, he ordered the fleet to anchor temporarily. He then brought Ghidorah onto the beach, which was covered in black jagged rocks. There was not enough space on the ships, nor could they withstand the weight generated when Ghidorah spread its wings to take flight. The sea breeze carried the scent of salt and the heavy stillness before rain, making his blood-red cloak snap behind him. Aegon turned around and looked at the pale golden figure beside him, now so massive it was suffocating. Ghidorah stood there quietly, its 3 heads lowered slightly, its 6 molten gold vertical pupils reflecting Aegon's figure. Its growth rate was faster than imagined. Now, just standing, its height exceeded 2 men. Its slender necks and tails stretched out, casting large, hideous shadows under the dim sky. The scales covering its entire body were dense and cold, with a restrained golden luster flowing along the edges. Aegon reached out and stroked the cold scales under the jaw of the middle head. "This time, we're doing it for real," he whispered. A vague yet clear response came through the mental link. Understanding, seriousness, and a long-suppressed desire to release its power. This time, Ghidorah showed no signs of fooling around. It quietly lowered its body, the middle head turning to make room for Aegon to mount its back. Aegon took a deep breath, pushed off with his feet, and flipped himself up. The Valyrian steel armor rubbed against the dragon scales, making a faint metallic scraping sound. The depression where the dragon's neck met its body was just right for him to sit astride, with the hard, protruding spinal plates on either side available for gripping. There was no saddle, only the direct contact of cold scales. Almost the moment he sat firmly, the combat instincts gifted by Aegon Targaryen surged spontaneously. How to maintain balance, how to move with the undulations of the dragon's muscles, how to stay steady during high speeds and changes in direction, it was as if he had ridden like this 1,000 times before. At the same time, a deeper mental communion originating from their soul bond quietly unfolded. He could vaguely sense the tension in the muscles of Ghidorah's wing membranes, perceive the locking of its 3 consciousnesses onto the same target, and even share a glimpse of that vast, superhuman vision overlooking the earth. "Go," Aegon willed. "Roar." Ghidorah's middle head tilted toward the sky and let out a low, majestic roar. It wasn't deafening, yet it seemed to shake the very air around them. The next moment, those pale golden wing membranes, large enough to blot out the sun, suddenly unfurled and flapped downward with force. Boom! Violent currents of air exploded outward with Ghidorah at the center. The debris and sand on the beach were swept dozens of feet into the air. The massive lift tossed Aegon's body upward slightly, but he was locked firmly to the dragon's back by an instinctive strength in his core. His vision rose rapidly. The deserted island, the rocks, the sea, the fleet, everything was shrinking. The wind howled in his ears, yet it was weakened by some invisible force field. Aegon's silver hair danced wildly behind his head. He squinted slightly as the clouds drew closer. Climbing, constantly climbing. He passed through thin, scattered clouds and broke into the thick, leaden cumulonimbus layers. The surroundings instantly fell into a grey gloom, with only occasional flashes of lightning briefly illuminating the distorted outlines of the clouds. Water vapor condensed on the surface of his armor, bringing a cold sensation. But there was no fear in Aegon's heart, only an unprecedented sense of freedom, as if he had broken the shackles of the earth, and a burning pleasure in controlling such power. This was dragon riding. This was the instinct sleeping within the Targaryen bloodline. Maegor's gift made his body move naturally, and the mental communion allowed their wills to be as one. He needed no reins, no verbal commands. With just a thought, Ghidorah understood perfectly, adjusting its direction within the sea of clouds and flapping its wings with even more ferocious speed. Toward the abyss of torture, breaking through the cloud barrier, it streaked away. Deep within the rift of the abyss of torture, several large Tyroji galley-style warships were half-dragged onto the crude beach. More sailors and soldiers were gathered on the relatively flat rock platforms on both sides of the rift, having set up temporary camps with canvas and timber. They were no ordinary pirates. Over a month ago, a coup conspiracy against the current Archon in Tyrosh had been exposed. These officers, mercenaries, and outlaws who had participated in it had seized several warships and fled in panic under their leader's command. The disputed lands were too chaotic, and returning to Tyrosh was walking into a trap, so they eventually chose the Stepstones, a lawless zone, as a temporary refuge. Bloodstone was too large and easily attracted attention. Although the rift island known as the Abyss of Torture had a harsh environment, it was secluded and easy to defend but hard to attack. As for the scattered pirates entrenched here? Just a rabble. In the past few weeks, they had easily dealt with several groups of fools who had come to pay respects or try to rob them, which conveniently replenished their dwindling supplies and entertainment. Ships. To the west. An entire fleet. At a lookout point on the edge of the rift, a sentry suddenly pulled his head back and shouted toward the camp below. A commotion immediately broke out in the camp, but it wasn't panic. Many people put down their dried meat or dice, their faces showing a mixture of cruelty and boredom. Which group of blind small fry is it this time? An officer wearing a half-plate cuirass with burn scars on his face stood up, grinning to reveal yellow teeth. "Leader, shall we go out and stretch our legs?" The man called leader was tall, wearing a gold-embroidered cloak brought from Tyrosh over mail armor. He was using a dagger to peel a piece of fruit and didn't even look up at the words, "What's the rush?" The hidden reefs in this hellhole are enough to give them a hard time. Wait until they struggle to get close and disembark, that's when we kill them. He paused, the tip of his dagger stabbing into the fruit. Tell the boys to get ready to welcome them. One head for one cup of good wine. A round of coarse laughter and whistling echoed through the camp. No one was worried. It had been the same the last few times, using the terrain and equipment advantages to wait at their leisure. No matter how many of those stupid pirates came, they all died. This would be their temporary paradise until the heat died down, or they found a better way out. They watched at their ease as the fleet struggled to maneuver and probe through the reef-filled waters, slowly approaching the rift's only entrance. Some had already picked up their bows and crossbows, checking their blades, their eyes looking like they were watching a pack of prey walking into a trap. Just then, woo vroom! A low, strange hum, like countless metals vibrating in resonance at an extremely high frequency, came without warning from deep within the thick dark clouds overhead. "What's that sound?" someone asked, looking up in confusion. "Thunder? Is it going to pour?" another muttered, looking at the lead grey clouds that hung so low they seemed ready to collapse at any moment. The humming grew louder and closer, carrying a piercing quality that made one's teeth ache and heart flutter. "Look up!" The lookout's voice suddenly changed pitch, turning into a sharp, breaking shriek. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw the center of those thick, impenetrable dark clouds suddenly cave inward and rotate, as if being churned by an invisible giant hand. Immediately after, a flash of blinding gold fiercely tore through the dense clouds and plummeted down. What was that? The speed was faster than the limit of visual capture. One moment it was at the break in the clouds, the next it had descended over the rift with a scream that tore the atmosphere. The massive pale golden body unfurled, blotting out the already dim light and casting a desperate shadow over the rift. What froze their souls most was that the creature actually had 3 equally hideous heads covered in bone armor. 6 eyes burning with golden lightning, like eyes of judgment from ancient times, instantly locked onto the tiny, ant-like crowd below. A dragon. A soldier with some experience had his pupils shrink to pinpoints, squeezing out half a broken syllable from his throat. Doubt, shock, bewilderment, and the subsequent explosion of ultimate terror that swept through every cell of their bodies. There wasn't even time for it to be converted into a scream through their vocal cords. Ghidorah's middle head was the first to open its massive maw. Deep within its throat, a point of golden light rapidly expanded and erupted. The left and right heads synchronized immediately. Boom! 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 3 bucket-thick bolts of brilliant golden lightning, composed of pure destructive energy, not fire, yet more violent than fire, swept across the rift platform from 3 angles like the lashes of a god. In the eyes of these people, those golden rays were lightning. There was no explosion, only annihilation. Wherever the lightning passed, rocks vaporized instantly, leaving behind burn marks several feet deep with edges shimmering with a glassy luster. Human bodies were like snowmen under a scorching sun. Before they could even scream, they were directly decomposed, carbonized, and turned to ash in the brilliant golden light. That leader who had been peeling fruit just moments ago, his figure draped in the gold-embroidered cloak, was lightly brushed by a stray bolt of lightning. In an instant, the cloak, the mail armor, the flesh, the bones, every trace of his existence vanished without a trace, leaving only a human-shaped, charred, smoking void on the spot, along with a few wisps of smoke that hadn't had time to settle. With the first round of breath, the platform on the left side of the rift was cleared. Ghidorah flapped its wings, its massive body tracing a half-arc in the air with incredible agility. The other 2 heads adjusted their direction, and 2 more bolts of golden lightning were spat out. "No! Run! Demon! This is a demon!" Wailing, screaming, and roars of collapse finally erupted, but they were instantly swallowed by the even more deafening roar of the lightning. The rift turned into a golden purgatory. The lightning was like the reaper's plough, washing over this land again and again. Those who tried to hide in rock crevices were melted along with the rocks. Those who ran toward the ships became running charcoal on the beach. Those who knelt and begged for mercy lost their form in the next moment. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided erasure from a higher dimension. When the Skull Squad vanguard, commanded by Henry and Carl, took small boats and carefully navigated through the reef area to land amidst the lingering smell of charred smoke, the battle was already over. No, the battle they had imagined hadn't happened at all. Before them was only a mess of scorched earth. Most of the original camp tents, supplies, and bodies had disappeared. The few remains were just twisted, charred wreckage emitting a pungent odor. Rocks had been melted and then solidified, forming hideous and strange shapes. A hot wind and the scent of death drifted through the rift. Not 1 in 10 Tyroji remained alive, and all of them were soul-shattered, their eyes vacant. Their bodies shook like sieves as they curled up in corners, showing no reaction to the approaching Skull Squad soldiers, as if their spirits had been completely destroyed. This is... A small leader of the Skull Squad looked at the hellish scene before him, his Adam's apple bobbing, unable to speak a full sentence. All the soldiers who landed, whether the outlaws of the Skull Squad or the veterans of the Blood Sworn, instinctively stopped in their tracks, looking in shock at this land that had been plowed several times. Then, their gazes involuntarily turned toward the highest rocky hill on one side of the rift. There, the massive three-headed golden dragon stood quietly, with faint, lingering sparks of electricity still flowing over its pale golden scales. It slightly folded its wings, its three heads lowered, and its 6 golden eyes looked down indifferently at the people below. And on that mountain-like dragon's back, a figure stood tall as a pine. Black armor, a red cloak, and silver hair fluttering in the sea breeze. One hand rested casually on his knee, while the other held the cold scales of the dragon's neck. The lines of his profile, illuminated by the smoke and the sky, were like a cold sculpture. He sat calmly on the dragon's back as if he had only done something trivial. Time seemed to freeze. The sea breeze whistled through the rift, mixing with the lingering echoes of lightning and the smell of burning. All the Skull Squad soldiers, all the blood-sworn warriors, and even those surviving but broken Tyroshi, looked up at the scene atop the rocky hill. The black-armored knight, the pale golden dragon, the destructive lightning, the absolute control. This was their highness. This was Targaryen. This was, the might of the Dragon King. An unprecedented emotion, a mixture of ultimate awe, soul-shaking trembling, and fanatical worship, ignited like wildfire in the heart of every onlooker. Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, 500 Plate Armors. A ray of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the lead grey clouds, falling straight onto the peak of the rocky hill. In the light, the scales of the pale gold dragon shimmered with a luster like liquid gold, each one seeming to breathe. It swallowed the light, then refracted an even more majestic and brilliant golden glow. And that black-armored, silver-haired knight sat astride the dragon's back, his blood-red cloak like a burning flame in the light. The light enveloped them, defining their existence as something beyond the mundane. Below, the gathered Skull Squad and Blood Sworn, as well as those 100+ ashen-faced survivors from Tyrosh who had been escorted over, all involuntarily held their breath. Looking up at this scene, which seemed to have stepped out of an ancient mural or a mythical epic. The sunlight also fell on Aegon's face, illuminating his sharp profile and reflecting deep within those violet eyes. In those pupils, it was as if sparks were ignited by this beam of light, silently spreading like a wildfire. He tilted his head slightly, looking toward the direction the light came from, toward the sky he had just conquered. The swift wind, the drifting clouds, the unfettered soaring, the perspective of looking down upon all living beings, that feeling was not merely one of power, but a deeper freedom, as if innate shackles had suddenly been broken open. To command the gale, to command the thunder, to command this massive beast, it was as if he commanded his own destiny. The corner of his mouth curled up in a nearly imperceptible, subtle arc. The faint gloom that often lingered between his brows seemed to have been swept away by the high-altitude winds during that flight where he broke through the clouds and dominated the thunder. He withdrew his gaze from the horizon, his eyes becoming calm and profound once more. Raising his left hand, he gently patted the cold, tough scales on the side of Ghidorah's neck. The dragon's middle head turned slightly, its molten gold eyes meeting his for a moment, conveying a silent response. Then, Aegon's gaze fell like physical icicles, sweeping across the crowd gathered below the rocky hill, finally settling on the group of trembling, vacant-eyed Tyrosh prisoners. Touched by that gaze, the prisoners shuddered violently, as if cold water had been poured over their heads. "You," Aegon spoke, his voice not loud, yet it clearly suppressed the sound of the wind in the rift and the crashing waves, carrying an unquestionable tone of interrogation. "Why are you here? What is your purpose?" A wave of frantic commotion went through the prisoners, they opened their mouths but were speechless due to extreme fear. A man wearing a tattered officer's surcoat with burn scars on his face struggled, crawling forward a few steps, and kowtowed heavily, his voice distorted and out of tune from suppressed terror. My lord! We were originally the army of Tyrosh and hired mercenaries. Because of long-term arrears and withholding of pay, we couldn't survive, so we joined forces with a general, wanting to find a new way to live. He was incoherent, but his will to survive forced him to continue. In the end, the matter was exposed. We could only steal a ship and flee. The stepstones, only here could we hide temporarily. Driftmark is too large, easy to be exposed, so we chose this god-forsaken place for temporary shelter, thinking we'd wait for the trouble to blow over, or find another way out. My lord! As he spoke, he suddenly paused, a title long forgotten by most, existing only in legends and stories, suddenly flashed through his mind and blurted out. Dragon Lord! We really didn't know this was your territory. We have offended the majesty of the Dragon Lord. Please show mercy. Spare the lives of us blind, reckless ants. Dragon Lord! A long-lost title carrying the weight of blood and fire made many pirates of the Skull Squad shudder as well, their gazes toward Aegon becoming even more fervent and reverent. Aegon listened quietly, a flash of understanding appearing deep in his violet eyes. So that was it. It wasn't an intelligence leak, nor was it targeted at him or that batch of armor. It was merely a group of desperate rebels who had blundered into these waters in their panic and coincidentally chosen this stronghold where the armor was hidden. Was he being too cautious? Jumping at shadows? A wrongful killing? A trace of cold indifference flickered through his eyes. If they were killed, they were killed. In the stepstones, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, mercy is the most useless luxury. They chose this path and ran into his dragon, it was simply fate. You want to live? Aegon's voice betrayed no emotion. Yes. Yes. My lord, we want to live. The officer and the prisoners behind him kowtowed frantically, as if grabbing onto a final straw. Very well. Aegon said indifferently, pick up your weapons and fight for me. Use your lives and blood to trade for a new path to survival. We are willing. We are willing. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Dragon Lord, for sparing our lives. The prisoners wept with joy, kowtowing like pounding garlic, as if they had been pulled back from the edge of hell. Aegon looked at them no longer. He moved his body slightly, and Ghidorah's middle head lowered in tacit understanding, its slender neck and folded wing membranes forming a stable slope. Aegon descended, his boots stepping onto the charred rock with a light sound. The Valyrian steel armor shimmered with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. Enough! He stood still, his gaze sweeping over the newly recruited Tyrosh prisoners and the eagerly watching leaders of the Skull Squad. The time has come to show your value. You have been entrenched here for many days, you should have some understanding of this rift and the surrounding terrain. He raised his hand and pointed toward the cliffs and reef areas where the waves were constantly crashing. Go and search for places suitable for hiding large quantities of items, especially sea caves and rock crevices that are only revealed at low tide. The Skull Squad as well, spread out and search. Bloodsworn, maintain vigilance and supervise the search. The orders were concise and clear. The desire to survive and the urgency to prove their new loyalty drove the Tyrosh prisoners and the Skull Squad pirates to act immediately, pouncing toward every corner of the abyss of torture like hounds catching a scent. The blood-sworn soldiers held their weapons, monitoring the entire process with cold gazes, especially wary of any potential movements from the new surrenders. With many people and a clear goal, efficiency became apparent. The tide was slowly rising, time was of the essence. Finally, just before the tide was about to submerge a low-lying reef area, a newly recruited Tyrosh man signaled. Behind a dense, slippery patch of marine plants that almost blended in with the black reefs, he had found a narrow cave entrance. Hearing the news, Aegon personally waded over. The entrance could only accommodate 2 people side by side, the dim sea water reached their calves, bone-chillingly cold. After walking a few steps inward, the terrain began to rise gradually, soon exceeding sea level. Even when the tide rose, the sea water would not flood in. The air became damp and cold, carrying a heavy scent of sea salt and rock. The interior of the cave was much more spacious than the entrance, with signs of manual leveling on the ground. At the deepest part, wooden crates piled like small mountains came into view, standing silently in the darkness in neat rows. The surfaces of the crates were covered with thick, specially tanned waterproof animal hides, their edges tightly sealed with resin and wax. They were preserved quite carefully. Aegon thought to himself. But considering the value of the items inside 500 sets of plate armor, it was enough to arm an elite force capable of changing the course of a small-scale war. Such caution was not surprising. The annual output of an ordinary village of 30 or 40 households might only be enough to support one fully equipped plate-armored knight. And here, 500 such suits of plate armor lay quietly. Open them. Aegon gestured. 2 blood-sworn soldiers stepped forward, using their blades to pry open the lid of the topmost crate. Screech! An indescribable, pungent smell similar to rancid grease suddenly surged out, filling the confined cave and making one want to gag. Inside the crate, there was no expected glint of armor. Only a crate full of a grayish-black, viscous substance like semi-solidified mud, its surface dried and cracked into patterns. The soldiers were stunned, looking at Aegon in confusion. Aegon's expression remained unchanged as he took a step forward. He unsheathed the long sword at his waist, the tip probing into the viscous sludge, slowly piercing in as he felt a certain resistance. With a slight flick of his wrist, he jerked it upward. Clang! A hard object, covered in the same black mud, was flicked out of the crate and landed on the ground. Aegon used the tip of his sword to scrape away the layer of semi-solidified rancid grease. Once, twice, a dull but unmistakable metallic luster gradually revealed itself under the torchlight. It was a piece of plate armor. Move them out. Aegon sheathed his sword, speaking succinctly, everyone. Before the tide submerges the cave entrance, move all the crates to higher ground on the shore. With the order given, whether it was the new surrenders eager to prove themselves, the curious pirates, or the steady blood-sworn soldiers, they all turned into porters. Heavy wooden crates were laboriously dragged, shouldered, and carried across the damp reefs and slopes. Before the rising tide flooded the cave, everything was transferred to a relatively flat and dry charred clearing above the rift. The crates were piled like a mountain. Aegon sat down on a charred rock. Ghidorah's massive body lay lazily near him, its 3 heads resting on its crossed front claws, 6 golden eyes half closed. It seemed to be dozing, but that invisible pressure still enveloped the entire area. Clean them all. Aegon ordered again. The soldiers used swords, and even sharp rocks picked up nearby, to scrape off the disgusting, rancid grease clinging to the plate armor. Black, foul-smelling chunks were continuously scraped off, piling up like a small hill to the side, the smell becoming even more pungent. As the grease was stripped away, the suits of plate armor gradually revealed their true forms. They lay silently on the scorched earth. After years of erosion and the effects of the anti-corrosion coating, there were inevitably rust spots and dullness on the surface. But the main structures were intact, the rivets at the joints of the plates were still firm, and the whole set still exuded a cold, grim aura. The eyes of the former pirates of the Skull Squad changed as they watched. They were no longer filled with initial shock or fear, but a nearly tangible, burning heat. Living a life on the edge of a blade at sea, they knew all too well what this meant. A complete suit of plate armor was a second life during boarding actions or landings. It was the confidence to act without restraint. The guarantee for plundering even wealthier merchant ships. Their gazes were like hooks, repeatedly scraping over the armor as it was revealed, estimating the thickness, craftsmanship, and value. The sound of swallowing could be heard faintly in the silent rift. However, whenever those greedy, burning gazes involuntarily drifted toward the silver-haired figure sitting on the charred rock, calmly watching everything, or caught sight of the pale gold dragon lying quietly nearby, all that heat was like having ice water poured over it. Any trace of greed or delusion that shouldn't exist, belonging to a pirate, that had just sprouted in their hearts was washed crystal clear in the reflection of the dragon's pale gold pupils. Wealth was right before their eyes, within reach. But even closer was destruction. Still few more minutes left. 60% offer going to end. Use this redeem code D3307. Advanced chapter available on TRNLUFFY1898. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Dark Sisters. A period of time passed in a flurry of cleaning, scraping, and counting. Carl strode past the Skull Squad soldiers, who were still looking at the plate armor with greedy eyes, and came before Aegon, who was seated on a scorched rock. Bowing to report, a hint of excitement showed on his lean face. "Your Highness, everything has been cleaned and counted. Plate armor, exactly 500 sets, no more and no less. Though there is some rust and the plates need re-oiling and maintenance, and the rivets need checking and reinforcing, the main bodies are intact and absolutely usable." He paused and continued, "We also found many matching weapons. There are about 600 or 700 swords, in fair condition. Spears, the spearheads are fine, but the wooden shafts are mostly rotted and unusable. Among the shields, some iron-rimmed round shields and tower shields are relatively intact, but not many, about 100 or so." Carl's voice lowered, carrying obvious regret. "The most unfortunate thing is, in the innermost boxes, we found about 200 military heavy crossbows. Looking at the design, they seem to be from Mir, with excellent craftsmanship, but the limbs and mechanisms are almost entirely rusted solid by the moisture, and the strings are so rotten they snap at a touch. They're completely ruined." Aegon listened to the report, his expression calm. 500 sets of plate armor perfectly matched Mogul's last words. This was already the core harvest. As for the loss of other equipment, it was only normal after being cached for years in the damp and harsh environment along the narrow sea. To have preserved so many sets of plate armor is already lucky, Aegon said slowly, his gaze sweeping over his core subordinates who were beginning to try on and adjust the armor. The sounds of cold metal components snapping together rose and fell, heavy and melodious. The soldiers of the Bloodsworn assisted each other in donning the armor. Soon, a small forest of dark steel rose on the scorched earth. The armor plates rubbed together, reflecting the sky's light filtering down from above the rift, and an air of grim solemnity arose spontaneously. 500 fully armed plate-clad warriors, on the right battlefield, are enough to become a lever that shifts the balance of victory and defeat, he seemed to be saying to Carl, but also confirming it to himself. Especially in urban street fighting, or in narrow choke points and passes, they can hold off several, even 10 times their number in light or unarmored enemies. This was the key to his trip. With this core of heavy infantry, many frontal assaults that would have originally required a huge price now had the foundation to be implemented. On the other side, the soldiers of the Skull Squad watched longingly as the Bloodsworn members put on the cleaned plate armor one by one, the envy and desire in their eyes almost turning tangible and dripping out. Many people's Adam's apples bobbed as they subconsciously rubbed their hands, as if that cold metal were already worn on their own bodies. Even the newly surrendered Tyroji were full of disbelief and regret. They had hidden in this ghost of a place in fear for so many days, yet they had never discovered such staggering wealth hidden beneath their feet. Aegon took in everyone's expressions. "The armor, this is it," he spoke, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears like cold water, dousing some unrealistic fantasies but also igniting something else. "Distributed according to merit. The Bloodsworn are the brothers who have followed me the longest, this is what they deserve." He first set the tone, then changed the subject, his gaze sweeping over the expectant Skull Squad soldiers and the newly surrendered. "The rest depends on your performance in the battles to come. Kill the enemy, earn merit, and prove your value, the armor will naturally be draped upon you. Simple rules, a clear path. Desire turned into motivation, and motivation pointed toward battle. Our business here is finished. Aegon stood up, his Valyrian steel armor flowing with a dark red luster under the slanting sunlight. Form up, take all the spoils, and return to the fleet. The order was quickly relayed. The Bloodsworn needed to adapt to the weight of the armor, while the Skull Squad and the Tyrogi prisoners were responsible for carrying the heavy plate armor and other still usable equipment. The group took small boats back the way they came, carefully passing through the reef area under the guard of the Bloodsworn to return to the fleet anchored in the open sea. Stepping back onto the deck of the Quiet, Aegon silently calculated in his mind. Coming to the stepstones to sustain war with war, more than half a month had already passed. Adding his original 100 or so Bloodsworn elites, the nearly 400 Skull Squad outlaws gathered like a snowball, and the 100 or so Tyrogi prisoners just incorporated, the number of combat-ready soldiers under his command was nearly 700. Among these 700 people, there was a loyal and reliable core, henchmen driven by profit, and new blood forced to submit by circumstances. Though the composition was complex, if they were clad in that plate armor, they would already be a force that could not be underestimated. The voyage required to return to Lys, plus reserving time for possible accidents, he still had some time. Perhaps, before finally turning toward Lys and facing that destined storm, he could snowball one more time. Temper this force to be more solid, or larger. But before that, there was one more thing. Aegon walked into the captain's quarters, his gaze falling on the sea chart. His finger moved to the northeast of the Abyss of Torture, toward that larger island drift mark. Previously, when he was riding the dragon and diving toward the Abyss of Torture, at the moment he swept over drift mark, a golden light had briefly lit up on the system map in his mind, and a prompt to trigger a check-in had appeared. It was just that his fighting spirit was high at the time, the arrow was on the string, and he had no time to attend to it. Now, it was time to go and see. He wondered what he could draw this time. Pass the order, the fleet is turning. Target, the southwestern open sea of drift mark. Maintain distance and advance on alert, Aegon instructed Carl, who had followed him in. He did not intend to let the fleet directly barge into those chaotic and dangerously unknown waters of drift mark. Your Highness, we're going to drift mark. Carl was somewhat puzzled. The situation there is complex, with various factions intertwined, I'm afraid. We aren't going onto the island. Aegon interrupted him, walking to the window and looking toward the horizon. I'm going alone. I'll be back soon. Carl understood something instantly and asked no more, bowing as he withdrew. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. When one could fly, who would still take a ship and go slowly, risking complex waterways and potential hostility? About half an hour later, in the sky over an open stretch of sea still a dozen miles from drift mark, Aegon was once again riding on Ghidorah's back, the wind rushing past his ears, the wisps of clouds within reach. Looking down, the fleet was like toys scattered on a deep blue canvas, and the craggy silhouette of drift mark was already in sight. Wielding such great power, traversing between heaven and sea. Aegon's purple eyes reflected the drifting clouds and sunlight, and that slight curve at the corner of his mouth became increasingly clear. Some shackles, once broken, would make one never want to return to where they started. Ghidorah's wings flapped, and its speed increased again, turning into a pale golden stream of light that tore through the sky, heading straight for drift mark. He did not choose any harbor or beach on the island where pirates might gather. Aegon guided Ghidorah to land on a steep sea cliff on the northwestern side of the island, far from human habitation and facing the open sea. The place was full of jagged rocks, and the waves below crashed into thousands of piles of white foam, the wind wailing. Aegon leapt down from the dragon's back, his boot soles stepping onto the solid, coarse black rock. At the moment the specific coordinates perfectly overlapped with the light point on the system map, almost as soon as he stood firm. Check-in location detected, stepstones, drift mark. Check-in. Yes. Check-in successful. Drawing reward. Congratulations on obtaining Valyrian Steel Sword Dark Sisters. Aegon's brow twitched slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. A Valyrian Steel Sword? And directly the Dark Sisters that had left a heavy mark on the history of House Targaryen? His luck seemed to be unusually good. From Maegor's gift to Dark Sisters, every check-in reward closely revolved around the history and heritage of House Targaryen. Was this merely a coincidence? Or was there some unknown connection between this so-called system and his bloodline, and the fate of the Targaryens in this world? Unlike the previous infusion of combat instincts, this was a physical item. A clear perception rose in Aegon's heart: as long as he confirmed the collection, this legendary sword would cross some boundary and truly appear in his hand. And once collected, it could no longer be put back into that unknowable place in the void. Collect, Aegon murmured in his heart. There was no brilliant light, no spatial fluctuation. Just in an instant, his hollowed right hand felt a slight weight. A sheathed long sword appeared out of thin air in his palm. The scabbard was dark all over, deep enough to absorb light, and the material, neither metal nor wood, felt cold and smooth to the touch. The decoration was minimalist, with only a thumb-sized teardrop-shaped crimson gem embedded in the middle of the crossguard, like a congealed drop of blood, its light flowing inwardly under the gloomy sky. Whir! Beside him, Ghidorah's left head turned curiously, its molten gold-like eyes drawing close, staring at the long sword that had suddenly appeared in Aegon's hand, its nostrils twitching slightly as if sniffing for something. The other two heads also turned over, and a flash of human-like confusion and familiarity appeared in all six eyes simultaneously. This feeling, it knew it. It seemed it was bound over in just this way back then. Aegon ignored Ghidorah's curiosity. Gripping the scabbard with his left hand, his right hand slowly gripped the hilt wrapped in black leather and applied gentle force. Clang! The sound of it leaving the scabbard was clear and resonant like a dragon's cry, but it seemed even colder and sharper, instantly cutting through the wind and waves on the cliff. The blade was fully revealed. It was unlike the broadness of a typical greatsword, and different from the symmetry of a bastard sword. Instead, it was extremely long and slender, with lines as smooth as a shadow in the night, gradually tapering from the guard to a sharp point. The color of the blade was not bright silver, but a unique dark grey, densely covered with fine, twisted ripples, the characteristic forging marks of Valyrian steel, like ripples spreading across the night. The light that occasionally filtered through the gaps in the clouds fell on the blade, and the dark patterns seemed to wake up, flowing mysteriously, swallowing light and breathing out brilliance. The edge condensed into a line of ultimate, sharp brightness, as if it could cut through one's gaze. Aegon turned the blade slightly. On the mirror-smooth dark spine of the blade, his silver hair, stern brows, and those deep violet eyes were clearly reflected. Sword and man resonated silently at this moment. Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 77, Chapter 77. A shock at Lys. Dark Sisters' edge slipped through the air, bit into a rust-pocked helm, and the fragile skull beneath. SHNK hum. The feel of steel cleaving flesh and scraping bone was refined by the blade's impossible keenness into a low, clear metallic hum, like a plucked lute string. From start to finish there was almost no resistance, it slid as cleanly as slicing through firm butter. Nice! With a flick of his wrist, Aegon shook the red and white drops from the tip and silently praised the sword. He had only just claimed the legendary Valyrian steel blade, and the warrior's itch to test a new treasure had grown too strong. Instead of loosing Ghidorah for an efficient slaughter, he had led a hand-picked company of blood-sworn to wipe out the last small pirate nest on the route. It was as much a trial for Dark Sisters as a final sweep of these waters before turning home. The fight was never in doubt, it felt more like an execution and a weapon test than a battle. Dark Sisters' bite left ordinary steel far behind crude leather, rusted mail, even iron helms might as well have been paper. Back aboard the flagship the Quiet, Aegon stood at the prow, studying the chart with a faint frown. Pirate nests were getting harder to find. Like rats startled from their holes, the scattered bands had either vanished into hidden reefs or banded together into something far more dangerous. Scouts reported large, converted war fleets nearly 1,000 strong loitering off the bigger isles to the northeast. A ride on Ghidorah could scour them as easily as the abyss of torture, but simple massacre would not temper his growing army. He needed hard, measured fights to forge discipline and pick the hardiest, not wholesale slaughter. Besides, time was running short. "Carl," he called to his gaunt first mate, "count every man, weapon and scrap of armor again, include the prisoners we just took." "Aye, Your Grace." Carl vanished with typical speed. Inside half an hour he was back, barely able to contain his excitement, a crude list in hand. "It's tallied, my prince." His voice cracked with elation. 787 blades that can stand in a line, all blooded, all proven. He unrolled the parchment like a treasure map. 500 suits of plate from the abyss, most need oil and rivets, but the bones are sound. Swords we have in plenty, over 1,000. Polish them and they'll kill. And what we stripped from pirate dens and those Tyroshi, he jabbed the list. Gives us 300 or 400 leather, studded and old mail hauberks. Not plate, but they'll turn a cut. Shields are thinner, 100 good kite and tower pieces, but with the patched ones every man can hide behind something. He drew a breath. "Your Grace, we're armored, shielded, armed to the teeth, every last man. Set us before any free city and we'd pass for a first-rate company. Stores are full, we can fight a hard campaign." Aegon listened, face unreadable, violet eyes busy with colder arithmetic. 800 fighters, mail or plate on every back, 500 core suits, food enough. A solid weight of iron and flesh settled in his chest. The moment had come. Signal the fleet, make ready, gather every soul aboard. Finish water and biscuit, then up anchor. Course, less. Aye. Carl slammed fist to breast, spun on his heel and strode away, footfalls ringing. Sails filled, the line of ships cut the sapphire sea, turning for home and Liss. The passage was calm. Until the third afternoon, when the lookout's cry cracked across the water. A small single-master, steering like a mad thing, limped straight for the center of the fleet, straight for the Quiet. "Hard a port clear her," the watch officer roared. The great galley groaned, timbers complaining as the helmsman hurled the rudder over. The little craft scraped past the towering prow, a wave slapping her so hard she nearly rolled her masts out. "Son of a... Who's the blind bastard trying to kill us?" sailors screamed, still shaking. The commotion brought Aegon on deck. He stepped to the rail, violet gaze cold on the battered boat that had almost rammed them. The small boat was a wreck, only 2 or 3 figures fought to steady her hull and patch the splintered planks. Among them, the man clinging to the bow and straining to look up made Aegon's pupils contract a fraction. Though his face was streaked with soot and blood, his hair matted with brine and sweat, his clothes in tatters, Aegon still recognized him. He was the gaunt, middle-aged steward who had stood in the warehouse district of Liss, quietly overseeing Luciana Hines' underground affairs. What was he doing here and in such a state? "Drop a ladder." "Let him aboard," Aegon ordered, a faint, grim note in his voice. The rope ladder was flung over the side. The man had clearly spent his last ounce of strength. With help from a companion he clawed his way up rung by rung. The instant his feet touched the Quiet's solid deck his legs buckled, nearly spilling him, yet he forced himself upright, gaze darting frantically until it locked on the black-armored, silver-haired figure at the rail. He stumbled forward, half crawling, and dropped to his knees a few paces from Aegon, oblivious to the blood-sworn blades that flashed half out of their sheaths around him. His forehead struck the cold planks with a dull thud. "My lord! Lord Lottie, please! Save Our Lady, save Lady Luciana!" He lifted a face streaked with tears, blood, and snot, eyes raw with despair. The Heinlein, she's its last shoot left alive. I beg you, for the sake of past kindness, help her. Only you can. Aegon's brows snapped together, a sudden weight sinking in his chest. He flicked a hand, motioning the overeager guards back a step, yet his stare stayed icy. Speak plainly, what happened? The man clutched at the straw as it drifted past, words tumbling over themselves. The plan, everything was going to plan. My lady received a secret invitation from the Roagar family. Final terms, they said, a banquet to settle them. She went, took a few trusted men, and never came back. A sob tore from his throat. Next thing we knew, Lys locked its gates, soldiers poured into the streets, arrests everywhere. The Roagar mansion was surrounded, our safe houses rooted out one by one. Brothers dead or scattered. I fought free, stole this leaking tub, and ran. The scheme had been blown? That single thought flashed through Aegon's mind, sharp and cold. Hard on its heels came a surge of anger laced with bitter disappointment. Useless when it matters, always too late to save, too quick to ruin. He turned away, already heading for the cabin, voice flat, your troubles are none of mine. My lord. Please don't go. The man shrieked, frantic, and tried to fling himself at Aegon's boots, but two blood-sworn pinned his arms. He thrashed, shouting hoarsely, hear me out, hear me. Your name. My lady, she sealed every whisper, only us few at the core knew. She never breathed a syllable of you to the Roagars, never. I swear it by the honor of the Hine ancestors. Aegon's stride checked, almost imperceptibly. The steward clung to that flicker of hesitation, gasping, right now, the Magister of Lys thinks the revolt is crushed. Their vigilance is lowest. Troops are spread thin across the city. If you strike Lys now, one sudden blow, they'll never expect it. No need for insiders, just hit. You can pull her out. Please, our only chance. Slowly Aegon faced him again, violet eyes depthless as they measured the wreck of a man burning with desperate hope. No one knows, he echoed, tone unreadable. There were plenty in that warehouse. Can you swear every one of them will keep silent under torture? The man shuddered, anguish warred in his eyes, then gave way to a fanatic resolve. He met Aegon's frigid stare and croaked, no. I couldn't swear, so. He swallowed blood-thick saliva and forced the words out like broken glass, before I saw the trap and fled. I served them wine laced with poison, all who'd been there, all who knew you'd come. They're asleep now, forever. A hush fell across the deck, so complete the wind in the rigging sounded like mourning. Aegon said nothing, he simply studied the man who, to guard a secret and leave his mistress one last hope, had murdered every comrade who shared that knowledge. His gaze was a cold abyss, weighing truth against lie, measuring the colossal risk and the narrow, fleeting window of opportunity. At length Aegon spoke, calm as still water, inside. He turned and walked into the cabin first. Advanced chapter available on Tron LUFFY 1898. Chapter 78, Chapter 78. The mantis stalks the cicada. Night. Rain poured in torrents. Raindrops the size of beans hammered the tiled roofs, streets, and harbour of Lys, drumming out an unbroken, nerve-wracking patter. Low, lead grey clouds pressed against the city's spires, lightning tore open the sky at intervals, briefly illuminating this city of desire now twisted and unfamiliar beneath the rain. Near the perfume garden stood a quiet yet elegant courtyard. Ever since that tournament, the Magister of Lys, Dorian Antalion, having seen that the Targaryen name still carried a shadow of influence, had subtly changed his attitude toward the siblings Viserys and Daenerys. There was still no promise of open support, but he granted them a decent house, food, and clothes, and no longer treated them with open contempt. This courtyard, with its little fountain and rose beds, was now their refuge in Lys. Ugh! In the bedchamber Viserys Targaryen lurched upright from the mattress with a short, sharp gasp of pain. He panted, violet eyes wide with terror in the darkness, cold sweat soaked his thin silk nightshirt and clung to his gaunt frame. Blood. He had dreamed of blood. Blood everywhere. A viscous, dark red sea of it, reeking of rust and brine, stretching to every horizon and drowning all. He saw broken hulls bobbing in that crimson tide, countless twisted forms struggling and screaming within the waves, yet no sound came forth. The high walls and towers of Lys rose like mirages above the scarlet, also drenched and trembling. Then he saw the figure. A man in pitch-black armor, walking step by steady step through the rain and the blood, inexorable, straight toward him. The face was lost in the shadow of the helm and the downpour, only a pair of icy violet eyes locked on him through the rain. Farther still, something vast and incomprehensible stirred within the night, rising and falling with the armored figure's stride. Each glimpse of its outline brought a soul-deep shudder and a choking dread. No, no! Viserys rasped, fingers clawing the damp sheets until the knuckles whitened. The figure came closer, clearer, as though cold fingers would close about his throat at any instant. Ha, ha! He gulped air, clutching the fabric at his chest, fingertips numb. He looked around, the familiar lavish chamber, fine furniture, the steady drumming of rain outside, everything normal. Soaked in sweat, he caught a flash of lightning that lit his pale, distorted face, stark with fear. It was no dream. That bone-deep murderous chill, the hopeless certainty of doom, was too real, every bone screamed. He flung aside the thin blanket and leapt barefoot onto the cold floor. He could not stay, not for an instant. Danger greater than ever before. He stumbled from the room, out into the courtyard's torrential rain. The icy downpour drenched him at once, the nightshirt plastered to his skin, but he barely noticed, staggering by instinct toward the side wing where guards and servants lodged. Bang! He kicked open Jorah Mormont's door. Jorah, roused by thunder and rain, was sitting up in bed. He stared, dumbstruck, at the drenched, white-faced apparition in the doorway. "Your Grace, what?" "No questions. No time." Viserys cut him off, voice shrill, violet eyes glittering unnaturally in the storm light. "Pack yours, mine, Daenerys's, anything of worth we can carry. Now, this instant. Tonight." Jorah blinked, glancing at the storm-lashed night. "Your Grace, it's pouring, and well past midnight." "Yes. Tonight. Now." Viserys screamed, seizing Jorah's arm so hard his nails drew blood. "Pack. No questions. It's an order. They're coming, danger." Seeing the king's near-mad terror, Jorah felt his stomach knot. He had long known his sovereign's quirks and nerves, but never such utter panic. It felt absurd, yet a knight's oath held. He clenched his teeth. "Yes, Your Grace. I'll ready our things." He rose and began to pack his small kit without another word. Viserys did not linger. He spun back into the rain, racing toward Daenerys's room on the far side of the house. Bang! Again he burst in without knocking. Inside, Daenerys sat curled on a window seat, a thin blanket about her shoulders. She was not asleep, only gazing at the rain-blurred night, fingers absently stroking a frayed black and red ribbon across her knees. On the little table beside her rested the gem-studded golden crown. She turned at the crash of the door, staring at her rain-soaked, wild-eyed brother. "Daenerys, listen!" He loomed over her, water streaming from silver hair down his ashen cheeks, voice ragged above the thunder. "It's not safe, we have to leave now." The faint light that had gathered in her violet eyes while she daydreamed slowly died. "Here we go again." The fleeting, stolen peace, a soft bed, clean food, a roof where she didn't have to watch anyone's face, was ending again. Just like all the other times, she would finally find a place that looked safe enough to breathe, to receive some scrap of kindness or charity. Then her brother would burst in at dawn or dead of night, white with terror, shouting, "Danger! Someone's coming to kill us, we have to leave now. But she never saw anything. No killers, no assassins, only her brother's face, paler and more twisted each time, and his orders growing wilder and wilder. Then another frantic flight, another stretch of vagrancy, another round of cold, hunger, and begging. She opened her mouth. Outside, a storm was raging. Couldn't they at least wait until sunrise? But the madness in Viserys' eyes, absolute and on the edge of shattering, choked every word. All she managed was a tiny, defeated sigh. Silently she set down the ribbon, stood, and began gathering her few pitiful belongings. A few old dresses, washed until the color had fled, the black and red ribbon, and the heavy, beautiful crown. Her movements were stiff, her gaze hollow. Across the city, inside the heavily guarded governor's palace, lights blazed. The atmosphere could not have differed more from the storm outside. In the opulent hall, a fireplace of costly scented wood drove away the night's chill. Around the long council table sat the true powers of Lys. Governor Dorian Antalion occupied the head, robed in deep purple velvet stitched with gold, a great ruby ring turning slowly between his fingers. His son Casimir lounged in the chair beside him, wearing the faint, careless smile that was his habit. Important councillors and both commanders of the city garrison were present. Even S.A. Melis occupied the last seat, now in a dignified dark blue gown, her makeup exquisite, her manner meek and attentive. Our esteemed guest, Prince Aegon Targaryen, and his loyal protector Sir John Clinton will arrive shortly, Dorian began, voice steady with the assurance of long authority. The net we cast is ready to be drawn in. Surely we cannot allow city rats to disturb our guest's pleasure. Casimir gave a soft laugh. The Rogare pack of misers still think their little schemes are invisible, dreaming of a return to power while they hide among their coins. They don't realize they're simply golden pigs we've fattened for the slaughter. When the time comes, we cut their throats. He spoke as if discussing dessert. Still, Father's plan is exquisite. Leave one bait in place and every rat that's hidden for a century crawls out of its coffin. Hein, tisk, after all these years they still haven't died out, still dreaming of another spring of Lys? Truly, hilarious. Enough, Casimir. Dorian cut his son's open mockery short and swept the room with his gaze. No more waste of words. The coffers are lean and our guests nearly here, it is time to tighten the net and clean house. City guard. He looked at a hard-faced middle-aged officer in a crisp uniform. Lead the companies yourself. With the magistrates, seal every rat hole on the list. Take them alive, I want confessions. Seal their properties. Swift and clean. Yes, Governor, the officer answered, snapping to attention. Dorian turned to another commander in charge of external defense. Take an elite company and watch the mercenary camps outside the walls. The storm crows, the wind blown especially them. At this hour I will brook no unrest. Tell them, stay quiet and their pay is guaranteed. If they stir. He paused, voice chilling. You know what to do. Further, send extra patrol ships toward Tyrosh and Myr. They have their own troubles, but we must be wary. Understood. S.A. Melis leaned forward slightly, speaking with just the right note of concern. Governor, will this not leave our garrison inside the city dangerously thin? After all, we must comb the city and simultaneously watch the sellswords. Dorian glanced at her, a flicker of appreciation mixed with deeper calculation crossed his eyes, and he waved a hand. No matter. These are only gutter rats who skulk in shadows and dabble in poison. What storm can they raise? The true threat has never lain inside our walls. Tyrosh, Myr, Volantis, those are the wolves we must watch. He leaned back again, the ruby turning beneath his fingers, and told Casimir, once the city is swept clean, invite the captured rats and the nobles who have grown too lively of late. I intend to use this occasion to knock certain restless hearts and appetites back into place. His tone stayed mild, yet several councillors straightened involuntarily. Tell them, Dorian said, gaze sweeping the room and settling on the storm-black window, voice carrying absolute authority and an icy warning. Those who fail to come will answer for it. Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, 800 is 800. Aegon brought the drenched and unsettled middle-aged man to the command room of the Quiet. The room was brightly lit by candles, with wooden racks fixed to the walls to prevent items from sliding, stacked with nautical charts, tools, and a few books. Without Aegon saying a word, a standing guard from the Bloodsworn immediately took a roll of thick, yellowed parchment tied with string from a nearby shelf and respectfully handed it over with both hands. Aegon took it and spread it out on the large oak desk in the center. Lines and markings gradually appeared on the rough parchment surface. It was a map depicting the Rhys city-state and its surrounding waters. "What is your name?" Aegon asked calmly, his gaze still fixed on the map as his fingers unconsciously traced the outline of Rhys's city walls. Logaro, my lord," the middle-aged man answered quickly, his voice still trembling slightly from his brush with death, yet his eyes were fixed on the map as if it were his last lifeline. Aegon didn't look up, merely tapping the area of the Rhys city-state on the map with his fingertip. "Come here. Tell me everything you know, Rhys's current defenses, patrol patterns, troop distribution, and especially the locations where the elites are stationed. Do not omit anything, and do not exaggerate." "Yes, my lord." Logaro nearly lunged toward the table, his rough fingers leaving water stains as he urgently pointed at the map. "Here, the eastern wall, the section near the old port district. Usually about 500 men are stationed there. But they are just auxiliary troops with terrible equipment, only wearing uniform-colored surcoats and carrying short swords." He spoke quickly but with reasonable clarity, his fingers moving across the map. "City patrols are mainly concentrated at the junction of the commercial district and the upper district, especially at night. A squad every 4 hours, about 20 men per squad, also lightly armed. The real trouble is here, around the perfume garden, the area connected to the Magister's residence." His finger stopped on the carefully drawn complex of the perfume garden and the Magister's residence, his fingertip trembling slightly. "The Magister of Lys purchased 500 Unsullied from Slavers Bay a few years ago at a high price to serve as his private guard. These eunuch warriors are stationed at the key passages outside the Magister's residence and the garden. They are well equipped, highly disciplined, and their combat strength is terrifying. They were the biggest obstacle in our previous plan." He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, then looked up at Aegon with a desperate glint in his eyes. "My lord, in my humble opinion, we might not need to clash head-on with those Unsullied. We can use the fleet to launch a direct raid on the harbour. Currently, the main force of Rhys's fleet is partly monitoring the mercenary groups and partly guarding against Tyrosh and Myr. The harbour defences are bound to be empty. We quickly take control of the harbour, then strike straight for the Magister's residence. After rescuing the young lady, we immediately withdraw from the harbour and return to the sea. If we move fast enough, those Unsullied might not even have time to react." The plan was simple, even crude. Its core was to exploit the Magister of Lys's current divided attention and his assumption that internal threats had been eliminated, striking during that window. For a loyal servant who was desperate and only wanted to save the last bloodline of his master's house, this was perhaps the best plan he could devise. Aegon listened quietly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the map, producing soft thuds. His violet eyes were deep, revealing no emotion. Rescue? Withdrawal? No. That was never what he wanted. His fingers moved away from the simple harbour residence harbour arrows Logaro had outlined, slowly covering the entire map of the Rhys city-state. His gaze swept over every tower on the city walls, the layout of every major street, and every building where troops might be stationed. What he wanted was not a successful raid or rescue. What he wanted was this wealthy city-state itself, with its excellent deep-water harbour. Rescuing someone? That was just incidental. Here, Aegon's finger pressed firmly on a city gate in the northeast corner of the wall, near the old port district. Control this, and we can keep reinforcements from the eastern barracks out of the city for at least 2 hours. This street, his finger traced a wide main road in the inner city, leads directly to the central square. Occupying the square is equivalent to seizing the hub for communication and troop movement in the inner city. The perfume garden and the Unsullied. His fingertip hovered over the Magister's residence area. There's no need for a frontal assault. Use fire, use smoke, create chaos, and pin them down to protecting the core buildings. Our main force will be used to clear the Rhys army within the city and control the harbor and key points. His voice was steady and clear, as if he were stating an established fact rather than a crazy plan. Every command corresponded to a point or a line on the map. He was conducting a deduction on a chessboard, and the chessboard was all of Rhys. Henry, Carl, Luke, and several of the most ferocious Skull Squad leaders who had been specifically summoned were all gathered around the table, listening with bated breath. Some nodded, fierce and excited glints in their eyes, some frowned slightly, thinking about the execution details, but no one showed any sign of fear or hesitation. Following His Highness the Dragon Lord, riding a giant dragon, sweeping through the stepstones, and now going to attack a city-state? It sounded startling, but, if His Highness said it could be done, then it could be done. They had already developed a near-blind confidence in Aegon, especially after witnessing the world-shaking thunder at the abyss of torture. On the side, Logero grew more alarmed and terrified the more he listened. He initially thought Aegon was refining the rescue route, but he soon realized it wasn't like that at all. This wasn't a rescue plan, it was clearly aimed at occupying the Rhys city-state. He felt the blood in his body turn cold. What exactly did this silver-haired youth want to do? Who did he think he was? Leading a group of pirates to attack a free city. Seeing Aegon's planning become more specific, even starting to assign tasks and target blocks to various teams, Logero could no longer restrain himself. He took a sharp breath and, with a final glimmer of faint hope, interrupted Aegon with a trembling voice. My lord. Please, please forgive my insolent interruption. He swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice from cracking. Your plan is grand and ambitious, but, I wonder how many troops my lord has actually acquired in the Stepstones? How many men do we have to execute this plan? He still held on to a shred of fantasy. Perhaps this lord had gathered a massive army in the Stepstones? Otherwise, this plan was simply crazy enough to be laughable and terrifying enough to be suffocating. Aegon stopped his finger moving on the map, turned his head slightly, and glanced at Logero. His gaze was calm and rippleless, as if he were merely answering an inconsequential question. 800, he said flatly. How many? Logero suspected something was wrong with his ears. He asked subconsciously, his voice dry. Luke, standing not far from Aegon, frowned, dissatisfied with this middle-aged man who repeatedly questioned His Highness. He stepped forward and repeated clearly, 800. 800 fighting men. Did you hear that clearly? 800. This number was like a final heavy hammer blow to Logero's heart, smashing his last bit of unrealistic fantasy to pieces. 800 men? Using 800 men to attack and attempt to occupy Rhys, a city with nearly 10,000 troops, solid walls, 500 elite Unsullied, and likely even more noble private guards. Insane. This was absolutely insane. This wasn't a risk, it was suicide. It was dragging everyone, including him and the young lady he so desperately wanted to save, into the abyss. Logero froze on the spot, the color draining completely from his face. His lips trembled, but he could make no sound. He as if already saw the ending. These 800 men would be like moths to a flame, crashing against the solid walls of Rhys, against the cold spears of the Unsullied, against the thick stone walls of the Magister's residence, being smashed to pieces with nothing left. And the young lady, the last hope of rescue would be completely extinguished along with them. Aegon, however, seemed not to notice Logaro's suddenly pale and hopeless expression. His gaze returned to the map, his finger pointing to another key node. "This is the priority," his voice remained steady, carrying a cold focus. "This bottleneck road leading from the inner city to the wharf district. Blocking this will cut off most of the connection between the inner city guards and the harbor, leaving them unable to support each other and exhausted from running back and forth. This way, we only need to hold out for a while to prevent the army from gathering. Meanwhile, I will ride my dragon to personally take the Magister's head and parade it around. Rhys might then be pacified by decree." He paused and finally looked up, his violet eyes sweeping over everyone at the table, lingering for a moment on Logaro's completely dazed face. "Of course, the premise of all this is that the intelligence you provided is accurate enough, and that the current situation in Rhys is still as lax as it was when you fled." He turned his gaze to Carl. "Once we are close to Rhys, there's no need to enter the harbor. Lower a few skiffs, send some clever brothers in plain clothes to sneak into the city. They don't need to do anything else, just use their eyes to see and ears to listen. See if the guards on the city walls are lax, if the patrols are tight, and if the area around the perfume garden and the Magister's residence is truly as we expect, tense on the outside but loose on the inside. I want the latest news in one day." "Yes, Your Highness." Carl immediately took the order. Only then did Aegon seem to remember Logaro's original purpose. He looked at the middle-aged man, who was slumped against the table with hollow eyes, and added flatly, "As for your young lady, I will go to the Magister's residence personally." "Go personally? How?" Logaro was dazed. Aegon didn't explain but continued, "After we get the latest intelligence and finalize the plan, I need you to do one thing." "Me?" Logaro started. "Yes. You need to find a way to return to Rhys." Aegon stared into his eyes. "Contact any strongholds or secret agents of House Hine in the city that might not have been exposed yet. They don't need to fight to the death. They just need to create some chaos in several important places in the city before our scheduled attack, set fire to warehouses, spread rumors that the Tyrogi or Mermen have invaded. It doesn't have to be on a large scale, but it must distract the guards and create better opportunities for our main forces landing an initial assault." Logaro listened to this task in a daze. This was no different from sending him back to his death, making him and those potential surviving agents bait to draw fire, fuel to ignite chaos. Using their lives to add even a sliver of a chance to this extremely crazy raid. Using 800 men to attack Rhys was madness. Sending him back to start a fire in the enemy's heart was equally certain death. But, this seemed to be the only possible way to save the young lady. Follow this crazy silver-haired youth on this suicidal raid. Or, do nothing and wait for the young lady to suffer in the Magister's dungeon and then vanish silently along with the last name of House Hine. Despair, like a cold tide, submerged him once again. But in the depths of this despair, a flame that was equally cold but even more determined quietly ignited. "I will go." He slowly stood up straight. The panic, fear, and despair on his face gradually faded, replaced by a resigned calm and a ruthlessness that cast everything aside. Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898. Chapter 80, Chapter 80, Surprise Attack. Lys Inner Harbor, late at night, the air was a mix of humidity and the briny scent of the sea. On the stone docks, the night watchmen gathered in small groups, leaning against stacked cargo crates or mooring bollards, chatting listlessly. The conversation revolved around women, alcohol, and the previous night's debauchery at the pleasure gardens. "That little vixen's waste, tisk, damn, she was so energetic I almost lost my soul there." "Forget it, with your meager salary, you probably only got to touch her hand. I spent 3 silver coins to properly experience the Westeros style. Keep dreaming. Who was it that was so weak-kneed they could barely crawl out of bed this morning?" A burst of knowing laughter rippled through the night, carrying a heavy sense of exhaustion and a certain live-for-the-moment indulgence. Lys had enjoyed peace for a long time. The real fighting was handled by mercenary companies at the borders. The defense of the inner harbor was more symbolic, a matter of prestige. No one thought anything would happen. Until the sky over the warehouse district to the northeast was dyed an ominous orange-red by fire, and thick smoke rose into the night sky like giant black vines, twisting as it climbed. "Over there, what's going on?" a soldier pointed at the smoke, asking blankly. The commotion quickly spread from the warehouse district. Panic-stricken laborers, sailors, and even disheveled civilians fled toward the port like headless flies. Cries and screams broke the harbor's dullness. "Stop them! Stop them!" The garrison officer, a bleary-eyed young man wearing somewhat ornate armor, managed to intercept a few of the fastest runners with a few men. "What's the panic? What happened?" A fight broke out. People are being killed." The man he caught was incoherent, his face covered in soot and fear. "Who's fighting? Speak clearly." It's the Tyroshi. So many Tyroshi. They're hacking everyone they see with blades," another blood-stained man screamed. "Tyroshi? Bullshit." The young officer spat. "This is Lys. The inner harbor. Where would a Tyroshi army come from? Have you had too much to drink?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by another escapee. "It's the Mir. I saw it. The banners of Mir. They're burning the spice warehouses. And shooting people with crossbows." "The spice warehouses?" The young officer's face changed instantly. In that warehouse district, there were several large spice warehouses containing goods of immense value. Most importantly, those were the properties of the Magister families and several great councillors. If they were burned or looted under his watch, right under his nose, he didn't dare imagine his fate. "Assemble! Quick! Everyone follow me! Go put out the fire! Suppress the rioters!" The young officer didn't care about anything else, shouting at the top of his lungs. He drew his sword and led over 2/3 of the garrison at the port, rushing toward the fire and chaos in a disorganized mess. Fewer than 200 guards remained, scattered thinly across the various berths of the long dock, with no more than a dozen men at each spot. They watched their superior lead the men away and instead felt a sense of relief. "Tisk," the boss went to snatch the credit himself. "Good, we can enjoy some peace and quiet." An old soldier spat and leaned back against a wooden post. "If something goes wrong, it's on him. What's it to us?" "Exactly. Tonight at the Violet Garden." The conversation returned to women and drinks. Only one young soldier, his face still tight with attention not yet eroded by desire and laziness, gripped his spear tightly, his eyes scanning the dark sea alertly. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he pointed toward the open sea. "Ships! A fleet! They're approaching!" A few old soldiers glanced over impatiently. In the hazy night, a blurred silhouette of sails could indeed be seen approaching, and in significant numbers. "So they're coming. Are there ever few merchant ships coming in and out every day? Don't make such a fuss." An old soldier rolled his eyes. "Exactly. We have our fleet on the sea, and in the harbor we have, well, even though there are fewer people now, this is Lys. Who would dare run wild here? Get to work, don't just stand there being an eyesore." Another waved him off like he was shooing a fly. How could they know that the Lysane fleet had already been ordered away by their magister? The young soldier opened his mouth, watching the fleet approach steadily at a speed that was definitely not that of merchant ships. Their outlines became clear under the light of the harbor lanterns. They were clearly the design of warships. Figures moved upon them, and the cold glint of armor was faintly visible. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he tried to shout a warning again. Swoosh! An extremely faint sound of something cutting through the air, almost swallowed by the sound of the waves. The young soldier's body jerked violently, and a small flower of blood burst from his throat. A short, sharp crossbow bolt had accurately pierced his windpipe. His eyes widened, making a wheezing sound like leaking air. The spear in his hand clattered to the ground, and his body slumped over. The old soldiers nearby, who were chatting happily, were stunned by this sudden turn of events and turned their heads in shock. "Ene!" Before the word attack could leave his mouth, a denser, scalp-tingling flurry of swooshes erupted from the ship's railing, which was now almost touching the dock. Dozens of crossbow bolts, like the god of death's venomous bees, instantly covered all the guards near these berths. Screams rang out briefly and were quickly extinguished. Bodies fell with a thud, and blood quickly soaked into the wooden pier. At the same time, more dark figures leaped agilely from the docked ships. They were silent and swift, like a pack of wolves hunting in the dark night. They wore not the leather armor of the Lysane guards, but plate or chainmail that smelled of the sea and gunpowder, glinting with a cold, hard metallic light in the dimness. The sound of swords being unsheathed formed a cold tide of noise. The harbor woke up. Startled laborers, sailors, and slaves let out terrified screams, fleeing in all directions like ants from a disturbed nest. A few merchant ships that had intended to dock were scared out of their wits and desperately turned their bows, trying to escape these waters that had suddenly turned into a slaughterhouse. The killing was efficient and brutal. The scattered, unsuspecting Lysane guards who remained were easily mowed down like wheat before these suddenly appearing iron-clad soldiers. Resistance was minimal, and escape was futile. The shouts, screams, and sounds of impact in the harbor area did not last long before gradually subsiding, eventually covered once more by the sound of waves lapping against the shore. A heavy smell of blood filled the air, mixed with the scent of acrid smoke. The docks fell back into an eerie silence, leaving only the sound of dripping blood and the crackle of fires burning in the distance. Aegon withdrew his gaze from the railing of the quiet. The harbor was largely under control. The leaders of the Bloodsworn and the Skull Squad were leading their men, like tigers released from a cage, silently and swiftly pouncing on their pre-assigned targets. The streets leading to the inner city, nearby strategic points, barracks that might house small units, everything was going according to plan, even smoother than expected. The laxity of the Lysane people exceeded Rogare's description. He turned and looked at the deck. The spacious main deck of the Quiet seemed exceptionally crowded now. A pale gold behemoth occupied almost all the space. It crouched there, its long necks winding, its three heads resting on its crossed foreclaws. Since leaving the stepstones, Ghidorah's size seemed to have grown visibly to the naked eye. Now over 20 meters long, the cabins of the Quiet could no longer accommodate it, so it was left to lie on the deck. Every time it breathed slightly or shifted, the sturdy warship would let out an overburdened creak and rock violently. Sensing Aegon's gaze, Ghidorah's middle head rose, its molten gold vertical pupils glowing faintly in the night. Aegon walked up to it and reached out to pat the hard, cold, strangely bony protrusions of its skull armor. Now, he looked up, his violet eyes gazing into the depths of the city, toward the tallest, most ornate and most brightly lit complex of buildings. The direction of the perfume garden and the Magister's palace. His voice was calm, yet carried a decisiveness that could cut through anything. "It's our turn." His voice was calm, yet it seemed to carry a weight of 1,000 pounds. He flipped himself up, sitting steadily once more upon the dragon's back. The hilt of Dark Sisters was within reach at his waist. Ghidorah's middle head turned back, its molten gold eyes meeting his for a moment, conveying a clear response mixed with excitement and killing intent. Target the Magister's palace. The time for the decapitation strike had arrived. Without further words, Ghidorah's three heads rose simultaneously, its neck stretching as the muscles of its massive body began to exert force. Those pale gold wing membranes, large enough to obscure the moonlight, slowly unfurled on the deck. Advanced chapter available on Trin LUFFY 1898.